didn't get them, which I find surprising because she had information that she provided to the White House provided to the Democrats on the committee, and only the Democrats on the committee, until we discovered what had happened. And then we said, okay, if you're going to give some information from the pre-sentence reports, we'd like to have all of it. They refused to allow us access to the pre-sentence reports. Chairman Durbin said, okay, well, we can't give you that because it contains sensitive information. And pre-sentence reports do contain sensitive information. We review sensitive information all the time in this body. We have entire rooms that are set aside for that purpose. We have procedures that are set aside for that purpose. We have significant penalties that would attach any member of this body leaking the contents of those for that purpose. We have the ability to redact out names, personally identifying information involving victims for that very purpose, and yet they wouldn't let us have that. That tells us something. Tells us something that connects back up to the fact that she doesn't want to tell us what her judicial philosophy is, instead saying, look at my record. We look at her record, we can't gain access to all of her record. My concerns with her aren't limited to the criminal realm. I wish they were, they're not. Look at some of the decisions that she made on the civil side. On the civil side, particularly involving administrative determinations made by the Trump administration with which she disagreed. You can think of at least two instances where, as a district judge, she knocked down a Trump administration executive determination and action that she apparently disagreed with politically, under circumstances in which there was no viable cause of action and under circumstances in which she lacked jurisdiction. And in both cases, she was overturned, she was reversed by the liberal-leaning U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit. These are deeply concerning. They reflect on something very important in our system. We immunize, we take outside of the political realm Supreme Court justices, and we give them presumptive life tenure for a very important reason. But with that comes some real responsibility to operate conscientiously only within the realm of the judicial branch. She's exceeded that.
Okay, Senate Republicans here. That was Senator Mike Lee, Republican of Utah. Up next, Lindsey Graham. We're going to step away from this. We have a few more stories left to get to on this Thursday night, but Senate Republicans there still voicing their concerns they have over Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson as she was confirmed as the next Supreme Court Justice. And of course, that event will be happening on the South Lawn of the White House tomorrow with President Biden and Judge Jackson and Vice President Harris. So we'll have that live for you tomorrow. We're going to take a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll be talking about this really crazy story out of Washington, D.C. We brought it to you earlier this afternoon. These two individuals are charged with impersonating federal agents. The U.S. Secret Service now caught up in this scandal. We'll have more on that after the break.
U.S. officials say both suspects are likely spies who lavish Secret Service agents with gifts, including expensive, rent-free apartments. The two accomplices, 40-year-old Adrian Tahirzada and 35-year-old Haider Ali, made their first appearance in federal court this afternoon, one day after the FBI arrested them at a luxury apartment near Nationals Park in Washington. Inside their residences, the men had surveillance equipment, firearms, and a binder containing information on law enforcement officers, defense officials, and congressional staffers. In court, Ali claimed to have a connection with Pakistan's intelligence service. His passport contained both Pakistani and Iranian visas and showed entry into Iran. According to court documents, both suspects pretended to be DHS agents in a scam that lasted 2 years. 4 Secret Service agents have been placed on paid leave while under investigation. One of them protected the First Lady as part of her security detail.
Is the First Lady aware of this? The President aware of this? How concerned are they?
I'd point you to the Secret Service and others investigating.
Do you have any further guidance on what these two men were after or who they may have been working with?
It's being investigated, and I would point you to the proper agencies for any further comment.
In a statement to Fox News, the Secret Service said, quote, "All personnel involved in this matter are on administrative leave and are restricted from accessing Secret Service facilities, equipment, and systems." Both suspects claim to be working on a special unit investigating the January 6th riot at the Capitol. The two suspects also recruited someone to serve in their task force. As part of the recruitment process, the applicant was shot with a BB gun to evaluate their pain tolerance. The applicant was also assigned to conduct research on an individual tied to the Defense Department and the intelligence community. Their cover was blown when the post office began investigating an assault on a mailman inside the apartment building, which the suspects may have witnessed. The postal investigators became suspicious when the men said they were part of a bogus DHS unit. In Washington, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
Lucas, thanks so much. The story has so many twists and turns and details. Joining me now to discuss it even further, police practices expert Darren Wyatt, friend of the program. Darren, thanks so much for being with us here. Just wanted your first thoughts on this story when you read about it, and we'll get into some of the particulars.
Well, I actually was kind of flabbergasted, but it's mainly the fact that you have 4 Secret Service agents that were duped by these two men, and for all intents and purposes, didn't realize that they were being duped all the way up until the time they were placed on administrative leave.
Yeah, and of course, let's talk about the angle of the Secret Service. Now, the Secret Service has to take things so cautiously and carefully, and yet to have members, especially on the First Lady's detail, or formerly of her detail, to have gotten caught up in this. That brings the White House into it, having to respond there. We saw in the White House briefing today. That is serious, and so they're conducting a review. What will that review, you think, look like?
Well, it's going to be, it'll expand beyond these 4 agents that have been placed on administrative leave. They'll be interviewing anybody that they had contact with, that they were probably even hanging out with off-duty in an off-duty capacity, to find out if it really stretches beyond the 4 that are currently on administrative leave, and to find out exactly what the suspects were trying to get, what kind of information they were trying to obtain from the Secret Service, because it's a very targeted group of law enforcement officers for them to go to the Secret Service and the information that they might have.
And, you have been a law enforcement official for most of your career, and impersonating one and impersonating a federal agent carries a very hefty penalty. That is not something that is taken lightly.
It's not. It happens occasionally. U.S. 18 Section 912, I believe is what it is, 18 U.S. Code Section 912. It carries a penalty of up to 3 years in federal prison for this. I think what's really the biggest thing here is that they weren't just impersonating federal agents, they were doing it to civilians, but also to high-level law enforcement officials. Like you mentioned, somebody that's on the presidential security detail. Those are high-level officials that they're going after it, and they had to have been good at what they were doing for these high-level agents to have been tricked.
But not only good at what they were doing, but some of the gifts and kind of items that they were offering these other federal agents, these other Secret Service members, as well. And I want to talk about some of those. A penthouse worth over $40,000 a year, rent-free, iPhones, surveillance systems, drones, flat-screen TVs, gun cases and other policing tools. Many, weapons and parts of weapons were also found in this apartment. And if you're familiar with the D.C. area, this is a Navy Yard. This is a very high-end luxury area of Washington. It looks like a really beautiful apartment complex itself. So they had some financial backing to this.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that what really is interesting about this is that they were so brazen about it that they were telling people, other residents in the apartment complex, who they were. They were an undercover unit. People in undercover units don't tell the general population what they do. So that would be a red flag. But I think what's really ironic about this is that the U.S. Postal Inspector is usually determined a fairly low-level law enforcement position. Yet they're the ones that broke this and were able to see the criminal activity that was going on and take it to the FBI, which launched this investigation about 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, of course. I think the postal angle is kind of the wildest part of this story because the plot, that is how it unraveled. According to the Associated Press, U.S. Postal Inspection Service began investigating after an assault on one of their own mail carriers. And then these two individuals essentially told that inspection team from the Postal Service what they were up to. And so, they weren't really careful in kind of covering up their tracks if they needed to be. They also had a list of everyone who had an apartment in the complex where they had the apartment, also a list of some congressional staffers. And then, of course, we're getting reports, Darren, that they had Pakistani and Iranian visas on their person, or in the apartment, I should say. 3 Pakistani visas, 2 Iranian visas after the raid by the FBI. What does that tell you? That is one of the other curious aspects to this story.
To me, that means that this is probably sponsored by a foreign government, which leads you even more to wonder what was their intent, what information were they trying to elicit. It was a long-term operation. It was 2 years, at least 2 years in the making that we know of so far. And could it have been going on even longer than that? I think the investigation will vet that out, as well as who else they might have been in contact with, and hopefully what their end game was and why they were here and why they were doing what they were doing.
Yeah, of course, the two men both are being held. Well, the government is asking them to be held, and there's likely a conspiracy charge coming, as well as these other charges, and their attorneys are kind of working with prosecutors to determine how this will be prosecuted in court. Darren Wyatt, final thoughts here on this story. I bet it's going to be developing even further in the next couple of days.
Without a doubt. We're going to get more information as this continues to go forth. I'm actually kind of surprised that we didn't know about it sooner than when the raid happened yesterday. Usually something like this, you'll hear little inklings. Of course, the indictment was under seal, is still under seal. I saw that there are some photos of the front page, but when I tried to obtain it, it is still under seal and wasn't available as part of public record yet. But I think eventually we're going to have more information about what this was, who was sponsoring them, what they were looking for. And I think there's probably going to be some policy changes with the Secret Service coming out of this as well.
Yeah, and just thought of this question too, just lastly. I mean, what does it say, though, about, real federal agents kind of commiserating, talking with fake federal or alleged fake federal agents? Should, more of these agencies put things in place to prevent things like this from happening? Or is it just too hard to tell? How would you know?
Well, I think that there from what we've seen right now, there were some red flags that probably somebody should have picked up on, especially, in the law enforcement realm. We're kind of a tight-knit community, and I think that an agency in D.C. would know if another agency in D.C. had this new special unit that was working undercover investigating the January 6th insurrection. They would know that, and even being able to talk jargon with these people, and I certainly think that there would have been some red flag that somebody should have picked up on. And the other thing is that many times the federal, what we call the ABC or the abbreviated agencies, they're very proprietary about their information, and they don't often have that crossover unless they're working on a task force together, which does not. I know that they said they were on a task force, but the Secret Service agents were not part of that task force, obviously, because it wasn't a real task force. So I think that there should have been some red flags seen.
Definitely. Some people, it looks like, did not do their due diligence here. Darren Wyatt, as always, thanks so much for joining us. Have a good night.
Thanks, Andrew. You too. Take care.
Just a fascinating story. We'll stay on top of it here on Live Now from Fox as we go into the week and the weekend. But let's take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be getting the latest out of Russia and Ukraine, the war there going now into its 6th week. More on that when we come back. Back here to Live Now from Fox on this Thursday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. We are finally hearing from Fox News correspondent Benjamin Hall, who was severely injured in a shelling attack in and around a suburb of Kyiv in Ukraine as the war goes on now into its 6th week. We know he suffered serious injuries. Well, today he's tweeting out a photo of himself telling his supporters, telling his followers and the wider world what he went through. I'm going to put this tweet up right now and read it in part. There's a picture of Benjamin Hall. He says, to sum it up, I've lost half a leg on one side and a foot on the other. One hand is being put together. One eye is no longer working and my hearing is pretty blown. But all in all, I feel pretty damn lucky to be here, and it is the people who got me here who are amazing. And Benjamin Hall, who's been through so much, who lost his friend, his photographer, his colleague, Pierre Shashevsky, in that same attack, and their translator and interpreter, Sasha, finally giving the world an update about what he has gone through. He also took the opportunity to tweet condolences, remembering his friend Pierre, who he says traveled the world together with him, reporting. I think we have that tweet as well here. Maybe not, but Benjamin Hall there, and he gave us a very candid account of his injuries, but so far, so good on this front, and we hope to see him back again. Right now, let's go out. We have the tweet now here. You can see the second one. It's been over 3 weeks since the attack in Ukraine, and I wanted to start sharing it all, he says. But first, I need to pay tribute to my colleagues Pierre and Sasha, who didn't make it that day. Pierre and I traveled the world together. Working was his joy, and his joy was infectious. R.I.P. with a photo of Pierre there. And so if we get any more updates throughout the next couple of weeks about Benjamin Hall's progress and recovery, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, our very own colleague, Christy Larson, spoke to a U.S. veteran who's part of an organization helping refugees from Ukraine. Here's this conversation.
Back here to Live Now from Fox, we've been hearing so many stories ever since the invasion on Ukraine happened. Russian soldiers continuing to bombard cities across the entire country. And now we know that millions of Ukrainians have had to flee. Those stories continue to come in. And sharing a little bit of those stories with us is someone who has traveled overseas and is lending a hand in any way he can. Mark J. Lindquist is one of our U.S. veterans. We've spoke with him before here on Live Now from Fox. We are bringing him in once again. Mark, you're in Warsaw right now, and I know so many people have been wondering who've been following you on social media. What have you been up to this last entire week as you've been trying to help in any way you can?
Well, you show up here a week ago and you try to figure out how to help best, right? And you're not going to know how you can help until you get boots on the ground and eyes on the situation, eyes on the problem. And so we flew in here a week ago. I met up with some veterans who had communicated with on social media prior to arriving here. And really, it's asking each other, what is your mission here? How do you want to help? Are you going to go do the whole military thing, or are you going to do the humanitarian thing? If it's a humanitarian thing, where are you going to do it? Are you going to go to Kyiv? Are you going to go to Lviv? Are you going to stay in Poland? And so it's been a lot of networking. Been a lot of talking to veterans from all over the world, civilians from all over the world who have descended upon this place to help out the Ukrainians in any way possible. So we've really just been collecting intelligence, collecting data, collecting reports from different parts of the country and region, and deciding what's best for ourselves to be able to help in the way that makes the most impact in these people's lives.
And so when you've been there helping lend a hand, what have been some of the things you have been doing? I've been seeing some of the pictures. You've been bringing a lot of those much needed items. And you also actually have been helping people cross the border, because you were talking with me earlier here today, and the distance between customs to customs, they're carrying all their items in their hands. It's important that they're being greeted with those friendly, helpful faces.
And that's what we believe, is that when you arrive after fleeing a war-torn country, that it is important to see a smile or a friendly face or somebody who's helpful. Now, interestingly enough, one of the things that we've heard from the refugees most often is kind of a confusion, kind of a question: why is everybody being so helpful? And it's something that maybe we could identify with. Sometimes we don't like to accept help. Maybe it's our pride, or maybe it's a stubbornness, or maybe it's just our general nature that people want to be able to do it on their own. And so I think it's been hard for a lot of the Ukrainian people in their time of need to have to lean on others for help. And so when we're at the border there, we simply carry their bags, because maybe they fled their home and their life with everything they could possibly carry, and now they've been doing it for 4 days. And wouldn't it be great to be able to just lighten that load in a literal sense as they walk the mile across the border into Poland and into freedom.
And you were even sharing this morning with me some stories of just some of those people who were crossing the border. One of them has even grabbed the attention of national headlines. An 11-year-old girl who was fleeing with her mother. She'd been shot in the face when she was trying to escape by Russian soldiers. And you were there at that borderline when she did make it across.
And it was just happenstance. It was just a stroke of chance that we happened to be there at that moment on that piece of sidewalk 30 yards away from the Ukrainian customs office. And we happened to offer to carry her bags because we saw her get out of a car, get dropped off. Little daughter was there, and then she had 8 or 9 bags. And how could you possibly carry that? So 5 Americans there were ready to pitch in and lend a hand. She allowed us to do that. We escorted her across the border. And midway through our walk across that border, she informs me by showing her cell phone that it is her daughter who was the one who was shot by the Russians as they fled Mariupol. And we didn't know that. And had she not told us that, we would not have known that. But we have built enough rapport with her, talking to her daughter, making her smile, asking her questions, how can you help, making her feel safe, that she shared that with us. And it was really a powerful moment for all five of us to realize that now we have the responsibility of escorting to safety this young woman and her daughter. And maybe we were the only people in the Western world who knew that she made it out alive.
And when you think about some of these stories, some of these people that you've come across, you just know that they are coming with everything that they have, that they were able to carry. This is all they have right now at this time. So when they are greeted by people like you, I'm sure that they are, as you said, just impressed and appreciated, and finally just relieved that they finally made it to some safety.
I mean, I can't imagine the things that these people have gone through, and to walk through the refugee center. And you know me, I'm a smiley, friendly guy, and so I'm walking through the refugee center at Shemish, and that's a place where 1,200 to 1,500, even up to 5,000 during the peak of it, people were housed in it. It's an old shopping mall, an abandoned shopping mall kind of situation. And as I'm walking around, I'm smiling at people and they're smiling back. Can you imagine to go through what they're going through, but yet be able to muster a smile on your face? There's people playing with the children inside the refugee center. There's life. It's robust, and certainly it's horrible. But there's some strength in the Ukrainian people that I wish the rest of the world could see, because it is these people who are showing us what perseverance and determination is about. And it makes you want to give even more because of their response to something that is completely disorienting, horrific, and tragic.
And when we talk about your trip there, you have to obviously have a lot of planning and coordination, as you said, a lot of networking that is done before you continue on with some of these different ways you're helping. You told me also you're soon headed into Ukraine, going to be going to Lviv. So let's talk about that portion of your mission. How much planning it goes into keeping you and the other team members who are going to be doing that safe? And secondly, what are you going to be doing when you reach Lviv?
Safety obviously is the number one priority. If you don't have safety as number one priority, you're a real idiot. And so we've been coordinating with everybody and gathering every bit of intelligence that we can, understanding that the orders and the direction used to come from the Pentagon. It used to come from your chain of command, and we don't have that now. We're making it up as we go. And so you're connecting with as many people as possible who have been to Lviv, seeing how you can help there. And really, we're going there because that's where the greatest need is. And we will assess the situation, get eyes on the problem, and maybe we'll leave. Maybe we'll come back to Poland and decide that this is the best base of operations. But we're not going to know if we can be of a great service until we go. And that's really our mindset, is that we won't know how we can help until we get there. Once we get there, then all kinds of decisions have to be made. Do you push on? Do you go back? And then you decide that what you're going to do, how you're going to execute and provide this help. So it's a step-by-step methodical process. We're not running into anything just off the cuff. We're being safe. We're traveling in pairs and battle buddies, and we're just here to do as much good as we can for as many people as we can, as long as we can.
And obviously at a time like this, when people have been really trying to reach out in any way they can, you said it's important for me to come and show up here on the front lines where this action is happening. What kept you prepared for this moment, for responding in this way? Because not everyone can just uproot their lives, jump on a plane to go help another entire country that's in need at this time.
Well, I mean, the training and the preparation the United States military gives its personnel, be it the Coast Guard, the Space Force, the Air Force, the Navy, the Marines, the Army, all of us, all 18 million veterans of the U.S. Armed Services have training that we can rely on and fall back on that prepare us for moments like this, where you're going to be thrown in a situation that's completely unfamiliar. But in addition to that, I think the other thing that has put me in this situation is that I had some great parents that taught me how to serve. I had some great parents that taught me that the most important thing in life is to ensure that your neighbor is doing okay. And, Dad served in the Peace Corps, Mom serves in the community in our hometown. And it's in us, right? It's in us to serve and give back and contribute to the lives of others and do what you can to make other people's lives better. And in this situation, you see millions of people in such distress. A mentor of mine once told me, if you can do good, you must. If you can help, you must. So with that mantra, if I can, I must go. And so I've done good with my colleagues, my fellow Americans here thus far. We will continue to do good as long as we can. And it's I guess what has prepared me for it, a lifetime of living and enjoying the fruits of American freedom has prepared me for a moment like this. I'm kind of a history nerd, so you think of Marquis de Lafayette, who was a French citizen and a major general and an aristocrat who didn't need to come to America during our Revolutionary War and assist, but he did. And so history is littered with examples of foreigners going to other lands where wonderful ideas such as freedom are challenged. And this conflict and this humanitarian crisis just, it seemed to me like one of those moments where a call has been put out and somebody has to answer. Not everybody can go. A lot of my veteran friends are disappointed because, I have a life and I'm single and never married, no kids, where I can go and do something like this. And for some reason or another, they can't because of family situation, job, or commitments. And so every veteran feels that tug to go and serve. I and even, my civilian friends over here, we just feel fortunate that we can serve.
And you've been serving in so many ways already, even leading up to your trip to Poland. You had been doing a lot of recruiting in your community, in the Fargo-Moorhead community, and even a lot of donations so that you could do things like the pictures we've been seeing, is collect some of those much needed items for those who had just crossed over and escaped their war-torn land.
And I think that's the important thing to notice or take note of, is that the American people right now are in this position where everybody sees what's happening in Ukraine and wants to help, but maybe doesn't know how to help, right? And it is my mission, and one of the reasons why I decided that I had to go is that I believe the people that are 1 degree of separation from me will maybe be moved to action because they know a guy on the ground who can give you real life, up-to-date intel about how best to help, because that's as crucial as anything in a crisis situation like this that's rapidly changing, because you might hear how to help today, but by the time your package gets there 2 weeks later, that's no longer needed. You need a guy on the ground who's able to, when a need comes up, grab the donations that were given, the donations of dollars, go down to the local store and buy what you're seeing on the screen right now. And that's what I did yesterday. And there's no red tape. There's no overhead. There's just a couple guys out here who came from America who said, if there's a Ukrainian in front of me who has a need, I will try to fill that and not worry about some big NGO bureaucracy and red tape where it takes them 7 days to try to solve a problem. I'm here to solve problems as I see them, as they come up.
And speaking about what's coming up these next few days, talk about what you're going to be doing to prepare again for your trip to Lviv, especially since that is an area that we know does have a lot of danger that comes with that territory as well.
And we're just talking to colleagues that have been there and done that. There's certainly all kinds of such missions going on inside Ukraine from the Polish border, where people are extracting people from children's homes and elderly homes and folks that are disabled, orphanages. And that's happening all the time, all over the country. And so networking with those folks, learning the lay of the land, doing it as safely as possible, making sure that you're going in with a vehicle that's filled with supplies and coming out with a vehicle that's filled with people. It's a pretty easy blueprint, and there's many people doing it in many different ways. And you just find the right guys and that are going to be in your squad, and you go out and you do as much good as you can. Do we know what's going to be ahead? No. I mean, you never know what's going to happen, and it changes very quickly. But think about it. There's just, if there are a room full of 100 people, there's only a certain percentage of those people that would be willing to fly to a foreign country where they've never been, they don't speak the language, and they don't know anything. So that cuts off half of the people, right? And then of the people that are willing to do that, there's only so many people that are willing to go to the border, right? After that, there's only so many people that are willing to go into Ukraine. After that, there's only so many people that are willing to go way out east. And it's like every time that you take one of those steps and risks, there's fewer people on planet Earth that are willing to do any of that work. Well, I couldn't live in a world where nobody came to the aid of Ukraine. And so if you're willing to do it, and that's your risk tolerance, or that's your drive or passion or calling, I can't sit at home if I knew that I could and I would be one of the people in that room willing to do it. So we're going, because there's people that need help there. It's not time to move on to Will Smith and be bored with Ukraine at all. At all. If you come here and show up, you would have a sense of urgency, and you would donate every dollar that you have, and you would get your churches to donate money. You would get your friend groups to donate money. You would get your civic organizations to donate money, and we would focus on this for as long as it takes. And so that's part of my mission here, is to remind Americans, don't get distracted. Don't forget about this. This is the brink of World War III, and these people are in desperate need of help, and there's plenty. I heard from a Norwegian bus driver just this morning. He said, we have it so good in the West. We have it so good. We have so much. And since we have so much, we have to share.
And sharing is definitely something that you excel at, Mark. I know that this is a big undertaking to be one of those volunteers, as you said, who's willing to cross those lines, willing to put themselves at danger to help those other people. So we are certainly appreciative of your mission and you continuing to try to lend a hand in any way you can. We know that you have a lot more coming up, so we'll hopefully be able to check in with you again here soon, and hope you can continue to stay safe as you are providing all of this relief to those Ukrainians in need.
Thanks so much for spreading the message. I think that's one of the most important things about all this, is that the Americans back home hear about this and how they can help. That's our mission.
Yeah, we can. There's so many different ways that you can help and lend a hand, and you're certainly doing that on the front lines. Mark J. Lindquist joining us here again from Warsaw, Poland. We appreciate you, Mark. Can't wait to speak to you again, hear more of your stories as you continue to fight for the freedom of the Ukrainian people.
Slava Ukraini.
Great interview there by our own Christy Larson with that veteran American veteran, helping out the Ukrainian war effort in any way that he can. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We're going to stay with some more of these Russia-Ukraine updates. We heard from Secretary of State Antony Blinken today, speaking in Brussels, meeting with his NATO counterparts. More on that in 2 minutes.
Foreign ministers from the United States Indo-Pacific allies, Australia, Japan, New Zealand, the Republic of Korea, participated as a group in a NATO ministerial. Ministers from Georgia, from Finland, from Sweden, and Ukraine also took part, as did the European Union's High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Joseph Borrell. In addition, I met with my counterparts from the G7, the world's leading democratic economies. The participation of all of these allies and partners highlights the remarkably broad coalition of countries from around the world that are united in standing with Ukraine and against the Russian government's aggression. Countries that recognize Moscow isn't just attacking one country, but the entire international rules-based order. The sickening images and accounts coming out of Bucha and other parts of Ukraine have only strengthened our collective resolve and unity. In Bucha, a woman described how Russian soldiers forced her and around 40 other people to gather in a small square. The soldiers brought 5 young men there and ordered them to kneel. Then, a Russian soldier shot one of them in the back of the head. He turned to the people gathered and said of the victim, and I quote, "This is dirt. We're here to cleanse you from the dirt." That's just one person Russian soldiers killed in Bucha. According to Ukraine's Prosecutor General, they've already found 410 bodies of dead civilians in that one town alone. And it's not just Bucha. In Mudazhin, the body of the 50-year-old mayor, Ola Suhenko, was found in a shallow grave, along with her hands bound, alongside the bodies of her husband and son. They were last seen alive, being taken away by Russian soldiers. In Kharkiv, a woman was sheltering in a school with her 5-year-old daughter and neighbors when a Russian soldier picked her out and forced her to accompany him to an empty classroom. He cut her face and neck with a knife, threatened to kill her, and raped her repeatedly at gunpoint. With each day, more and more credible reports of rape, killings, torture are emerging. And for every Bucha, there are many more towns Russia has occupied and more towns it is still occupying, places where we must assume Russian soldiers are committing more atrocities right now. Here's what we're doing together with our allies and partners to stop this aggression, to stand with Ukraine and hold accountable those who are responsible. First, we continue to work in close coordination with allies and partners to raise the costs on the Russian government for its aggression. Yesterday, we announced new sanctions on Russia's largest financial institution and one of its largest private banks, on 21 members of Russia's National Security Council, on the adult children of President Putin. President Biden also signed an executive order prohibiting new investment in Russia by any person in the United States. The European Union is also actively considering robust new measures, including bans on Russian coal, on Russian vessels accessing EU ports, on transactions with 4 key financial institutions. Second, the United States continues to work at an unprecedented pace to help Ukraine defend itself. Last Friday, the Department of Defense announced $300 million in new security assistance. On Tuesday, I authorized an additional $100 million to meet Ukraine's urgent needs for more Javelin anti-armor systems. This will bring total U.S. security assistance to Ukraine since the beginning of Russia's invasion in February to over $1.7 billion and over $2.4 billion since January of last year. More than 30 countries have joined us in delivering security assistance to Ukraine, aid that our Ukrainian partners are putting to very effective use, as we see in the Kremlin's retreat from Kyiv and other Ukrainian cities and towns. Today, I met again with my colleague and friend Dmytro Kuleba, Ukraine's foreign minister, to discuss how we can continue to provide Ukraine's courageous defenders with what they need to keep pushing Russia back. Third, we continue to provide significant aid to address the acute humanitarian crisis caused by the Kremlin's war. More than a quarter of Ukraine's population, over 11 million people, have been displaced. That's roughly equal to displacing the entire population of Belgium, the country we're in now, in the space of 6 weeks. President Biden announced that the U.S. government is prepared to provide more than $1 billion in new humanitarian assistance to those affected by Russia's war of aggression. That comes on top of $293 million we provided in 2022 alone to vulnerable communities in the region, including to neighboring countries that have opened their arms and opened their homes to 4 million Ukrainian refugees. The global harm caused by the Kremlin's aggression is growing, including the disruption it's caused to the production and distribution of wheat in Ukraine, on which so many countries rely, something that I heard about and saw firsthand just a week ago when we were in, among other places, Morocco and Algeria. In Africa, where a quarter of the population is now facing a food security crisis, Russia's war of choice has raised the costs of basic staples, worsening the hardship that people were already feeling. So at the G7, we discussed in some detail ways that we can mitigate the war's impact on the most vulnerable people around the world. Fourth, the United States continues to work methodically to collect, to preserve, to analyze evidence of atrocities, and to make this information available to the appropriate bodies. We're supporting a multinational team of experts that's assisting a war crimes unit set up by Ukraine's Prosecutor General with a view toward eventually pursuing criminal accountability. These efforts will also ensure that Russia cannot escape the verdict of history. Just moments ago, as I was coming into this room, I learned that UN member states had come together once again to condemn Russia's aggression and suspend it from the Human Rights Council. A country that's perpetrating gross and systematic violations of human rights should not sit on a body whose job it is to protect those rights. Today, a wrong was righted. Fifth, we collective security our NATO allies. As the President has said, we will defend every inch of NATO territory. We now have 100,000 U.S. troops in Europe. NATO's established 4 new multinational battle groups in Romania, in Hungary, Bulgaria, Slovakia, in addition to those already in Poland, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, to reinforce our eastern flank. Sixth, we discussed the additional support that NATO allies can provide to partners like Bosnia and Herzegovina and Georgia, who are most vulnerable to Russian aggression and threats, from cybersecurity to combating disinformation. Finally, we discussed at length a new NATO strategic concept. This is the public blueprint for how the alliance will continue to safeguard transatlantic security in what is a rapidly changing landscape. We'll release that document at the NATO summit in Madrid in June. President Putin thought, among other things, that he would weaken and divide NATO. This strategic concept will make clear that NATO is in fact stronger, it's more united, it's more capable of addressing 21st century threats. And I can say unequivocally from my discussions with many colleagues here in recent days, colleagues from around the globe, the revulsion at what the Russian government is doing is palpable. There's a greater determination than ever to stand with Ukraine, to shore up and revitalize the international order that Moscow is trying to upend, to bring to bear even greater costs on the Russian government, to ensure that people are held accountable for their crimes. Thank you.
We'll now turn to questions. We will start with Vivian Salama from the Wall Street Journal.
Ned. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. 2 questions, if you'll indulge me. UK Foreign Minister Liz Truss said today that allies have agreed to help Ukrainian forces move from their Soviet-era equipment to NATO standard equipment on a bilateral basis. She used very specific language there. And so is the U.S. going to match that pledge? And if so, can you tell me a little bit about the timeline, when you plan on doing that? Second question is, Ukraine's Foreign Minister Kuleba said today that as long as the West continues buying Russian gas or oil, it is supporting the Russian war machine. That's a direct quote. Are you pressing Europeans to commit to a timeline, a more aggressive timeline, for banning Russian oil and gas? Thank you.
Great. So on the first question, first, as you know, and as I said, we have been individually as the United States and collectively as partners, more than 30 countries, providing to Ukraine the weapons and systems that we believe it can use most effectively and that it needs to push back against Russian aggression. And we're not going to let anything stand in the way of getting Ukrainians what they need and what we believe can be effective. So We're looking across the board right now, not only at what we've provided and continue to provide, but whether there are additional systems that would make a difference and that we could provide them. And we're doing that in close consultation with the Ukrainians, as well as with allies and partners. On the energy situation, so we've seen over many years a dependence build up in Europe on Russian gas, especially, as well as on Russian oil. And I think what I'm hearing very clearly is a commitment to end that dependence. We've seen again and again Russia use energy as a weapon, as political leverage, and of course, the proceeds that it gets from the sale of its energy is now, yes, helping to fuel its aggression against Ukraine. And my strong sense is that Europeans are very much committed, as I said, to ending that dependence. But it's also not like flipping a light switch. You have to do it methodically. You have to put in place the necessary alternatives. The United States is doing a great deal to help in that regard. As you know, for this winter alone, we've worked to make sure that there were sufficient supplies, for example, of LNG, to compensate for any losses from decreased sales of Russian energy or a cutoff in Russian energy. Going forward, you heard President Biden talk about this a couple of weeks ago when he was here. We're committed to increasing the supply of LNG. Other countries are taking steps to increase supplies of different kinds of energy. And as I said, Europeans seem committed to moving forward on this. I think it also tells us how imperative it is that we accelerate the transition to renewables. And we can, I think, and Europe can make a virtue out of necessity, not only by moving away from Russian energy, from Russian gas and oil, but moving toward sustainable energy and toward renewables. But it's a process. It takes time. But my strong sense is that Europe is committed to doing that. Thanks.
Missy Ryan, Washington Post.
Two questions for you. Foreign Minister Kuleba also today said that as Russia prepares for its concentrated offensive in eastern Ukraine, that Kyiv needs new kinds of weapons and more weapons in days, not weeks, or else more people will die. Has the United States committed, or will the United States commit to providing new kinds of weaponry to Ukraine within that time frame? And then the second question for you, do you believe that the apparent Russian atrocities revealed in Bucha and in other parts of Ukraine make it harder to attain a negotiated settlement to the war? Thanks.
So, Missy, again, on the weapons, we've been doing this, all along. By the way, the provision of weapons to Ukraine to defend itself against Russian aggression, President Biden moved out on that aggressively many, many months before the aggression took place because of our concern that Russia was planning and preparing for it. We did an initial drawdown, the President instructed, back at the end of last summer, another one in December, and then, of course, many since the aggression. So one of the reasons that Ukrainians have been able to be so effective in pushing back this Russian aggression, of course, it starts with their extraordinary courage, but it's also because they already had in hand the weapons necessary to do that. And then since the aggression, we have repeatedly and continuously, along with many allies and partners, supplied them with the most effective systems that we believe they need to deal with the armored vehicles, to deal with the tanks, to deal with the planes, to deal with the helicopters. But as I just said, we are looking at day in, day out what we believe they most need, to include new systems that have not heretofore been provided. We're listening to them in terms of their assessment of what they need. We're putting that all together, and we're proceeding. And we have a strong sense of urgency. That was something that I think was felt among all allies and partners here today. When it comes to Bucha, the atrocities, the war crimes, accountability in and of itself is absolutely necessary. And we've seen this in past conflicts where atrocities have been committed, where war crimes have been committed, and where we have determined to get the evidence, get the facts, build the case. We've been able to do that, and sometimes it's taken a long time. The conflicts have come to an end, often through diplomacy. Accountability is continued. Sometimes it's actually not come to a conclusion until many years after the conflict's ended, but it has. And one day, one way, there will be accountability.
Does this make it harder to reach a negotiated settlement?
The Russians will have to decide if they want to meaningfully engage in diplomacy and in negotiations. The Ukrainians have made clear that repeatedly that they're prepared to do that, but they've heard nothing from the Russians suggesting that they're serious about it. I don't think, in a sense, Bush has anything to do with that. It has everything to do with what President Putin's calculus is, what he decides. What we can do about it, and what we are doing about it, is making sure that the Ukrainians have everything that they need to defend themselves and also strengthen their hand in any negotiation, that we make sure that we're keeping the pressure on Russia and indeed increasing that pressure through unprecedented sanctions, and as well that we shore up NATO's defenses to take away any notion in Russia's mind of extending the aggression being committed against Ukraine to a NATO country.
Nick Schifrin, PBS.
Mr. Secretary, thank you. Der Spiegel and others are reporting that German intelligence picked up over open lines Russian soldiers specifically talking about indiscriminately killing civilians. Can you confirm that the West has recordings of Russian soldiers talking about that? But the larger question is, what does it say? The Russian soldiers were apparently discussing this over open communications. And one on diplomacy. In the lead up to the war, Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov either lied to you or didn't know what he was talking about. Can you deal with him in the future? And the connected question today is, European capitals are evicting Russian officials. Will the U.S. follow? Thanks.
Thanks, Nick. I can't comment on the specific report that you're referring to, but what I can say is this, because we've said it before. We said before Russia committed this aggression that if it did, part of its campaign plan was to inflict atrocities, was to target individuals, was to commit the kinds of crimes that we're now seeing, to terrorize civilian populations. And so this, as we saw it, was part of the game plan all along. Now, horrifically, the world is seeing it as we see what happens in Bucha. And I've described it as there's a strange thing going on in the sense that, look, our TV screens have been filled for the last 42, 43 days with images coming out of Ukraine. Thanks to incredibly courageous Ukrainians who are filming things on their smartphones, and incredibly courageous reporters who stayed in Ukraine and are trying to bring this to the world. And yet, almost normalizes and trivializes things to the point that people kind of see it as something that's in the background and don't respond to it. But then, something so stark, so outrageous, emerges, like Bucha, that it hits people. And again, to me, it's like we've seen as the Ukrainians have pushed back this Russian tide, we see with the tide receding what's left behind, and that is horrific death and destruction. With regard to diplomacy, look, there are diplomats from various countries that one deals with in the course of doing your job who occasionally have, or more than occasionally have, an adversarial relationship with the truth. That's part of the job.
And the Russian officials, will the U.S. follow European?
We are always looking at this, and we'll continue to do so.
We'll take a final question from Terry Schultz.
Mr. Secretary. Sorry, just to follow up on Missy's question. You yourself called what happened in Bucha outrageous. Everyone knows the Secretary General says that we are preparing for more such atrocities in Mariupol, in Donbass, as a major offensive is coming. How do you sit across the table from Dmytro Kuleba and said, well, we're looking at what else we think you might need, when he surely comes with a list? He tells us he came with a list. He gives us his list. So, and he says he doesn't have the days that you are taking to look at this. How do you explain that to him?
I talk to Foreign Minister Kuleba multiple times a week, and we're constantly going over what it is Ukraine needs, what it is we're providing, what it is we're helping other allies and partners provide. And again, you'll have to, ask him, but I think we were just together maybe an hour ago, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think he said very clearly the appreciation that he has and that Ukraine has for the support that we have been consistently providing. So as we're speaking, we continue to provide what Ukraine needs, but it's also a constantly evolving picture. They're coming forward with new systems that they think that would be helpful and effective. We put our own expertise to bear, especially the Pentagon, to help determine what indeed we think could be effective, what Ukrainians would be ready to use as soon as they get it, and what we actually have access to and can get to them in real time. So it is an ongoing process. And again, the fact that the Russians have been pushed out of Kyiv, that they've been pushed back to eastern Ukraine, is the product of two things. First, as I said, the extraordinary courage of Ukrainians, but second, the fact that they've had in hand, including from before the aggression started, the tools necessary to help achieve that.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken there at the NATO meetings he's been having in Brussels with his counterparts there. We heard from the NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. We heard from the Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba as well. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We have more where that came from in just a moment on this Thursday night. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Thursday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. Just want to preview some of the stories and live events that we'll be bringing to you tomorrow, Friday. Of course, let's go out to the White House, where we know President Biden, Vice President Harris, and newly confirmed soon-to-be Supreme Court Justice Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson will be at the White House for an event on the South Lawn tomorrow, touting this historic achievement. That confirmation vote happening today on the Senate floor. We'll be including that in our overnight compilation of stories and events that you might have missed starting live throughout the day. So we'll put them in our overnight playlist, is what we call it, of top stories that we want to play in these overnight hours until we are live back again, 6 a.m. Eastern, as we always are each and every weekday. And I just wanted to reiterate, because we were now finally hearing from Fox News correspondent Benjamin Hall after his severe injuries when he came under that shelling attack, reporting in and around a suburb of Kyiv. Of course, we lost 2 colleagues here at Fox, but he is working through his recovery. Let's put this tweet up. We got a sense of what that recovery is like. It's going to be a long road ahead. Benjamin Hall says with this photo, to sum it up, I've lost half a leg on one side and a foot on the other. One hand is being put together, one eye is no longer working, and my hearing is pretty blown. But all in all, I feel pretty damn lucky to be here, and it is the people who got me here who are amazing. And so we do send our wishes for a speedy recovery. We know the road is going to be long there for Benjamin Hall, his family, his friends, and his colleagues. Right now, though, don't forget, you can give LiveNow a follow on Twitter at LiveNow Fox, rather, is our handle. You can also give me a follow on Twitter. My handle is at Andrew Kraft. And don't forget, we do have a website, LiveNowFox.com, for all of the latest. But right now, let's head back into the White House press briefing. Jen Psaki briefing reporters, talking about a whole host of issues, including many prominent lawmakers, members of the administration, coming down with a positive COVID diagnosis, but not President Biden. He tested negative. Vice President Harris testing negative as well. So here's the White House briefing.
Leadership, and we were conscientious about being good resource to Republicans. Senator Jones and the additional staff brought on during the process made invaluable contributions essential to success. Also wanted to highlight that on UI data that was released today, as you can see in here, the comparison between January of 2021 and March now that we are in of 2022. Over the last 4 weeks, fewer Americans filed initial claims for unemployment insurance than any time in recorded history. Since President Biden took office, our economy has added 7.9 million jobs. That's more jobs created on average per month than any other president in history. And last month, the unemployment rate fell to 3.6%, down from 6.7% when the president took office about 15 months ago. This historic job growth is a direct result of the American Rescue Plan, which funded our vaccination strategy, reopened schools, and helped grow the economy from the bottom up and the middle out. Last item for you before we get to your questions. Across the country, as we've talked about a bit in here, Republican elected officials are engaging in a disturbing, cynical trend of attacking vulnerable transgender kids for purely partisan political reasons. Today in Alabama, instead of focusing on critical kitchen table issues like the economy, COVID, or addressing the country's mental health crisis, Republican lawmakers are currently debating legislation that, among many things, would target trans youth with tactics that threatens to put pediatricians in prison if they provide medically necessary life-saving health care for the kids they serve. Just like the extreme government overreach we've seen in Texas, where politicians have sent state officials into the homes of loving parents to investigate them for abuse just to harass and intimidate the LGBTQI plus community, today's vote in Alabama will only serve to harm kids. But Alabama's lawmakers and other legislators who are contemplating these discriminatory bills have been put on notice by the Department of Justice and the Department of Health and Human Services that laws and policies preventing care that healthcare professionals recommend for transgender minors may violate the Constitution and federal law. To be clear, every major medical association agrees that gender-affirming healthcare for transgender kids is a best practice and potentially life-saving. All of this begs an important question. What are these policies actually trying to solve for? LGBTQI plus people can't be erased or forced back into any closets, and kids across our nation should be allowed to be who they are, without the threat that their parents or their doctor could be imprisoned simply for helping them and loving them. President Biden has committed in both words and actions to fight for all Americans and will not hesitate to hold these states accountable. I would also note, since I've had a rotation of fabulous colleagues in here today we have Vedant Patel here. You may all know him. Any of you who work on immigration and climate issues know him very well. I often joke with him that we gave him the easy assignments. We did not. It's just because he's super talented. Vedant, I'll say about him, he's a beautiful writer. He's a fast writer. I don't know if that means he could be a wire reporter. I think he has a very promising career in government ahead of him, but just wanted to highlight Vedant and his amazing contributions and everything he does to help me, help all of us, help the president every day. With that.
Terrific. I've got three things. Thanks so much. Ukraine's foreign minister at NATO today made it very clear that his country needs more weapons and needs them fast. I'm wondering if it's time for the U.S. and other allies to not just provide defensive weaponry, but actually provide offensive weaponry.
Well, let me give you a sense of where we are. As of now, we have committed to providing $1.7 billion of weapons, of security assistance to Ukraine since the beginning of this conflict, more than $2 billion since the president took office. There are transfers of systems nearly every single day. I would note we just announced 2 days ago $100 million in javelins, which are a critical weapon that the Ukrainians have been using effectively to fight the Russians, push back the Russians, and defend their country. I would also note that as it relates to the type of systems and material we are providing, for every Russian tank in Ukraine, the United States will have or has provided 10 anti-tank systems. If you factor in contributions from allies, we're almost at 90-1. That means one tank, Russian tank, 10 anti-tank systems to fight them back. For every Russian armored vehicle in Ukraine, the United States will have provided about 3 anti-armor systems. If you factor in contributions from allies, it's about 25-1. The way this works, and the last thing I'll say, and get to your next question, the way that it works is that the Ukrainian leaders request a range of assistance. They often provide us lists. We go through that list. We determine what we can provide. We provide a vast majority of what they're requesting. If we don't have access to it, sometimes it's Russian-made military equipment. We work with our allies and partners to see what they can provide. And our focus, as Department of Defense officials have conveyed on the Hill when they've testified this week, has been providing what they are trained on and what we know is effective in fighting this war. And we've already seen to date that the use of this security assistance has been central and essential in effectively fighting the war as they have done. Go ahead, Mara.
Are you saying that that's sufficient, that you feel that you've given them enough? I mean, what do you mean by those metrics?
Well, I provided them because I think it's interesting or compelling to understand, right, the range and the significance and the totality of the type of assistance we've provided. We have not stopped, nor are we stopping providing additional security assistance. We have announcements nearly every couple of days. I just think that, to me, was interesting and compelling to better understand the significance and the broad scope of the assistance we've provided.
But you're saying there'll be no let-up in your efforts to provide them with
I don't think I conveyed that in any way. Yep, go ahead.
Just to kind of follow up on that, the Secretary of State yesterday on the Russian language Telegram channel said, quote, we're looking at other systems, some of them larger, more sophisticated, that may be useful going forward. Is he talking about the systems that allies might have that we're trying to backfill? Or what was, for clarity's perspective, was he trying to say that?
Well, partly, yes, because there are systems, of course, we have access to. We have the best military in the world. We have a range of systems we have access to that we have been providing. We will continue to provide. There are certain systems, as you've noted, the S-300 is one of them, of course, where they have requested. We continue to work with allies and partners on what systems and equipment they have access to and they would have the capacity to provide. Sometimes that means backfilling systems. And there is also systems and weapon systems that that they may request that we may not talk about because for operational reasons and their own process, it wouldn't be to their benefit to do that.
So he's potentially talking about U.S. systems that we just aren't necessarily aware of at this point?
He's talking about, we're not going to detail always every type of system or every type of weapon we're going to work with allies to provide. We have detailed it quite extensively from here, but we're not going to detail everything. We haven't over the course of time for operational purposes. But what he was conveying is that we'll continue to work with our partners and allies in meeting the needs and the requests that the Ukrainians have put forward.
And then Germany's Foreign Intelligence Service briefed the parliamentary committee over there that it intercepted radio communications of Russian soldiers talking about killing civilians. Is the U.S. either aware of that intelligence or does it have any intercepts of its own that show something similar?
I have seen the reports, but I don't have anything more on those reports or the intelligence.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yes, I guess the president obviously tested negative today, and according to CDC guidelines.
Yesterday.
I'm sorry, yesterday.
Yes.
And Speaker Pelosi was not considered a close contact, but it seems like a very close call. I know you've said that he had a second booster and that he's following CDC guidelines, but given the importance of his role and his age, is the White House considering any stricter measures to keep him safe? More mask wearing, fewer big venue events, more outdoor events?
Well, when you say it's a close call, I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Close call in the sense that they were in 2 events at the White House together within 2 days. She tested positive.
Sure. Okay. Well, for clarity purposes, the way a close contact is defined, it's not arbitrary. It's not something made up by the White House. It's CDC guidelines, and how they define it is being within 6 feet for a cumulative total of 15 minutes over a 24-hour period. That they were not. All of their interactions were publicly available. I think you saw them. And that's how that assessment is made. In terms of additional testing or anything along those lines, those assessments would be made by the president's doctor. He was tested last evening and tested negative. We have incredibly stringent protocols here at the White House that we keep in place to keep the president safe, to keep everybody safe. Those go over and above CDC guidelines, and that includes ensuring that anyone who is going to be around the president is tested. Every member of the staff is on a regular testing protocol. If you're going to see him in person, whether you're traveling with him or you're meeting in the Oval Office, you will be tested. We try to do socially distanced meetings when necessary. For those employees who test positive, they are required to isolate, of course, in alignment with CDC guidance, must test negative before returning to work. That is also a step that goes over and above. But we are going to continue to follow the protocols. And I would remind you and reiterate that we also put out a plan just a month ago that made clear that, well, COVID-19 will continue to be with us, and we will see cases rise and fall, as we are seeing them rise now, to be expected given the transmissibility of BA2. We now have steps to go back to many of our normal routines in alignment with what the CDC continues to recommend.
And given the fact that there has been this uptick among people who have been following CDC guidelines, are there plans to revisit those guidelines or edit them in some way, given the uptick?
That would be up to the CDC. But again, I think when they put out these guidelines, they made clear that it was about looking at data on hospitalizations and even deaths. And what we have a plan to address, and I would note, I have it with me because we really like COVID props this week, right here. We have copies for anyone who would like a copy, and this is a 100-page preparedness plan that we put out that it meant to protect against and treat COVID, prepare for new variants, prevent shutdowns, vaccinate the world. We expected there to be ups and downs and increases, and with a variant that's as transmissible as BA2, that's what we're seeing at this point in time in the White House, among the press corps, among the general public. And the most important message we're sending to the public is that we have steps in place that we can take to continue to address it, and even as we're continuing to fight COVID, we can, for the most part, return to our normal routines.
And quickly on another topic, Congress voted to remove most favored nation trade status for Russia and Belarus and ban oil imports. Does President Biden
100-0, right? Yes. Yes, this is something the president supports, had called for, and certainly plans to sign it.
Back on COVID, you just said that anyone who's around the president is tested. Does that apply just to executive office employees, or is that true also of any members of Congress or invited guests who are here at the
There
White
are
House?
individuals who have a meeting with the president. That's what I was referring to, our own protocols. Now, if you're at an event, obviously there are assessments made on a case-by-case, but if somebody is going to be in close proximity, standing next to him, sitting next to him on a stage, that would be obviously different than a broad group of attendees.
And given sort of the uptick in cases that we've seen here at the White House, on the Hill, there seems to be cases going around within the political world here in Washington, and the fact that sometimes you do go beyond the CDC recommended guidelines, is there any plan just to test the president daily for the next few days or week or so?
That would be a decision made by his doctor, but that is not deemed to be necessary at this point.
And on another topic, a service agent from the First Lady's detail was placed on administrative leave after they associated with and were provided gifts from two men who were pretending to be Homeland Security investigations agents. Is the First Lady aware of this? The President aware of this? How concerned are they?
I don't have any comment from here. I'd point you to the Secret Service and others investigating.
So do you have any further guidance on what these two men were after or who they may have been working with?
It's being investigated, and I would point you to the proper agencies for any further comment. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Back on COVID, it's pretty clear that vaccines and boosters are not going to prevent you from getting COVID. But we know from science that masking does. Given you yourself saying, how transmissible BA2 is, are there any conversations happening here on campus at the White House to reinstate a mask mandate?
We would continue to follow CDC guidance. That's not what they're recommending, given we are in a yellow zone at this point in time. There are individuals who are masked because they are a close contact, and that is part of our protocols. They have had a close contact, and that's part of our protocols. And individuals who may decide to mask because they have health issues in their family, personally, and that's something we also certainly support. But we would always abide by CDC guidance and go beyond it if necessary.
Given what you've said about the plan in place and about living with COVID, is the end goal not to stop the spread anymore? Is it just to stop severe cases?
Well, again,
still trying to stop the spread?
Of course, we're trying to stop the spread, and we have the means to address that. We're also, though, I would point you to the 100-page plan we put out just a month ago, where it made clear that we will continue to see COVID will continue to be with us. We will see cases rise and fall. We now know how to protect ourselves from hospitalization and death, which is hugely important. We know how much of getting vaccinated, getting boosted can protect you. And we know here in the White House, of course, 99% of people are vaccinated. Many, many people are boosted. And so we have policies that also go even beyond. What is most important right now, as we're looking broadly to the country, is the fact that we are very concerned about the failure of Congress to continue to fund our COVID response, the fact that we have needed to therefore end our program for the uninsured. We are not going to be able to make purchases of a broad scope of boosters, of Evusheld, which is a treatment for immunocompromised or preventative treatment for immunocompromised, that when we get to the end of June, our testing capacity will be at risk of collapsing. And as we're looking broadly beyond the White House of how we're planning, that is our biggest concern at this point in time.
Thanks. And just one more on the news of the day.
Sure.
You just talked about how historic today was for Judge Jackson to be confirmed, but no reporters were allowed in the room, no TV cameras were allowed in the room to help record that history. Can you help us understand that decision?
Well, today was meant to be a private moment between the president and Judge Jackson, and we made a decision late in the process that we would have some photographers, some of your colleagues in the news media, in the room to capture it for history. Those photos have been used by networks, including likely your network, over the course of the last hour. But this was meant to be a private moment. Tomorrow, as we've announced, we have an event, a moment in history, where certainly the president will be speaking. We will have a range of guests. It will be an outside event, and we'll be marking it in that way. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. How can you guys say that President Biden was not in close contact with Speaker Pelosi when there is video of the speaker kissing him?
Well, Peter, the way that it is defined is by the Center for Disease Control, the CDC, and their definition of it is 15 minutes of contact within a set period. period of time and within 6 feet. It did not meet that bar. It does not mean that that no one will get COVID around the world who does not have a close contact. It just means we are defining for all of you whether the president and their interaction met the definition of the CDC of a close contact.
Half the cabinet was there on Tuesday. At least 2 additional cabinet members, Raimondo and Garland, already have COVID. Is there a threat that this is going to be a national security problem if the cabinet comes to the White House and starts getting infected with COVID?
Well, I don't think, Peter, we can assess where they got COVID or where they acquired COVID or whatever the right way to say that is. I don't know that it was Tuesday. There are other events, obviously, that have happened over the course of the last week as well. They are all boosted. They are all, many of them are able to work from home, as many staff and even reporters are who are vaccinated and boosted. And they all have a talented and experienced team who is stepping into their shoes where needed in the office.
When the last president wanted to host a big event for a Supreme Court nominee here at the White House, some folks got COVID, and then former Vice President Biden called it a super spreader event. So is there any risk that this event tomorrow for a Biden Supreme Court justice is going to be a super spreader event?
Well, one, at that point in time, vaccines weren't available. People were not vaccinated. It certainly puts us in a different space. This event is also going to be outside tomorrow.
And then on a different topic, when Title 42 expires next month, what is the plan for the 18,000 migrants a day that are going to cross? Do you want them to get jobs here? Is there something else that you want these 18,000 a day to be doing?
I don't know where you're basing your specific numbers on, Peter, but what I would tell you...
I've got it right here. Earlier this week, the department gave reporters an estimate that up to 18,000 migrants could be apprehended at the border each day if Title 42 were
up to, and we'll see what happens. And obviously we're taking steps to convey that this is not the time to come. Individuals who come to the border, this is what would happen. CBP and ICE would work together to ensure that anyone who enters the country without authorization is put into immigration proceedings as quickly as possible. CBP has been working with ICE to ensure individuals awaiting processing in the interior of the country would be monitored under the Alternatives to Detention program. We know that to date, nearly 80% of non-citizens waiting in the interior under prosecutorial discretion have either received a notice to appear or are still within their window to report. That is what would happen. In addition, I would note the Department of Homeland Security also put together a preparedness plan to continue addressing irregular migration that involves surging personnel and resources to the border, improving border processing, implementing mitigation measures, and working with other countries in the hemisphere to manage migration. Those are all steps that they're working to do in order to implement when we get to that point in time.
And the last one on this, now that the Texas governor is saying that he's going to start busing border crossers to Washington, D.C., when they get here, are you guys going to help them find a place to stay and something for them to do?
Well, I'm not aware of what authority the governor would be doing that under. I think it's pretty clear this is a publicity stunt. His own office admits that a migrant would need to voluntarily be transported, and that he can't compel them to because, again, enforcement of our country's immigration laws lies with the federal government, not a state.
Washington, D.C.?
Well, listen, I don't know, but I know that the governor of Texas or any state does not have the legal authority to compel anyone to get on a bus. Go ahead.
Jen, is there pressure to avoid saying that President Biden has had a close contact given his position and the demands of his schedule?
No, we announced yesterday the vice president had a close contact, and if there is 15 minutes that he spends with somebody in person within 6 feet and they test positive for COVID, then that would be a close contact.
So given you said doesn't necessarily take 15 minutes to get COVID, right? So it could take less than that. Obviously, he was around Nancy Pelosi and many others. Are you doing anything differently? Is there anything being done differently given that circumstance for the president?
He was tested last night and tested negative, and if his doctor deems he should be tested more frequently, he certainly could do that. But again, the CDC guidelines are in place, and the CDC specifics on what a close contact and how it's defined are in place for a reason, to give everybody clear, data-driven guidance.
It is clear, but it's not always accurate, right? Because it doesn't take 15 minutes to get COVID, and this is more transmissible, this latest variant, than other variants in the past. It doesn't necessarily require that much time. For example, yesterday we were in the State dining room, the president was face-to-face with many individuals right up in their mugs for extended periods of time because he was enjoying this moment, a chance to visit with folks. So for clarity, not everybody in that room was tested in advance of arriving, correct?
Correct.
So some of those people who may have been further back but ultimately had, I don't know, 5 minutes, we watched for an hour literally, in the room, may not have been with him for 15 minutes but could have been in his face having not been tested for an extended
Well,
period of
again,
time.
if individuals are within 6 feet of him for 15 minutes or more, that's considered a close contact. No one in there was. That I'm aware of.
Jackson tested negative before her visit today, I trust.
I don't have any more details on Ketanji Brown Jackson's testing protocols.
Let me ask you about the Secret Service very quickly, if I can. Does the president maintain confidence in the director of the Secret Service, James Murray?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Let me just get some clarity. Is it your sense that Judge Jackson will ascend to the bench sooner than the end of the term? Because our understanding was that Justice Breyer was going to retire at the end of the term.
I don't have any updates on that, or any changes to that, no.
I want to give you a chance to respond. Jonathan Swan did an interview with Mitch McConnell this morning in which Swan asked McConnell whether if the Republicans should take the Senate in the midterm elections and another vacancy should occur while this president is still in office, whether a Republican-controlled Senate would hold a hearing on another Biden nominee. He refused to answer that question. Do you have a response to that? What do you think it says about the health of our constitutional system?
Well, I think given it's a day where, with bipartisan support, we are about to have a new member of the Supreme Court, a historic and eminently qualified member of the Supreme Court, and she did get 3 Republicans supporting her. That is a good sign and something we should take a moment to celebrate. Certainly, we don't anticipate or predict. I have no prediction of an additional opening, but we would certainly expect and call for all members of the Senate to operate as professionally as the president and our team did in this case, which is ensuring that there was advice and consent, that our nominee met with 97 senators. That's obviously a great number from the other party. That is how we would conduct ourselves, and we would expect the same in response.
Yeah, CDC aside and distance and et cetera, has the president expressed any surprise or amazement that there's a number of cases around him? And is he asked for people to stay away? What's his kind of human level response to what's going on?
No.
Not at all.
No,
he's completely nonplussed by the fact that a growing number of people around him are getting COVID?
We have anticipated that there would be rising numbers of COVID cases. It is not the numbers in here where it was around Omicron, and I don't know if it was among the press corps. It certainly wasn't among the general public. He knows there are a number of steps and precautions that we put in place and we take to protect him and protect the vice president and other senior members of the team. That includes testing for anybody who goes to see him. That includes social distancing in meetings whenever possible, a step we take, an additional precautionary step we take in order to protect him and protect other senior members of the White House.
Just a second question, if I can. Is there any ongoing or near future conversations with China on the Russia situation, or has the U.S. just concluded China's not going to budge on its position, which is to not really get involved and try to push them off?
There will be ongoing conversations with China, I would expect, including our expectation that they abide by sanctions and that they not provide material support to Russia. I don't have anything to predict in terms of which channel it will happen through next, but certainly I would expect there will be ongoing and continued conversations.
Can I ask whether it's the view of the president's position that if he gets COVID, he'll have a mild case given he has to test a second booster, given his age and given his health profile? Do you expect it not to be a serious case if he were to get it?
Well, I think that is what we see statistically and through as we look at health analysis and data. But obviously, he would be treated by his doctor, and I'm not going to make a prediction of that at this point in time.
Is it fair for us to conclude that the event tomorrow was a factor in it being outside and being tomorrow given outside of training today?
It's supposed to be a beautiful day. That is a big factor.
Is it fair to think COVID risk was part of the calculus in deciding how to mark this confirmation? Is that part of the reason it's outside?
I would tell you that the biggest factor boosters are actually that, and we would have had events outside earlier in the week too, had the weather allowed. It is that time of year, and certainly we do know that it is better to have events outside when you can have them outside. It is meant to be, it is supposed to be a beautiful day. I'm not a weather person, but that is what everything is telling us. And also we want to be able to invite a large number of people, and this would enable us to do that. So those are the biggest factors, but there's no question, Josh, that that also is true statistically. Or
the CDC is actually a little less clear in the link between the two clauses that you're linking. They talked about, was this person less than 6 feet away from someone? Yes, in the President Biden's case. And they say to consider the time spent with someone starting 2 days before. So that includes both the ACA event and yesterday's event. And then separately, they say, have they been in the presence of someone with confirmed or suspected COVID for a cumulative total of 15 minutes or more over a 24-hour period. As far as we know, Speaker Pelosi might have left right after the event. That was about 14 minutes yesterday, and they spent about 45 minutes the day before. So
but she wasn't
position, but she was like 7 feet away. I mean, she was, as far as here. So it's the White House position that President Biden, 14 minutes, 7 feet away from Speaker Pelosi is not a close contact, but 15 minutes, 6 feet away would have been a close contact. And I asked, by way of saying, was there a discussion of whether to treat him as a close contact anyway?
Well, he is tested regularly, as you know. He was tested yesterday. He will be tested again soon. He's tested typically a couple of times a week. If he were a close contact, the only difference, or I don't even know that it would be a difference, would be a 5-day test 5 days after your contact. So
you have to wear a mask for 10 days in public.
Okay, and if he is a close contact, that is what exactly he will do.
Okay. And to answer on the broader COVID question, looks like that bill is stalled now. What are the short-term consequences of not having new funding in place? Is there a risk you can't proceed with previously announced funding, namely of Pfizer's pill Paxlovid? And when do you think the shipments of the monoclonal antibodies will run out? They were supposed to run out in May, but you've been shipping fewer of them. How long will the cupboard last on the monoclonals without new money?
I may have to check on that specific component for you, Josh, and I'm happy to do that. I mean, what we do know is that by the end of June, the testing capacity will be at risk. Our testing capacity will be at risk of collapsing, at least from the federal government and what we can provide. We know that we can't buy any additional treatments beyond those that have already been paid for and contracted, of course, including preventative treatments for immunocompromised. Those treatments, as you know, often take 6 months to manufacture, so we'd also be losing out on supply that we intended to purchase for September through January. And of course, the uninsured fund is already closed. But I can certainly check on the next purchase of monoclonals and if we have any ability to purchase that as planned.
What's the difference if the bill passes 3 weeks from now versus if it had passed this week?
Well, we would be able to have the funding, hopefully, to reopen some of our uninsured programming. We'd be able to get ahead and plan ahead for purchases of testing to ensure we had testing capacity, to make sure we could place some orders for preventative treatments for the immunocompromised. It just delays the process. And as we know, they're going on a 2-week recess right now.
Hey, Jen. Thanks, I appreciate it. I have a non-COVID question,
sure.
I swear. But
you can ask me a COVID question too. Go ahead.
Thanks, I appreciate it. I just want to be specific about tomorrow. Are folks who are attending going to be required to take any additional steps, other than it being outside and all that stuff, but testing by senators, for example, or, distance kept by the president? Is there going to be anything above and beyond just being outside?
Not that I'm aware of, but it being outside is certainly an important component here. Typically, individuals who are going to be in close proximity, like on the stage or something, they would be tested, but there are protocols that are evaluated in a case-by-case as we have events.
And a question on Puerto Rico, non-COVID explore, right? There's a million people plus without power there. A lot of people criticizing that the federal government has not done enough to fix the grid there after recent hurricanes. I wonder what, is the president ready on this? Are there any actions that the president is planning to do there?
Sure. Let me check. I know we've provided a broad range and a significant amount of financial assistance, but let me check and see what the status is at this point in time.
Can I also ask you about the Amir Locke, the case involving Amir Locke and the officers that are not charged in that case? Is the president ready on that? And is there does he have any thoughts on like the no-knock warrants? I think you addressed this in February a little bit, but I wonder if there's been any action or movement or further conversation about it.
Well, let me give you, so first, like so many across the nation, and obviously this news is a reminder of how we've all mourned the tragic death of Amir Locke, and our thoughts and prayers continue to be with his family. The president is committed, and of course he is aware of, and I would point you to the Department of Justice for any specifics about next legal actions, but the president is committed to ensuring fair, impartial, and effective policing, keeping our communities safe. Those goals go hand in hand, and we can achieve them in part by building trust between the police and communities they serve. So to go to your other questions, in September, the Attorney General issued a new policy imposing restrictions on the use of no-knock warrants, chokeholds, and restraints by federal agents. President Biden also continues to call on Congress to pass comprehensive police reform legislation, but since Republicans refuse to support the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, we are looking at additional steps we can take. We are continuing to look at them on executive action to advance police reform. Obviously, something we put a pause on while that was being negotiated. I don't have an update on the timing of that, but that is something we are continuing to look at to build on, of course, the actions taken by the Department of Justice.
Hi, Jen. You noted that Vice President Kamala Harris is considered a close contact. CDC guidance says to wear a mask. Today, she was presiding over the vote for Ketanji Brown Jackson and didn't wear a mask. I guess does the White House have a response to that? Was that a breach of protocol? Or I guess what made it different that she didn't have to wear a mask at that?
I haven't seen, I'm obviously watched most parts of the vote, but I know that she was alone up kind of on the dais for the vast majority of that. And of course she has been wearing a mask otherwise, but beyond that I haven't done any further analysis.
And then one more question sort of on immigration.
Sure.
There are reports that there's an increased number of Ukrainian refugees heading to that are at the southern border, around 2,000 in Tijuana. I guess I was wondering, what are the administration's plans to kind of address a rise of Ukrainian refugees that might come to the southern border? The State Department hasn't really outlined the specifics on how they want to, address allowing 100,000 Ukrainian refugees to the U.S. So I guess, is there any other preparations that are being made in addition to whatever expected rise of migrants coming to the border once Title 42 ends?
Sure. Well, I would say that we are still working through the policy process that hopefully we'll have more to say on soon about what specific mechanisms Ukrainians can apply who wish to come to the United States, even though we know the vast majority have made clear they would like to stay in neighboring countries, which is why we're providing the most humanitarian assistance of any country in the world to support those efforts that neighboring countries have undertaken to host refugees. There are very good questions I'm sure you have about family reunification, prioritization, and whether there would be prioritization for individuals who fear persecution and things along those lines. Those are all important questions that are being discussed. We are still implementing Title 42 at the border for anyone who comes to the border, and we're working toward implementation of the lifting of Title 42 next month, and we would apply the policy to everybody, but obviously coming from any country, but obviously there would be these programs, and we'd have more details before then for sure that Ukrainians who are eligible would be able to apply for. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. I have two questions. The first one is Budget Day in Ottawa today, and up to $8 billion in new money will go to defense purpose, which will bring Canada's defense contribution to approximately 1.5% of the GDP, not yet to the 2%. Does the administration wish Canada would do more considering the actual war in Ukraine?
Well, we applaud that increase, and we applaud Canada's efforts and support for us in standing up against the invasion of Ukraine by President Putin and the Russians, and they are an important partner and continue to be.
And my second question goes back to the aid you detailed at the beginning of the briefing to the Russian military, all sorts of
Ukrainian military.
Ukrainian military, of course. Sorry. I just want to verify again. You refer to there are requests coming to you, and you go through the list, and sometimes you need old Soviet equipment. Are the MiG-29s and still in the list, and is the administration considering transferring those Polish planes to Ukraine?
Our policy has not changed, but other countries, of course, could make that determination and decide to do, and we certainly wouldn't stand in the way, but our policy has not changed. Go ahead.
When President Biden continued the pause on student loan payments or repayments, he said that pause will provide continued lifeline as we recover and rebuild from the pandemic. You said today you want to stop the spread of COVID. So my question is, if we're still recovering from the pandemic, why then is Title 42 going to be relifted? Is there a revision or a revisit that you can look at that? And have we just recovered from the border then? What does that mean?
Let me see if I can unpack a few things in there. First, on the announcement about the extension of student loan pause, what I said yesterday is also that what we look at is the impact of the pandemic on the economic recovery. And even though the economy is very strong, look at the UI data from today, look at the jobs data from last Friday, we certainly know that costs are continuing to impact people across the country, including students who have or former students who have student loan payments they need to make. And the president's going to look for every way he can lower costs for the American people, whether that is the family fix that he announced with former President Obama earlier this week, or the announcement about the pause on student loan payments. The decision about Title 42 is a decision made by the CDC, a public health decision. It's not an immigration authority or policy. It's a public health decision, and we respect the authority given to them by Congress to make that determination.
The president said that sanctions were not a deterrent on Russia going into Ukraine. Yesterday, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is saying that the U.S. would use all its sanction tools should China move towards Taiwan. So is that message a deterrent or not?
Well, we have sanctioned China in the past, as you know, for human rights abuses, and we have sanctioned a range of countries, certainly around the world. I would say sanctions have a range of purposes, including putting consequences in place, and where we are as it relates to the war in Ukraine is also making it much more difficult for President Putin to fund this war, and that is a huge priority to us. I don't have any predictions about future sanctions. I would leave that at the comments of the Treasury Secretary.
Given how intertwined our economies are, could we really do sanctions on China like we are?
That is an assessment that the Department of Treasury would have to make, but I don't have a prediction beyond what the Secretary of Treasury said. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. This week you've been critical of Republicans trying to add amendment votes onto the COVID funding bill, specifically regarding Title 42. Yesterday you said they decided to move the goalposts and that the White House is questioning whether Republicans are acting in good faith or if they're just playing politics. But Democratic Senators Mark Kelly, Kristen Sinema, Joe Manchin, Maggie Hassan, and John Tester are joining Republicans in this effort. Does the White House have the same criticism we've heard about Republicans? Does that apply to these Democratic senators as well?
Look, regardless of who's standing against this, our larger point here is if we do not have treatments, vaccines, or tests that the American people need, Americans will die from COVID, and whether they support or oppose the administration on immigration or child care or environmental rules, anybody. And so our point, it's not political. The vast majority of people who are opposing this moving moving forward are Republicans. That is a fact. But our point here is that there is an urgency to move forward. We can have a range of debates about a range of issues we have disagreements on. That's fine. Immigration, childcare, environmental rules, we welcome that. By the way, the president put forward an immigration bill his first day in office. If Republicans want to work on immigration, come on down to the White House. We're happy to work with you on it. But right now, this is a game of politics, and we need to get this funding. Otherwise, people in the country are going to die. That's our larger point.
And a quick follow-up on Vice President Harris.
Yeah.
She was a close contact. Tomorrow during the event, or if there's any reception behind the scenes, will she be required to wear a mask indoors?
She'll follow CDC protocols in any of her events. Go ahead.
The congressional poll report from the confirmation vote today tells us that Senator Rand Paul cast his vote from the GOP cloakroom. He was in casual clothes without a suit jacket or tie, so unable to come onto the floor. The reports, I think, 2 other Republican senators may have done similar. Is that an appropriate way to vote on a historic occasion like this?
I will tell you, I'm not spending a lot of time, nor is the president, thinking about the dress code of Rand Paul today. We're thinking about the historic confirmation of an eminently qualified black woman to serve on the Supreme Court. Not really worried about his khakis.
And if I may as well, we've enjoyed your shout-outs to members of your team. I wonder if this means you're now working your notice.
I'm sorry, what?
Whether you're now, is that an American phrase? Whether you're now working your notice?
I think I don't know that it's an American phrase. I love the Britishness and the accent, not to put you on notice of sort. Look, I think it is simply a reflection of my appreciation for the incredible people on my team that I get to work with every day. I've shouted them out in the past before. I've presented them with sashes to wear, all sorts of embarrassing things, and I think working in the White House, just like being a reporter, people think you have glamorous setups back there. I'm here to confirm that is not the case, but our team works their tails off. There's a lot going on, and it's just simply an effort to recognize that. I have nothing to announce about...
Final question?
Yeah. Yes.
What is this administration response to Israel for their role as mediator in this Russia-Ukraine crisis? And I have a follow-up question.
Okay. Well, we certainly support the efforts of a range of leaders who are hoping to play a diplomatic role here. And there are a number of leaders around the world who have also had engagements with Russians and engagements with the Ukrainians. And we just ask that they all engage closely with Ukrainians as well.
Okay. To help Europe develop energy independence from Russia, will the Biden administration drop its opposition to the EU East Med pipeline being developed by Israel, Cyprus, and Greece?
Look, I think there's going to be decisions made by European leaders about how to reduce their any level of dependence they have on Russian oil. You've seen a number of leaders this week announce their intention to ban oil imports from Russia, but I would remind you that pipelines are a means of moving oil. It's not a means of production, but I point you to the European leaders to speak to that. Thanks so much, everyone.
Thank you.
almost everyone here.
And I think we did pretty well.
Anybody seen Schumer?
Who is he?
This is a great day for America. Being a senator requires patience and many days of frustration and falling short of the goal so many times. Many people give up, but others don't. You're looking at a committee that never gave up. This is an extraordinary Senate Judiciary Committee. Here we are in a tied Senate 50-50 with a committee at 11-11, and we were asked to help this president bring someone to the Supreme Court to fill a vacancy. We all know from recent history that that is not an easy assignment. And I want to tell you, we were helped immensely by the fact that President Biden picked the most extraordinary individual that I could think of in America. She turned out to be a pillar of strength, to show grace and dignity, and really won over the hearts of the American people. That's not just a feeling, it's reflected in the polling. After our first week, and she's been going through 24 hours of questions, they asked the American people their opinion of her, and it went up. It was positive. She was cool under pressure. She was solid. And she really made the case that to be the first, you have to be the best. So this committee worked long and hard, not only for this nomination, but also for other nominations for courts in the land. We want to make our justice system look much more like America. And today we took a giant stride forward in giving this judge, Ketanji Brown Jackson, her chance, our lifetime chance, to serve on the United States Supreme Court. I'm going to turn it over to a former member of the committee who's still always welcome in the committee, but the Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer.
Thank you. Well, I just wanted to, it is just an amazing day. If I had to think of an adjective to describe all of us, it would be elated. Elated because of this wonderful person going on the court. Elated because America, today, the higher angels, as Abraham Lincoln said, held forth and held true. This has been a long, hard road as we try to get to greater equality, less bigotry in America. And there's often steps backward. But when you have a day like this, it inspires you to keep moving forward. There's no better group to have us move forward than this group. I came here to praise the Judiciary Committee, led by Dick Durbin. He just did a fabulous job. And to praise all of the members of this committee. It's just, when you look around and see, it's an amazingly talented group of people. And they showed it. They showed it in this hearing where the challenges were large. Some of the Republicans on the committee treated the witness and the other members respectfully, but some did not. You all saw that. But this committee held their ground, stayed cool, answered respectfully, and beat back the nastiest of arguments. So they should be very proud of themselves because all of the Senate and all of America is proud of them.
Thanks, Chuck. Thank you. Pat Leahy, President Pro Tem and former Chairman of the committee.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And first off, having chaired that committee for a number of years, I cannot think of anybody who could have done a better job or would have done a better job than Dick Durbin did. And I must admit, Chair, you kept your temper better than I would have. But I've been here for 21 Supreme Court nominations. And I look at all of them, and I look at what we've learned through 21. And here I see somebody extraordinarily well qualified, somebody who will make the court look more like America, and somebody, frankly, I could say to my children and my grandchildren, be proud of what you see, because over those 21, I could not help but think it was rare that we broke through and showed the diversity this country should, even though we had some excellent people. But just as proud as I was when I voted for the first woman to go on the Supreme Court, the first Latina to go on the Supreme Court, now it's come all the way. And I am so happy. I'm so happy that a chair kept us all together. And after 48 years, I'm very, very happy. Thank you.
I want to say one word before we open it to questions, and that is we're here because of extraordinary staff work at every level. Every single one of us relied on the men and women who work here under exceptional circumstances with COVID to work long, long, long hours and to be there when we needed them. I just want to salute them. I think I join in that. Open it to any questions. Please. Whoops. What did you say?
What kind of what did you give him?
Is there any legislative answer to anything that happened in this hearing? I'm thinking more toward a number of you commented, I think you did, Mr. Chairman, about like sentencing guidelines that everyone complains about that need reform.
Well, let's start at I'm just going to speak for myself. I haven't even talked to my colleagues on the committee. I just find that this was a trial by ordeal. She went through 24 hours of questioning. Each one of us had 10-minute opening statements and then 50 minutes minimum, 50 minutes to ask questions. I'm not sure that that is really fair to any nominee, or I don't believe it's necessary. I mean, you don't have to go that far back in history to find nominees who've gone through the Judiciary Committee in a matter of several hours, maybe a day. But now it's become an endurance contest, and I don't think that that necessarily serves the purposes that we're trying to serve. In terms of issues, we have plenty of issues. Some were raised during this hearing and others we're working on. I see my friend Amy Klobuchar here, who is breaking ground in areas of antitrust and raising questions that are central to so many different areas. I can just go around. I know that there's Sheldon, I was looking for you. I know you've got a few ideas for hearings too. Same thing is true in every one of them. What I've tried to do on these subcommittees is to give them the resources and the incentive to plow forward and take on some issues that haven't been touched in a long time. They haven't let me down. We've got an exciting committee. Yes.
Chairman Durbin, a few hours ago on the same platform, Senator Ted Cruz and Senator Lindsey Graham stood there and said that if there was another nominee by this president, President Biden, that was similar to Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, they would not let it go through if they are in the majority. What is your response to that?
Well, of course, we certainly hope they never have that opportunity. We want to continue and build our majority on the November election. And I think the American people supporting this nominee will understand the stark differences which some Republicans would bring to the bench. And I'd also go on to say that no, I'm going to stop there. That's enough. Yes.
Yeah, don't ruin the joy of the day.
So, after the contentious confirmation hearings, you did get 3 Republican votes, but it does seem as if perhaps the era of bipartisan confirmation votes may be behind us. Do you think that going forward we can continue to look forward to contentious hearings and toxic partisanship for every nominee?
First, I can't say enough for the 3, Collins, Murkowski, and Romney. They came through and took grief for it to a measure we rarely see around here. I respect them so much. I held out the hope that at the last minute, several others would join them and realize that they wanted to be on the right side of history at this moment. It didn't pan out that way. We've got to continue to work to build bipartisanship. I'm lucky to have a man sitting next to me on that committee, and Chuck Grassley, whom I count as a friend and as a fair individual. We didn't agree on this nominee, but there are a lot of things we do agree on. We've got to continue to build those bridges. One more question, yes.
Several senators have talked along those same lines about this process being broken in the Senate in terms of evaluating nominees. Are there any specific fixes, changes that you would like to see in the way that the Senate goes about evaluating?
I'd rather reflect on it. It's changed. I mean, the elimination of the filibuster, the elimination of the 60-vote requirement by Senator McConnell changed the selection process very much, made it much more partisan under these circumstances. But before I start talking about options that we can consider, I want to do it in the cool light of the morning when we are not as excited as we are at this moment, and I'd rather do it in that fashion. Thank you very much. Okay, one more.
I just want to ask about your decision-making process. What stood out to you? What was on the forefront of your mind when you decided you'd vote yes to this?
That I would vote yes?
Yeah, any of you guys, if you have anything that stands out about this now, Justice Jackson.
I believe what I said from the start. If you want to be the first, you have to be the best. This judge brought the strongest conceivable resume. If you ever graduated from law school and someone said you've got a chance for a clerkship, you'd jump at it, right? She had 3 of them at every level of the federal court. And if you said you want a person on the court who has experience as a defender, as a person who has been a district court judge, a circuit court judge, she checked every one of the boxes. And she'd been through the committee 3 times with bipartisan support. She was exceptional, and she had to be, because the first person to ever try to break down a barrier is going to be really carefully scrutinized. So, you know, for me, from the beginning, I thought this president made a wise and strong choice. It's good for America, and she is good for the court. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
These little children, 11, 10, 8, sometimes toddlers or even younger, the horrible assaults that they're videoed undergoing will stay with them forever. Her speeches were powerful. And then over and over and over again, she would give them a slap on the wrist, the defendant, and sentence them to very, very low sentences. She is an extreme outlier on the question of crime. And as a Supreme Court justice, I think we can reasonably expect that Justice Jackson will consistently vote, as she has done as a judge for the last 10 years, for more lenient sentences for criminal defendants, for releasing violent criminals, for lessening the punishment on the very worst sex offenders. This is a nomination that was out of the mainstream, and I believe it's a nomination that jeopardizes the constitutional rights of every American. Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Senator Cruz. You know, the media has spent a lot of their time talking about the historical nature of this nomination, and indeed, it is historical. And Judge Jackson is well educated. She has a wonderful family. She has spent time visiting with us. But here's the thing. Just as Senator Cruz pointed out for you, she is wrong on the issues. When you look at her sentencing practices, when you look at the leniency that she has practiced when she is releasing criminals, these are all issues that cause us tremendous concern. Now, did we try to get answers from her, straight answers, about why she made these decisions? Indeed, we did. Were those answers satisfactory? Were they fulsome answers that dealt with her judicial philosophy? No, they were not. Indeed, I told her that I was going to ask her about parental rights, about CRT, about biological males competing against biological females. And I was surprised that she did not come ready to answer those questions. And then when I asked her to give me the definition of the word woman, as we were discussing the VMI decision, and Ginsburg saying there are enduring differences between male and female, she said she couldn't give that definition. And of course, we know why. It is because the dark money leftist groups that have been pushing to have a progressive on the Supreme Court have been pushing her nomination and confirmation do not want that definition. They're trying to erase woman. They are trying to push this agenda of woke education. These are some of the reasons for me that I cannot vote to confirm her to the U.S. Supreme Court.
Senator Lee.
Judge Jackson seems like a great person. She's got impressive academic and professional qualifications. I enjoyed meeting her husband and her two daughters, and I also just enjoyed visiting with her. I'd love to be able to support her. I can't. The reason I can't has to do with her judicial philosophy, her jurisprudential approach, the manner in which she approaches the judicial task. We've heard from some of my colleagues today about sentences that she's imposed, and I'll not elaborate on that because it's already been covered extensively. But I will add one thing. In these child pornography cases, it wasn't just the sentences that were imposed. Those were troubling. And I will add here, they were ubiquitous. They were in every single case of that category that she ever handled. It becomes impossible to argue that these are statistical aberrations, that they're one-offs, that they're unique in some regard, when every single case that she handled, she imposed a sentence substantially below the national average, substantially below where the guidelines and the law would put them. It wasn't just where she put them, and that they were 18 U.S.C. 3553. There are a number of sentencing enhancements that come into play when you're sentencing this type of defendant. Some of them have to do with the number of photos transmitted, whether they were transmitted and received electronically by computer, whether prepubescent victims were involved, whether there was torture, sadomasochistic conduct involved in them. Very often, when you'd read through her sentencing transcripts in these cases, she would more or less sweep all of those to the side and either way downplaying them, imposing none of them, or imposing them only to a very slight degree because of the fact that she disagreed with the overall approach taken by the Sentencing Commission, an approach that she said was rooted in the fact that when they wrote the original guidelines, they didn't have in mind widespread electronic transmission. And so to have the same number of photos delivered to someone in hard copy would be more difficult and therefore less common. Somehow she reached the conclusion that that means we should sentence these defendants to lower sentences instead of higher sentences. I read it the exact opposite way. When a particular crime has become more ubiquitous, more common, more easy to carry out, and therefore more pernicious, keeping in mind this is the most vile conduct known to human beings, child sex torture that's then put into a commercialized form, I found her reasoning unpersuasive and circular and not consistent with the law. Now, one of the arguments that she made in addition to that was, well, you can't see all the factors. You don't see all the factors that I took into account, and I can't replicate all those for you because I don't have the pre-sentence reports in front of me. So we asked for those. She said she couldn't get them. which I find surprising because she had information that she provided to the White House provided to the Democrats on the committee, and only the Democrats on the committee, until we discovered what had happened. And then we said, okay, if you're going to give some information from the pre-sentence reports, we'd like to have all of it. They refused to allow us access to the pre-sentence reports. Chairman Durbin said, okay, well, we can't give you that because it contains sensitive information. And pre-sentence reports do contain sensitive information. We review sensitive information all the time in this body. We have entire rooms that are set aside for that purpose. We have procedures that are set aside for that purpose. We have significant penalties that would attach any member of this body leaking the contents of those for that purpose. We have the ability to redact out names, personally identifying information involving victims for that very purpose, and yet they wouldn't let us have that. That tells us something. Tells us something that connects back up to the fact that she doesn't want to tell us what her judicial philosophy is, instead saying, look at my record. We look at her record, we can't gain access to all of her record. My concerns with her aren't limited to the criminal realm. I wish they were, they're not. Look at some of the decisions that she made on the civil side. On the civil side, particularly involving administrative determinations made by the Trump administration with which she disagreed. You can think of at least two instances where, as a district judge, she knocked down a Trump administration executive determination and action that she apparently disagreed with politically, under circumstances in which there was no viable cause of action and under circumstances in which she lacked jurisdiction. And in both cases, she was overturned, she was reversed by the liberal-leaning U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit. These are deeply concerning. They reflect on something very important in our system. We immunize, we take outside of the political realm Supreme Court justices, and we give them presumptive life tenure for a very important reason. But with that comes some real responsibility to operate conscientiously only within the realm of the judicial branch. She's exceeded that far too many times for my comfort. I can't support her.
Senator Graham.
Thank you. So this started with a decision by President Biden. He announced during the campaign he would pick an African-American female to serve on the court. And, we've had our differences in our party about that. But the bottom line is there were a lot of qualified African-American women that the president could have chosen. I would expect him to choose somebody different than I would have chosen. I'd expect him to choose someone that would be associated with the liberal camp. I expect all that. Michelle Childs was supported by Congressman Clyburn. She's a district court judge from South Carolina. He called me and asked if, I'm thinking about pushing her. What do you think? I said, well, I know her pretty well. Somebody I could support. I think Senator Scott knew her pretty well. So for whatever it matters, I think we could get some Republican votes for Michelle Childs. And that's how this whole thing started. Then the left responded pretty fiercely. All of the groups that are associated with this Arabella organization, the George Soros world, basically declared war on nominees other than Judge Jackson. Now I know why. Now I know why they wanted her. And let me give you an example of why they wanted her. The immigration case. President Trump decided to use statutory authority granted to any president for expediting expedited removal procedures for people here 2 years or less. He expanded the Obama policy. The statute in question is about as clear as you could write a law. If you had a contest to write a law to tell a judge this is a discretionary decision, this statute would win. Sole discretion of the Secretary unreviewable. So Judge Jackson, the plaintiff, was in the Arabella chain. It was one of these groups from New York that was getting money from the Soros world. And, you know, they're very activists. They have a right to be whatever they want to be. At the end of the day, she did, I think, legal gymnastics to say that the decision violated the Administrative Procedures Act. If I had to explain to a law school class what activism looks like, it would be the immigration case involving Trump. So this was an audition to the left, and I think she passed. The criminal cases have been explored in great detail, and I want to thank Senator Cruz and Hawley and the other members of the committee for asking her hard questions about how she sentences people in the criminal realm. I think that is very fair game. I thought she was incredibly evasive. And what did I get out of the hearing? That her sentencing methodology has no deterrence when it comes to child pornography, in my view. The sentencing enhancing factors of using the internet, a computer, and the volume of information she routinely ignores. She made a policy decision as a judge. I will not hold it against the criminal defendant for the amount of pornography they possess. I think that is a huge mistake. I think every judge should hold it against criminal defendants in this arena for the amount of pornography they possess, because every photo, every image, every video is a destroyed life. She also says, I will not hold it against the defendant for accessing electronic means, because this statute was written to deal with mail, pornography sent through the mail. If you've been paying any attention to this area for the last 30 years, the venue of choice now is the internet. There are 85 million images of children being abused on the internet. I would like to deter the internet from being the venue of choice. So she literally said she thought it would be unfair to punish somebody for just hitting a button because that's so easy. In my world, in our world, I think, every time you hit the button, you should go to jail longer. So if other judges are replicating this, if this is a problem with our judiciary, I want to find out about it and do something about it. So President Biden made a political choice, and he has every right to make that choice. He wanted to satisfy the most radical elements in the Democratic Party. And I think he's been successful in doing that. And I just conclude with this thought, that Senator Booker, who's a good friend, had a fairly dramatic reading of the vote regarding Judge Jackson, highlighting the historical nature that this is the first African-American female to ever ascend to the court. And that's something, you know, that's a good day for America, for the court to look more like the country that the court presides over. But what I will never let go is the idea that was possible because of the filibuster by Democrats of a highly qualified African-American nominee by President Bush, Janice Rogers Brown. The reason she's not the first African-American woman on the Supreme Court is because they filibustered her and denied her that ability. They held her ideology against her. They said she was too extreme, and not one person in the media ever mentioned the fact that they're filibustering an African-American woman who is in line to be on the Supreme Court because the media agrees. What did we learn from this hearing? Double standards abound. That if you asked hard, penetrating questions, then all of a sudden you're racist if the nominee is a liberal African-American. You can literally filibuster these people, African-American, Hispanic nominees, as a Democrat and get applauded. We don't like that, and we're not going to put up with that. So we're always going to remind the public that the only reason Judge Jackson is the first African-American female to go on the court is they stopped a Republican nominee because of her ideology. To my Democratic friends, we're not going to forget that. And if we get in charge of the Senate in 2022, 2023, we have a majority. I can promise you nominees like this will not make it through. That we'll go back to the old system of collaboration. It's not that
decision on sentencing will have, or do you have other, like, is it just about the messaging, or is there other concerns?
It's not messaging. It is her actual judicial record. Her record as a judge. She has a consistent pattern in 100% of the cases where she had discretion. She sentenced below the sentencing guidelines, substantially below the prosecutor's recommendation, and way, way, way below the average sentence of other federal district judges. That is a pattern, and it's a pattern that goes back 3 decades. In law school, her academic writing advocated for increased scrutiny and for striking down many of the important laws that protect against sexually violent predators. Laws like civil commitment laws that many states across the union, including the state of Texas, has passed. 30 years ago, she and I were classmates in law school. We were on the law review together. Personally speaking, she is bright, she is charming, she is talented, but her record is extreme, and it suggests a 3-decade-long pattern of advocating for very, very lenient sentences for violent criminals, and in particular for sex offenders. I think that is a deeply disturbing pattern.
Sorry, if you could just clarify, what specific consequences are you concerned about? How will it impact our nation?
I am concerned that she will vote over and over and over again to release violent criminals from jail. She will vote over and over and over again to overturn capital murder convictions, to strike down death penalty sentences. She will vote over and over and over again to strike down serious punishments for sex offenders. All of that is extreme. All of that is dangerous. And I believe her record indicates that she will be ideologically substantially to the left of any justice to ever serve on the court. I believe she will be to the left of Justice Sotomayor. She will be to the left of Justice Kagan. And I think she will be way, way, way to the left of Justice Breyer, the justice who she'll be replacing. Yeah.
To Senator Graham's point just now, if the GOP takes a majority this year and there's a potential Supreme Court vacancy next year, what is your stance on whether and under what conditions Republicans should vote to confirm a Biden nomination?
Well, I think if we see a Republican majority in the Senate, it will have a very significant moderating effect on the Biden administration's nominees, not just to the Supreme Court, but to the federal courts and to the administration. The first year and a half, the Biden administration consistently has gone hard left. It has been the extreme radical left that has set the agenda. And that's part of the reason why politically they're in so much trouble, because the American people don't want a hard radical left agenda. I think if we have a Republican majority, we can expect substantially more scrutiny of Biden nominees across the board. And one would hope that will cause a moderating influence within the administration not to put up extreme nominees outside the mainstream.
And then just to follow up on some of the points you made on Judge Jackson's record, what's your reaction, given all those points, to the fact 3 of your Republican colleagues are expected to vote for it today?
Well, listen, every senator has to make his or her own choice. And it's not complicated that if you're a Republican and you vote for a Democratic Supreme Court nominee, especially if that Supreme Court nominee happens to be the first African-American woman to serve on the court, that all the good folks in the media will praise you, will discuss how you're a statesman, how you're wise, how you're enlightened. Amazingly enough, if a Democrat votes for a Republican nominee, you're never a statesman, you're never wise, you're never enlightened, you're a horrible traitor. Years ago, there was a dynamic on the Supreme Court that was referred to as the greenhouse effect. Linda Greenhouse famously was the New York Times Supreme Court reporter. And she would praise Republican nominees when they moved left and excoriate them otherwise. And the greenhouse effect was the effect of sitting justices to evolve to the left, to the left, to the left, to get the praise of the corporate media. It's not just judges. Unfortunately, senators are susceptible to that as well. All right, we'll do one final question. Yeah.
One of your House colleagues, GOP House colleagues, called Senators Romney, Murkowski, and Collins
pro-pedophile for choosing to vote for Judge Jackson's nomination. Do you agree with that sentiment?
No, I think that's silly. All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Can't kick out. A republic of self-serving citizens should not spend every June watching with bated breath to see if 5 or 6 lawyers will hand down sweeping policy changes with zero basis in the written Constitution. And the solution is not to make the court even more of a super legislature like liberals want, a delegitimizing death spiral that would destroy the rule of law. There's only one solution. The Senate should only confirm justices who will follow the text of our laws and our Constitution wherever it leads, who will leave subjective policy judgments on this side of the street where they belong. That's how we lower the temperature. That's how we shore up the courts. That's how we protect the rule of law. Staff the judiciary with brilliant men and women who understand and embrace this limited role. No other road leads anywhere good for our great nation.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, this is a wonderful day, a joyous day, an inspiring day for the Senate, for the Supreme Court, and for the United States of America. Today, we are here to vote to confirm Ketanji Brown Jackson as the 116th Justice of the United States Supreme Court. Now, a few days ago, I spoke with a group of 8th graders from Cheektowaga, New York. Many of them were students of color. It was amazing. When I mentioned that this week we were confirming the judge, you could see them light up, the unmistakable look in their eyes. One day, each young lady thought to herself, I can do it too. You know, it's been a dark 2 years with COVID. People getting sick and dying, many of whom we knew, stores closing, schools shutting their doors. But even in the darkest times, there are bright lights. Today is one of the brightest lights, and let us hope it's a metaphor, an indication of many more bright lights to come. As I've said over and over again, there are 3 words that I think best fit Judge Jackson: brilliant, beloved, belongs. Judge Jackson is in every sense and by all measures a brilliant jurist. She is indeed a brilliant person. By the judge's own telling, she first discovered her calling to the law not in a classroom or by reading a book or by talking to lawyers, but by sitting at the kitchen table next to her dad, filling out her coloring book while her dad poured through case law. Years from now, other parents and other daughters will do the same, and it will be Justice Jackson's opinions that will lay open on the table. The judge's parents, her entire family, should beam with pride that this day has come. At every step of her upbringing and career, Ketanji Brown Jackson ranked among the highest of achievers. And look, we should take a moment to note that Judge Jackson will be the first and only justice with experience as a public defender. We're proud of that, and America is proud of that. It will enhance the court's ability to preserve a basic truth in our country, that all deserve equal justice under the law, from the privileged to the impoverished. In an imperfect world, the judge conquered so many hurdles, and today stands as one of the most experienced individuals ever nominated to the Supreme Court. For this reason, the judge is also beloved by individuals and organizations across the political spectrum. I went through her record carefully, and never did I find one instance of a peer or colleague or associate say one negative word about her. It was incredible. When we go through these records, you often find someone here and there who will badmouth the individual who knew them. Not with just Judge Jackson. And lest we forget, the judge is popular in the minds of the American people. A Gallup poll released after her hearing showed nearly 60% of the public supports her confirmation, 10 points above the historical norm. And there is no question here, the country, by and large, wants the Senate to confirm Judge Jackson. Police chiefs want to confirm Judge Jackson. Conservative and moderate and liberal judges all want us to confirm Judge Jackson. And I thank my colleagues in this chamber who worked in good faith to make sure the Senate can finish its work today. Finally, as I've said many times, the judge belongs on the Supreme Court. By that I mean something very specific. In our nation's history, 115 individuals have been confirmed by this body to serve on the Supreme Court of the United States. Of those, 108 have been white men. Only 4 have been women. Only 2 have been African American. But Ketanji Brown Jackson will be the first African American woman ever to hold the title of justice. Think about the impact that will have on our democracy. Untold millions of kids will open textbooks and see pictures of Justice Jackson among the highest ranks of our public figures. How many millions of kids in generations past could have benefited from such a role model? How many would-be justices, lawyers, doctors, generals, business people have been lost to history precisely because their history books had few, if any, role models that they could relate to? We certainly have a long way to go on the road to true justice, but by confirming Judge Jackson today, we are taking a bold step forward towards reaching the full realization of our country's promise. We will make it far more likely that girls across America will feel precisely what Judge Jackson felt herself when she was a kid. Nobody can stop me. I can do this too. I am brilliant too. I belong too. For all these reasons, increasing the diversity of the court has been one of my highest priorities and one of the highest priorities of our Senate Democratic majority, of whom I am so proud. Justice Jackson is the most important example, but we've been working on this for over a year. Of the 58 Senate-confirmed federal judges since we took the majority, 3/4 have been women. 2/3 have been people of color. And it's not just racial and gender diversity that matters. We have strived to lift up judges that bring diversity through their experience. More public defenders in our courts, more civil rights lawyers, more election lawyers. When Americans of all walks of life come before the court, they should have confidence that those who don the robes have the ability to walk in their own shoes, to see and understand their side of the story, and then apply the law properly according to the facts. One judge at a time, one judge at a time, this majority is expanding the possibility of who merits consideration to the bench. And I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge my Republican colleagues who joined us on this occasion over the year to achieve this goal. In closing, I want to thank Chairman Durbin for beautifully executing this nomination process. It was equal parts fair, thorough, and expeditious. No easy feat in this modern Senate. I want to thank all of my Democratic colleagues on the Judiciary Committee. You were just fabulous, every one of you, for your respectful and insightful examination of the judge's record. And I want to thank my Republican colleagues who chose to take this process seriously, no matter which side you voted on. The President sent us an impressive nominee. She merited a robust and thoughtful and lively examination. I thank the members who did it precisely that. In short, Madam President, this is one of the great moments of American history. At the time of our Constitution's ratification, in most states you had to be a white, male, Protestant landowner to be considered part of American society. So from the get-go, generations of Americans have sought to establish the United States as a full democracy. We fought a bloody civil war to end slavery. Women organized and reached for the ballot. The civil rights movement brought an end to the vicious segregation of the mid-20th century. And today, we are taking a giant, bold, and important step on the well-trodden path to fulfilling our country's founding promise. This is a great moment for Judge Jackson, but it is even a greater moment for America as we rise to a more perfect union. I thank my colleagues for their work, and I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, all post-cloture time has expired. The question occurs on the nomination of Ketanji Brown Jackson of the District of Columbia to be an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There is, and certainly appears to be a sufficient second. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Barrasso. No. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Bennett. Aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mrs. Blackburn.
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 47, and this nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will immediately be notified of the Senate's action.
Madam President, very happily, I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
With our friend of the program, Theo Meyer from the Washington Post. Theo, good to see you. We've been watching some of these scenes. We know the president put out that video of him watching the vote with Judge Jackson at the White House today. That was kind of cool. They embraced, and Judge Jackson had tears in her eyes as she was watching this. Walk through what the vote was like today. We know there were some hiccups. We know they were waiting for some reason on Senator Rand Paul to cast his vote. How did this all go down today?
Yes, well, this, of course, was an outcome that wasn't, ever really in doubt. Certainly from the time that, Senator Manchin never voiced, any concerns. Democrats had the votes to confirm Judge Jackson, themselves. And certainly after, Susan Collins and two other Republican senators, Mitt Romney and Lisa Murkowski, came out in support of her, that made it, absent some act of God, she was, of course, going to be confirmed. But the vote took place, early this afternoon. Vice President Kamala Harris was on hand. As you mentioned, Judge Jackson herself was watching with President Biden at the White House, who embraced her. As you referenced, there was a slight hiccup when Senator Rand Paul, Republican of Kentucky, was, missing for a few minutes and, had to be tracked down so that he was able to cast his vote, a no vote, of course, on this historic nomination.
And Theo, it is quite rare not to swear in a new justice right away. Why is that not happening? And when can we expect Justice Breyer to officially step down?
Well, Justice Breyer, when he said he would step down, communicated his intention to serve, till the end of the court's term. It would have been more unusual if he had chosen to retire midterm. That's not typically what justices can do if they can avoid it. The recent vacancies that have come midterm, have come because of deaths in office. So you can expect, him to serve until the end of the court's term in June, perhaps early July. There's not a set date of the last day of the term. But yes, expect, Judge Jackson to then be sworn in over the summer.
Yeah, our Capitol Hill correspondent, Chad Pergram, says that the president will not sign Jackson's commission for a few months, of course, waiting for Stephen Breyer to formally resign. This has happened before, but, for those of us who follow this, who report on this, who watch this, it's just been, deaths of current members, Justice Scalia, Justice Ginsburg in recent memory, which is why they need to get a new justice confirmed and sworn in right away. Let's talk about how we think Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson will preside, will rule on the issues of the day. What will you be looking out for some of these high-profile cases possibly coming in the next term?
Well, in some ways, of course, Judge Jackson's nomination is incredibly historic. For the first time ever, there will be 4 women on the court. For the first time ever, there will be, white men will be in a minority. There will only be 4 of them on the court. But in some ways, she's expected to behave and rule, much as Justice Breyer did before her. In terms of what is coming down the pike for the court, there are 2 cases involving the role of race in college admissions, one of which Judge Jackson has already recused herself from, a case involving Harvard University. She is on the, was until recently on the one of Harvard's boards of governors. So she's recused herself from that case, but there's another case involving the University of North Carolina, the role of race in admissions from which she has not recused herself. That will be a big case. There's another case involving a web designer who has said that he does not want to be forced to, design websites for same-sex couples who are marrying. This recalls, as you might remember, a case involving a Colorado baker a few years back. So the court will be taking up that case. That is another marquee case, that she will be ruling on next year.
Theo, let's talk about the timeline. We know the last justice to be confirmed, Amy Coney Barrett, that was a fast-track timeline, but this was too. Do they compare?
Yeah, this was also a fast pace. Obviously, there was not a looming election as right. was in the case of, Justice Coney Barrett. But the fact that Republicans did move so fast to confirm Justice Barrett, before the 2020 election meant they couldn't really raise objections about the speed with which, Democrats did this. Unlike in 2020, there was no sort of compelling, looming deadline, the Democrats had to meet here. She won't, as you mentioned, take office for, several more months here. But Democrats do have a lot that they want to get done before, the midterm elections. They want to, get this China, competition bill done. They still have dreams of salvaging some aspects of, the Build Back Better bill. They're trying to pass another COVID bill. So, moving quickly, allows them to, get this nomination off of the Senate's plate and to, help them conserve some time to try to get other legislation done before, Congress dissipates into campaign mode here.
Yeah, that's such a good point. We've been talking so much about the historic nature of today. This kind of chapter is now over. I'll be kind of on the lookout for the next session when, when Justice Jackson is in the group photo of all the justices. That will be definitely something worth watching.
Yeah, and we've seen, of course, so many Supreme Court vacancies, over the past few years. In the past, barely 5 years, there have been 4 confirmation battles, which is pretty unusual by historical standards. After Justice Breyer was, first confirmed in 1994, there was an 11-year stretch in which there were no vacancies on the court, not until John Roberts was nominated in 2005 by President Bush. Did we see another confirmation battle? So, none of the justices currently are, over their early 70s, I believe. So it could be, some time before we see another Supreme Court confirmation fight.
That's such a good point. A lifetime appointment as well. Theo Meyer from the Washington Post, we always appreciate your time. We'll talk to you again.
Thanks for having me.
Russian soldiers that have been captured already. Thank you very much.
I fully understand that you are asking specific questions about specific types of weapons. At the same time, I think it's important to understand that allies believe it is better often to not be specific exactly about what kind of systems, but rest assured, allies are providing a wide range of different weapon systems, both Soviet-era systems, but also modern equipment. And I think that this distinction between offensive and defensive is a bit strange.
because we speak about providing weapons to a country which is defending itself. And self-defense is a right which is enshrined in the UN Charter. So everything Ukraine does with the support from NATO allies is defensive because they are defending themselves. And of course they need different types of weapons, and the allies are providing them with different types of weapons, and we see the impact of these weapons on the battleground every day, because the Ukrainians have been able to inflict severe losses on the invading Russian forces. Then I would say that every report on potential violations of international law should be thoroughly looked into, and of course any violation of international law and any war crime is always unacceptable. But I cannot comment on that specific video because I don't know anything about that specific incident.
We'll go to Deutsche Welle, Ukraine, in the third row.
Yes, thank you very much, Yuri Sheko, Deutsche Welle. One more question about weapons. I'm not asking what, when, and how. Of course not. I'm not asking about those specifics. But can you say the line within NATO? Are there any exclusions of the types of weapons that NATO allies are ready to provide? As we heard a couple of weeks ago during the NATO summit, like Macron was saying that tanks and jets are out of the question. Or can you say that now there are no exclusions of the types of systems that can be provided to Ukraine? Thank you very much.
So again, if I start to be specific in my answers to that type of questions, I actually have said a lot about what kind of systems we are delivering or NATO allies are delivering. So again, the important thing is that NATO allies are providing significant military support to Ukraine, but also humanitarian support, financial support, and lethal and non-lethal support. We have done that for many years, and allies have now stepped up. Then what is important to also underline is that NATO allies provide support to Ukraine. At the same time, NATO's main responsibility is to protect and defend all allies, and to prevent this conflict from escalating to a full-fledged war between NATO and Russia. And that's the reason why we also are focused on how to manage the risk of escalation, and also to send a clear message that we are there to defend and protect all allies, not to provoke a conflict, but to prevent a conflict. And the reason why we have, over the last weeks, deployed 40,000 troops under direct NATO command to the eastern part of the alliance, and also added more troops under national command, including more US troops in Europe. And this presence is to help prevent escalation of the conflict. So we are preventing escalation. NATO will not be directly involved in the conflict. NATO allies will not send troops or capabilities into Ukraine, but at the same time we are providing support to Ukraine in many different ways.
We'll go to HBO, the lady in white there. No?
Can you comment on how the U.S. and Secretary Blinken have been approaching this week, and why is a long haul for this war an assumption? Why not just do everything you can now while Russia retreats?
The easiest way to end this war is for President Putin to pull back all his troops and to end the war and to sit down and engage in serious diplomatic efforts to find a solution. But we need to be realistic, and we have no indications that President Putin has changed his overall goal, and that is to control Ukraine and to achieve significant military victories on the battleground. So we don't see a Russian retreat. What we see is a Russian regrouping and repositioning of their forces, moving out of northern Ukraine but at the same time moving those forces to the east, and we expect a big battle in Donbass, a big Russian offensive. And that's the reason why allies also highlighted today the urgency of providing more support to Ukraine, and that was also the message, of course, from Minister Kuleba. That's also the reason why we need to, of course, work for a quick end to this war, and that's the reason why also allies are imposing heavy costs on President Putin and Russia, but at the same time be prepared for the long haul. This war may last for weeks, but also months, and possibly also for years, and therefore we need to prepare for the long haul.
Imedi, in green.
Thank you so much. Mr. Secretary General, you mentioned a strategic concept 2030, which will be a roadmap for these organizations. That's why this document is very, very important for Georgia. What should we expect? I mean, about open door policy, about the future of aspirants. And can you tell us more about meeting with Georgian Foreign Affairs Minister? Thank you so much.
The Georgian Minister of Foreign Affairs attended the meeting today, and for me it was a pleasure to meet him and to talk to him. We had also a bilateral meeting, and I think it is important that we have close contacts with Georgia and also the new Minister of Foreign Affairs. That demonstrates the strength and the importance of the partnership between Georgia and NATO, and we also are working on how to further strengthen our partnership, including by improving and strengthening the package we have already agreed, and to add more to that package, including issues related to secure communications, resilience and cyber. So we look into how we can further strengthen both the political and the practical cooperation and partnership with Georgia. Well, in the strategic concept, that will be agreed at the summit in Madrid, but I expect the allies will agree that NATO's door remains open, and also that the allies will agree on the importance of further strengthening to work with partners, including those partners like Georgia, which are under pressure from Russia, and to step up the cooperation and support to those partners.
Vegen?
Mr. Secretary General, we just heard Foreign Minister Kuleba here offering an understanding with NATO that if you support us with all we need, we shall fight for our security, but also their security, that is NATO security, so that President Putin cannot test Article 5. Is that also NATO's understanding after this meeting?
Well, our understanding and the message from all allies is that we are ready, and NATO allies are ready to provide support to Ukraine, and also provide more support, and allies recognize the urgency of providing more support. And that was the main message from allies today. At the same time, of course, NATO has a core responsibility to ensure collective defense, to ensure credible deterrence, and we have done that for more than 70 years. But after the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2014, we have significantly stepped up our presence in the eastern part of the alliance. We tripled the size of the NATO response force. For the first time in our history, we deployed combat-ready troops to the eastern part of the alliance, and we have increased defense spending across the alliance. And then, after the second invasion, after what we saw on the 24th of February, 6 weeks ago from today, we have further stepped up with thousands of more troops, backed by substantial naval and air capabilities. So we are ensuring credible deterrence, and at the same time supporting Ukraine, because Ukraine, of course, the bravery, the courage, the commitment both of the Ukrainian armed forces, but also the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian political leadership have inspired us all, and and it is extremely important that we continue to support them.
Okay, Rai.
Thank you. Marilu Lucrezio Rai. Secretary General, what is the risk for NATO if the war will be very long? Thank you.
If the war is going to drag on and be long, then the risk is first and foremost for the people of Ukraine, who will suffer more, who will see more damage, more death and more destruction. So this is first and foremost a tragedy for them, and the responsibility for President Putin to end this war, to withdraw its troops and engage in serious political efforts to find a political settlement. But of course, as long as the war continues, there will be a risk for escalation beyond Ukraine. And that's exactly what NATO is focused on, is to prevent that escalation. And we are focused on prevention, or to prevent escalation, partly by making sure that allies deliver the same message and stay united, but also by increasing the presence in the eastern part of the alliance in particular. We have done a lot already, but at the summit we had recently here in Brussels with all the NATO heads of state and government, the heads of state and government agreed to ask our military commanders to provide options for more longer-term changes in our military posture to address the long-term effects of this war. Because regardless of whether this war ends within weeks, months or years, it will have long-term effects on our security, on the way NATO needs to respond and ensure continued collective defense and safety and security for NATO allies.
Okay, thank you very much. This is all we have time for.
Thank you.
Foreign ministers from the United States Indo-Pacific allies, Australia, Japan, New Zealand, the Republic of Korea, participated as a group in a NATO ministerial. Ministers from Georgia, from Finland, from Sweden, and Ukraine also took part, as did the European Union's High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Joseph Borrell. In addition, I met with my counterparts from the G7, the world's leading democratic economies. The participation of all of these allies and partners highlights the remarkably broad coalition of countries from around the world that are united in standing with Ukraine and against the Russian government's aggression. Countries that recognize Moscow isn't just attacking one country, but the entire international rules-based order. The sickening images and accounts coming out of Bucha and other parts of Ukraine have only strengthened our collective resolve and unity. In Bucha, a woman described how Russian soldiers forced her and around 40 other people to gather in a small square. The soldiers brought 5 young men there and ordered them to kneel. Then, a Russian soldier shot one of them in the back of the head. He turned to the people gathered and said of the victim, and I quote, "This is dirt. We're here to cleanse you from the dirt." That's just one person Russian soldiers killed in Bucha. According to Ukraine's Prosecutor General, they've already found 410 bodies of dead civilians in that one town alone. And it's not just Bucha. In Mudugin, the body of the 50-year-old mayor, Ola Suhenko, was found in a shallow grave, along with her hands bound, alongside the bodies of her husband and son. They were last seen alive, being taken away by Russian soldiers. In Kharkiv, a woman was sheltering in a school with her 5-year-old daughter and neighbors when a Russian soldier picked her out and forced her to accompany him to an empty classroom. He cut her face and neck with a knife, threatened to kill her, and raped her repeatedly at gunpoint. With each day, more and more credible reports of rape, killings, torture are emerging. And for every Bucha, there are many more towns Russia has occupied and more towns it is still occupying, places where we must assume Russian soldiers are committing more atrocities right now. Here's what we're doing together with our allies and partners to stop this aggression, to stand with Ukraine and hold accountable those who are responsible. First, we continue to work in close coordination with allies and partners to raise the costs on the Russian government for its aggression. Yesterday, we announced new sanctions on Russia's largest financial institution and one of its largest private banks, on 21 members of Russia's National Security Council, on the adult children of President Putin. President Biden also signed an executive order prohibiting new investment in Russia by any person in the United States. The European Union is also actively considering robust new measures, including bans on Russian coal, on Russian vessels accessing EU ports, on transactions with 4 key financial institutions. Second, the United States continues to work at an unprecedented pace to help Ukraine defend itself. Last Friday, the Department of Defense announced $300 million in new security assistance. On Tuesday, I authorized an additional $100 million to meet Ukraine's urgent needs for more Javelin anti-armor systems. This will bring total U.S. security assistance to Ukraine since the beginning of Russia's invasion in February to over $1.7 billion and over $2.4 billion since January of last year. More than 30 countries have joined us in delivering security assistance to Ukraine, aid that our Ukrainian partners are putting to very effective use, as we see in the Kremlin's retreat from Kyiv and other Ukrainian cities and towns. Today, I met again with my colleague and friend Dmytro Kuleba, Ukraine's foreign minister, to discuss how we can continue to provide Ukraine's courageous defenders with what they need to keep pushing Russia back. Third, we continue to provide significant aid to address the acute humanitarian crisis caused by the Kremlin's war. More than a quarter of Ukraine's population, over 11 million people, have been displaced. That's roughly equal to displacing the entire population of Belgium, the country we're in now, in the space of 6 weeks. President Biden announced that the U.S. government is prepared to provide more than $1 billion in new humanitarian assistance to those affected by Russia's war of aggression. That comes on top of $293 million we provided in 2022 alone to vulnerable communities in the region, including to neighboring countries that have opened their arms and opened their homes to 4 million Ukrainian refugees. The global harm caused by the Kremlin's aggression is growing, including the disruption it's caused to the production and distribution of wheat in Ukraine, on which so many countries rely, something that I heard about and saw firsthand just a week ago when we were in, among other places, Morocco and Algeria. In Africa, where a quarter of the population is now facing a food security crisis, Russia's war of choice has raised the costs of basic staples, worsening the hardship that people were already feeling. So at the G7, we discussed in some detail ways that we can mitigate the war's impact on the most vulnerable people around the world. Fourth, the United States continues to work methodically to collect, to preserve, to analyze evidence of atrocities, and to make this information available to the appropriate bodies. We're supporting a multinational team of experts that's assisting a war crimes unit set up by Ukraine's Prosecutor General with a view toward eventually pursuing criminal accountability. These efforts will also ensure that Russia cannot escape the verdict of history. Just moments ago, as I was coming into this room, I learned that UN member states have come together once again to condemn Russia's aggression and suspend it from the Human Rights Council. A country that's perpetrating gross and systematic violations of human rights should not sit on a body whose job it is to protect those rights. Today, a wrong was righted. Fifth, we secure our NATO allies. As the President has said, we will defend every inch of NATO territory. We now have 100,000 U.S. troops in Europe. NATO's established 4 new multinational battle groups in Romania, in Hungary, Bulgaria, Slovakia, in addition to those already in Poland, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, to reinforce our eastern flank. Sixth, we discussed the additional support that NATO allies can provide to partners like Bosnia and Herzegovina and Georgia, who are most vulnerable to Russian aggression and threats, from cybersecurity to combating disinformation. Finally, we discussed at length a new NATO strategic concept. This is the public blueprint for how the alliance will continue to safeguard transatlantic security in what is a rapidly changing landscape. We'll release that document at the NATO summit in Madrid in June. President Putin thought, among other things, that he would weaken and divide NATO. This strategic concept will make clear that NATO is in fact stronger, it's more united, it's more capable of addressing 21st century threats. And I can say unequivocally from my discussions with many colleagues here in recent days, colleagues from around the globe, the revulsion at what the Russian government is doing is palpable. There's a greater determination than ever to stand with Ukraine, to shore up and revitalize the international order that Moscow is trying to upend, to bring to bear even greater costs on the Russian government, to ensure that people are held accountable for their crimes. Thank you.
We'll now turn to questions. We will start with Vivian Salama from the Wall Street Journal.
Ned. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. 2 questions, if you'll indulge me. UK Foreign Minister Liz Truss said today that allies have agreed to help Ukrainian forces move from their Soviet-era equipment to NATO standard equipment on a bilateral basis. She used very specific language there. And so is the U.S. going to match that pledge? And if so, can you tell me a little bit about the timeline, when you plan on doing that? Second question is, Ukraine's Foreign Minister Kuleba said today that as long as the West continues buying Russian gas or oil, it is supporting the Russian war machine. That's a direct quote. Are you pressing Europeans to commit to a timeline, a more aggressive timeline, for banning Russian oil and gas? Thank you.
Great. Thanks. So on the first question, first, as you know, and as I said, we have been individually as the United States and collectively as partners, more than 30 countries, providing to Ukraine the weapons and systems that we believe it can use most effectively and that it needs to push back against Russian aggression. And we're not going to let anything stand in the way of getting Ukrainians what they need and what we believe can be effective. So we're looking across the board right now, not only at what we've provided and continue to provide, but whether there are additional systems that would make a difference and that we could provide them. And we're doing that in close consultation with the Ukrainians as well as with allies and partners. On the energy situation, so we've seen over many years a dependence buildup in Europe on Russian gas, especially, as well as on Russian oil. And I think what I'm hearing very clearly is a commitment to end that dependence. We've seen again and again Russia use energy as a weapon, as political leverage, and of course the proceeds that it gets from the sale of its energy is now, yes, helping to fuel its aggression against Ukraine. And my strong sense is that Europeans are very much committed, as I said, to ending that dependence. But it's also not like flipping a light switch. You have to do it methodically. You have to put in place the necessary alternatives. The United States is doing a great deal to help in that regard. As you know, for this winter alone, we've worked to make sure that there were sufficient supplies, for example, of LNG, to compensate for any losses from decreased sales of Russian energy or a cutoff in Russian energy. Going forward, you heard President Biden talk about this a couple of weeks ago when he was here. We're committed to increasing the supply of LNG. Other countries are taking steps to increase supplies of different kinds of energy. And as I said, Europeans seem committed to moving forward on this. I think it also tells us how imperative it is that we accelerate the transition to renewables. And we can, I think, and Europe can make a virtue out of necessity, not only by moving away from Russian energy, from Russian gas and oil, but moving toward sustainable energy and toward renewables. But it's a process. It takes time. But my strong sense is that Europe is committed to doing that. Thanks.
Missy Ryan, Washington Post.
Two questions for you. Foreign Minister Kuleba also today said that as Russia prepares for its concentrated offensive in eastern Ukraine, that Kyiv needs new kinds of weapons and more weapons in days, not weeks, or else more people will die. Has the United States committed, or will the United States commit to providing new kinds of weaponry to Ukraine within that time frame? And then the second question for you, do you believe that the apparent Russian atrocities revealed in Bucha and in other parts of Ukraine make it harder to attain a negotiated settlement to the war? Thanks.
So, Missy, again, on the weapons, we've been doing this, all along. By the way, the provision of weapons to Ukraine to defend itself against Russian aggression, President Biden moved out on that aggressively many, many months before the aggression took place because of our concern that Russia was planning and preparing for it. We did an initial drawdown. The President instructed back at the end of last summer, another one in December, and then, of course, many since the aggression. So one of the reasons that Ukrainians have been able to be so effective in pushing back this Russian aggression, of course, it starts with their extraordinary courage, but it's also because they already had in hand the weapons necessary to do that. And then, since the aggression, we have repeatedly and continuously, along with many allies and partners, supplied them with the most effective systems that we believe they need to deal with the armored vehicles, to deal with the tanks, to deal with the planes, to deal with the helicopters. But as I just said, we are looking at day in, day out what we believe they most need, to include new systems that have not heretofore been provided. We're listening to them in terms of their assessment of what they need. We're putting that all together, and we're proceeding. And we have a strong sense of urgency. That was something that I think was felt among all allies and partners here today. When it comes to Bucha, the atrocities, the war crimes, accountability in and of itself is absolutely necessary. And we've seen this in past conflicts where atrocities have been committed, where war crimes have been committed, and where we have determined to get the evidence, get the facts, build the case. We've been able to do that, and sometimes it's taken a long time. The conflicts have come to an end, often through diplomacy. Accountability is continued. Sometimes it's actually not come to a conclusion until many years after the conflict has ended, but it has. And one day, one way, there will be accountability.
Does make it harder to reach a negotiated settlement?
The Russians will have to decide if they want to meaningfully engage in diplomacy and in negotiations. The Ukrainians have made clear that repeatedly that they're prepared to do that, but they've heard nothing from the Russians suggesting that they're serious about it. I don't think, in a sense, Bucha has anything to do with that. It has everything to do with what President Putin's calculus is, what he decides. What we can do about it, and what we are doing about it, is making sure that the Ukrainians have everything that they need to defend themselves and also strengthen their hand in any negotiation, that we make sure that we're keeping the pressure on Russia and indeed increasing that pressure through unprecedented sanctions, and as well that we shore up NATO's defenses to take away any notion in Russia's mind of extending the aggression being committed against Ukraine to a NATO country.
Nick Schifrin, PBS.
Mr. Secretary, thank you. Der Spiegel and others are reporting that German intelligence picked up over open lines Russian soldiers specifically talking about indiscriminately killing civilians. Can you confirm that the West has recordings of Russian soldiers talking about that? But the larger question is, what does it say? The Russian soldiers were apparently discussing this over open communications. And one on diplomacy. In the lead up to the war, Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov either lied to you or didn't know what he was talking about. Can you deal with him in the future? And the connected question today is, European capitals are evicting Russian officials. Will the U.S. follow? Thanks.
Thanks, Nick. I can't comment on the specific report that you're referring to, but what I can say is this, because we've said it before. We said before Russia committed this aggression that if it did, part of its campaign plan was to inflict atrocities, was to target individuals, was to commit the kinds of crimes that we're now seeing, to terrorize civilian populations. And so this, as we saw it, was part of the game plan all along. Now, horrifically, the world is seeing it as we see what happens in Bucha. And I've described it as there's a strange thing going on in the sense that, look, our TV screens have been filled for the last 42, 43 days with images coming out of Ukraine. Thanks to incredibly courageous Ukrainians who are filming things on their smartphones, and incredibly courageous reporters who stayed in Ukraine and are trying to bring this to the world. And yet, sometimes this constant flow of images almost normalizes and trivializes things to the point that people kind of see it as something that's in the background and don't respond to it. But then, something so stark, so outrageous emerges, like Bucha, that it hits people. And again, to me, it's like we've seen, as the Ukrainians have pushed back this Russian tide, we see with the tide receding what's left behind, and that is horrific death and destruction. With regard to diplomacy, look, there are diplomats from various countries that one deals with in the course of doing your job who occasionally have, or more than occasionally have, an adversarial relationship with the truth. That's part of the job.
And the Russian officials, will the U.S. follow European?
We are always looking at this, and we'll continue to do so.
We'll take a final question from Terry Schultz.
Thanks, Mr. Secretary. Sorry, just to follow up on Missy's question. You yourself called what happened in Bucha outrageous. everyone knows, the Secretary General says that we are preparing for more such atrocities in Mariupol, in Donbass, as a major offensive is coming. How do you sit across the table from Dmytro Kuleba and said, well, we're looking at what else we think you might need, when he surely comes with a list? He tells us he came with a list. He gives us his list. So, and he says he doesn't have the days that you are taking to look at this. How do you explain that to him?
I talk to Foreign Minister Kuleba multiple times a week, and we're constantly going over what it is Ukraine needs, what it is we're providing, what it is we're helping other allies and partners provide. And again, you'll have to, ask him, but I think we were just together maybe an hour ago, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think he said very clearly the appreciation that he has and that Ukraine has for the support that we have been consistently providing. So as we're speaking, we continue to provide what Ukraine needs, but it's also a constantly evolving picture. They're coming forward with new systems that they think that would be helpful and effective. We put our own expertise to bear, especially the Pentagon, to help determine what indeed we think could be effective, what Ukrainians would be ready to use as soon as they get it, and what we actually have access to and can get to them in real time. So it is an ongoing process. And again, the fact that the Russians have been pushed out of Kyiv, that they've been pushed back to eastern Ukraine, is the product of two things. First, as I said, the extraordinary courage of Ukrainians, but second, the fact that they've had in hand, including from before the aggression started, the tools necessary to help achieve that.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
So hello everyone, thank you for waiting for us. We will begin shortly and then have some questions. So Foreign Minister of Ukraine, Dmytro Kuleba.
Yes. Good afternoon all. It was an important opportunity for me, allies and other partner countries of NATO to get together today in Brussels for the ministerial to discuss what else could be done to support Ukraine's defensive war against Russia, and also to discuss the global implications of the Russian aggression against Ukraine. I came here with a simple message. My agenda for the discussion had only 3 items. It's weapons, weapons, and weapons. To win the war, first and foremost, you need weapons. The point is very simple. Euro-Atlantic security is indivisible. And fighting against Russian planes, tanks, and personnel in Ukraine, we are defending not only ourselves, but also the security of NATO members, of the allies. And the deal, a fair deal that Ukraine is proposing is simple. You provide us with everything that we need, and we will fight for our security, but also for your security, so that President Putin will have no chance to test Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty. I was pleased to hear today a growing understanding about allies, of the fact that Ukraine is fighting not only for itself but also for them, and a growing understanding of the countries who belong to eastern flank of NATO, that support to Ukraine should be stepped up, and it's natural because we are neighboring eastern flank countries directly. I am cautiously optimistic about the outcomes of our discussions, and I'm looking for the allies heard us. I was very specific in the requests and the timeline that these requests should be accommodated. So I will be looking forward to the follow-up from allies to everything that was said and discussed today. Thank you.
So let's start with NBC, you want it? Okay, then Ukrinform, Dmitry Shkurko.
Dmitry Shkurko, National News Agency of Ukraine. General Secretary Stoltenberg said that Russia needs like 2 weeks for regrouping its forces before the next major offensive operation. So that my question is if Ukraine have enough time to recover before that offensive and to prepare properly. And the second question is quite a diplomatic one. As we saw in Bucha and other Ukrainian cities which were occupied, we have now this absolutely Nazi behavior, and officials in Moscow just confirmed that we have dealing with the state Nazi policies in Russia. My question is, what is in principle possible to discuss with them in a negotiation process? Thank you.
By the way, I was told that Ukrainian interpretation is available, so Ukrainian journalists can ask me questions in Ukrainian. I promise to interpreters that they will have some work to do. First, yes, Russia withdrew from Kiev and the vicinity of Kiev, not because, as it was stated by Putin's spokesperson Peskov, they wanted to create constructive atmosphere for negotiations, but because they were pushed back by Ukrainian army and because they required additional resources for a large-scale offensive in Donbas. So we do observe redeployment of Russia's units from north of Ukraine and northeast of Ukraine to eastern Ukraine. And actually, as we speak, the battle for Donbas is underway. It has not reached its maximum scale, but every day the heaviest fighting takes place in that part of Ukraine. And more is to come, unfortunately. The battle for Donbas will remind you, and I regret to say it, but this is true, the battle for Donbas will remind you of Second World War, with large operations, maneuvers, involvement of thousands of tanks, armored vehicles, planes, artillery. This will not be a local operation based on what we see in Russia's preparations to it. Russia has its plan, we have ours, and the battlefield will decide, and the outcome of this battle will be decided on the battlefield. And this is why it is so urgent for allies not to, how to put it mildly, not to tell us that they are still thinking, that they have to do all the procedures, that there are many issues which have to be sorted out before they make decisions. Either you help us now, and I'm speaking about days, not weeks, or your help will come too late. And many people will die, many civilians will lose their homes, many villages will be destroyed, exactly because this help came too late. Speaking about negotiations, I said it already, unfortunately, to my deepest regret, Bucha massacre is just the tip of the iceberg. We already see from reports from Mariupol that Mariupol is much, much worse on all accounts. And you ask the right question, how does it feel talking to the Russians after all this happened? There are 2 points which I want to make. First, I have only one question to the Russians. Who are they? Where do they come from that they have no compassion or empathy, neither to children whom they rape, women and girls who are raped and killed, nor to civilians, to old people, even to animals and pets? They kill pets. I don't really, after Bucha, I don't understand who are they, who are these people? And while asking myself this question, I also understand that to prevent more Buchas, we have to talk. We have to talk and see how we can end this war. However, and I will be very honest with you, it is clear that the positions of delegations in talks will be defined by the successes of relevant armies on the battleground and the impact of sanctions imposed on Russia. These are the 2 main criteria which make either our or their position stronger in talks. And of course, we are entirely focused on making sure that we will be stronger and we will eventually prevail.
Next one, Associated Press.
Hello, thank you for your question. Mark Carlson from Associated Press. Have you received any promises of new military equipment today?
You know, weapons are like money. They love silence. And I will not be in a position to go into details. But let me put it this way. I have no doubts that Ukraine will have weapons necessary to fight. The question is the timeline. The discussion is not about the list of weapons. The discussion is about the timeline. When do we get them? And this is crucial, as I explained earlier, because 1 month, 2 weeks ago, it was enough to say what will be given. Today, it's more important to know when it will be given. And this is something that allies have to sort out and to find appropriate solutions.
Okay, gentlemen. Yeah. You have the microphone. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Foreign Minister. Nick Beak from the BBC. You say that in terms of weapons, it's when, not if. What is holding things up? Is it a lack of will, or is it the logistical problems that the NATO allies are facing? And also, President Zelenskyy has talked about the recent sanctions that the UK and the US have been saying will make a big difference. He says that they're spectacular, but they're not enough. Did you get a sense that some of the NATO allies were maybe holding back on weapons because they want sanctions to do the hard work first of all?
The answer to the second question is no. I think these are two parallel tracks where we see different progress with different allies. Some are more advanced on sanctions while being more reluctant on providing us with weapons. Others, to the contrary, are willing to provide with weapons but are more conservative when it comes to sanctions. The point that President makes is very simple. We appreciate everything.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates. Good morning, everyone. One early morning of April 1993, delegates to the United Nations had coffee, kissed their loved ones, and went to the quiet and comfortable United Nations headquarters to do business as usual. Perhaps as many of us have done this very morning. The same morning in early April 1993, Boutros Ghali sent a special rapporteur to report on extrajudicial summary arbitrary executions in Rwanda. He reported a more robust United Nations response was needed. Critically, it found that the abuses could be precursors to genocide in 1993. Unfortunately, that was largely ignored by overstretched Secretariat of the United Nations. In early April, once again in April, in 1994, in the comfort of the United Nations headquarters, the Security Council received letters in which the Rwandan Patriotic Front reminded member states that, I quote, "When the institution of the United Nations was created after the Second World War, One of its fundamental objectives was to see to it that what happened to the Jews in Nazi Germany would never happen again. End of quote. In 1994, Rwanda itself was a non-permanent member of the Security Council. This allowed the genocidal regime to influence other members of the Council with its view of the situation. As Russia's presence today in the Security Council allows her to spread lies almost daily. In April, again in April, this time 2006, in the docks of New York by the Hudson River, an ocean-sized, state-of-the-art liner was launched. This magnificent liner was then docked on the shores of Lake Geneva. Beautiful as it is, far from being an ocean. We named this liner the Human Rights Council. The adoption of Resolution 60/251 was a culmination of 5 months of consultations and negotiations facilitated by President of the Assembly, Jan Eliasson, and Ambassador Arias of Panama and Ambassador Kumalo of South Africa. Let me remind you the words of Mr. Jan Eliasson, the President of the 60th session of the UN General Assembly, before the adoption of the resolution. He said, and I quote, we have now reached a decisive moment, both for the promotion and protection of human rights and for effective multilateralism and the standing of the United Nations as a whole. As our leaders acknowledged in September 2005, the 3 pillars of the United Nations, development, peace and security, and human rights, are interlinked and mutually reinforcing. End of quote. Now the world has come to a crucial juncture. We witness that our liner is going through treacherous fogs towards deadly icebergs. It might seem that we should have named it the Titanic instead of the Human Rights Council. If not, we need to take an action today to save the Council from sinking. The composition of the Human Rights Council is as diverse as the world map, as this Assembly is. But this Council, unlike the Assembly, has been established for a specific purpose to promote and protect human rights around the world. And we are in a unique situation now when on the territory of another sovereign state, a member of the Human Rights Council commits horrific human rights violations and abuses that could be equated to war crimes and crimes against humanity. Bucha and dozens of other Ukrainian cities and villages where thousands of peaceful residents have been killed, tortured, raped, abducted, and robbed by the Russian army serve as an example of how dramatically far the Russian Federation has gone from its initial declarations in the human rights domain. That is why this case is unique, and today's response is obvious and self-explanatory. Let me offer you another quote. Our topmost priority is to ensure all human rights and freedoms in their entirety, including political and civil rights and decent socio-economic and environmental living standards. I believe that these questions are not an internal matter of states, but rather their obligations under the UN Charter, the international covenants and conventions. We want to see this approach become a universal norm. End of quote. it is hard to believe that the above quotation belongs to the President of the Russian Federation. Another president, however, and other times. It was said by President Yeltsin in 1992 in his statement at the UN Security Council. We can only regret that the democratic aspirations of the peoples of Russia in early 90s have by Putin's regime been incrementally turned to their opposite. Aggression, hatred, and Soviet-style thinking and reflections, including in the area of human rights and fundamental freedoms. And now we hear completely different statements here in the United Nations from the Russian Federation. This week alone we hear from the Russian ambassador that there is a warfare in Ukraine and civilians are killed in war. It's being said as a matter of fact this Monday, in cold blood and as an absolute normal course of action, also known as quote-unquote special operation. Shall we agree with the describing of killings as something normal? The only healthy answer should be no, in order to contribute to the maintenance of the UN's health and the health of its human rights mechanism. All of you received the Russian diplomatic note yesterday, in which our collective effort to preserve the credibility of the Human Rights Council was considered as an approach to preserve the, I quote, domination and total control in the world, end of quote, and human rights neo-colonial policy in international affairs. We have heard many times the same perverted logic of the aggressor attempting to present itself as a victim, while in fact doing exactly what it cries against in its note, killing citizens of neighboring country, trying to dominate, if it not colonize it. In reply to that, we call on Russia, when its rights of membership in the Human Rights Council are suspended, to return to responsible behavior by implementing the decisions of this Assembly and of Human Rights Council. If Russia expulses itself from the Council, it would be its own choice, and there will be no need to blame others. Suspension of the rights of membership of the Russian Federation in the Human Rights Council is not an option, but a duty. And let me quote how this duty is formulated in the operative paragraph 8 of Resolution 60/251, and I quote, "The General Assembly may suspend the rights of membership in the Council of a member of the Council that commits gross and systematic violations of human rights," end of quote. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's not an option, it is what the resolution prescribes. We view voting to suspend a state's Human Rights Council rights as a rare and extraordinary action. However, Russia's actions are beyond the pale. Russia is not only committing human rights violations, it is shaking the underpinnings of international peace and security. A draft resolution on the matter under A/ES 11/L4 is a result of the collective effort of a cross-regional group of 24 states that represent all regions. It has been co-sponsored so far by more than 50 UN member states. I call upon all responsible member states to support the draft. Let me now once again refer to the commemoration of one of the darkest pages in recent history, the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda. On this day of grievances and bearing its own tragedy of thousands of Ukrainians killed by the Russian invaders, Ukraine stands together with Rwanda and calls to reaffirm our pledge to never forget and to never allow the recurrence of genocide, which was a result of the international community's indifference. To those of you who, for this or another reason, opts today to keep being a bystander, to abstain, let me quote Elie Wiesel addressing President Clinton in 1999, talking about the perils of indifference. Indifference elicits no response. Indifference is not a response. Indifference is not a beginning, it is an end. And therefore, indifference is always the friend of the enemy, for it benefits the aggressor, never his victim, whose pain is magnified when he or she feels forgotten. The political prisoner in his cell, the hungry children, the homeless refugees, not to respond to their plight, not to relieve their solitude by offering them a spark of hope, is to exile them from human memory. And in denying their humanity, we betray our own. End of quote. The genocide in Rwanda was largely due to the indifference of the world's community. When the UN did not respond to warnings in the UN Security Council and in General Assembly a year before the tragedy that we commemorate exactly on this day, on the 7th of April. Today, in the case of Ukraine, it's not even a year, because the tragedy is unfolding right now before our eyes. In a couple of minutes, you will have a chance to prove that you are not an indifferent bystander. All you need to do is to press the yes button. and to save the Human Rights Council and many lives around the world and in Ukraine. On the other hand, pressing no means pulling a trigger and means a red dot on the screen. Red as the blood of the innocent lives lost. And this image of the red bloody dots on this screen will stay with you and all of us as long as memory does not fail us. Think about it. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Ukraine. We shall now proceed to consider draft resolution A/ES-11/L4. Before giving the floor for explanations of vote before the vote, may I remind delegations that explanations of vote are limited to 10 minutes and should be made by delegations from their seats. I now give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Благодарю вас, господин председатель. Сейчас не время и не место для театрального пафоса и патетики в стиле представителя Украины. Поэтому я выступлю по существу. Рассматриваемый сегодня проект резолюции по факту не имеет ничего общего с положением в области прав человека. Я повторю слова нашей ноты, на которые сослался посол Кислица. То, что мы видим сегодня, это попытка США сохранить свое доминирующее положение и тотальный контроль, продолжить линию на правозащитный колониализм в международных отношениях. Часть государства уже пребывает в статусе подчиненных. Тех же, кто способен и желает проводить независимую внешнюю политику, пытаются вытеснить на периферию международной жизни. Сегодня мы видим, как усилиями небольшой группы стран правозащитная архитектура дала огромную трещину. И эта архитектура выстраивалась десятилетиями кропотливой работы. Напомню, официальный представитель генсекретаря ООН охарактеризовал возможное исключение России из состава СПЧ как опасный прецедент. Как показывает практика, западные подходы по решению острых правозащитных проблем в отдельных странах не увенчались успехом. Ни один конфликт не был урегулирован, а лишь усугубился. Во многом этому способствовало активное задействование излюбленного западными странами инструментария в виде диктата, санкций и военного вмешательства. Россия же на протяжении всего своего членства в комиссии и в Совете ООН по правам человека последовательно отстаивала принцип равноправного и взаимоуважительного сотрудничества государств в качестве главной основы функционирования правозащитной системы. Нашим приоритетом всегда было укрепление конструктивного диалога, вовлечение всех заинтересованных сторон в процесс коллективной выработки и принятия решений в области поощрения и защиты прав человека. Мы отвергаем лживые инсинуации в наш адрес на основе сфабрикованных материалов, постановочных кадров и тиражируемых фейков. Господин председатель, учитывая вышеизложенное, мы ставим проект резолюции на голосование и призываем всех присутствующих еще раз внимательным образом обдумать свое решение и проголосовать против попытки западных стран и их союзников разрушить существующую правозащитную архитектуру. Я благодарю вас.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation. I will now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kazakhstan.
The Chair, Kazakhstan closely follows the situation in Ukraine, with concern, and expresses its condolences to the families of those who were killed and wish speedy recovery for those injured during hostilities. We call on all the parties to speedily terminate hostilities and to search for compromises aimed at establishing peace. We also adhere to the position that there is no alternative to a peaceful solution on the problem based on the principles of international law and the UN Charter. Humanitarian situation in Ukraine is dire and needs constant attention, and Kazakhstan has already provided Ukraine with humanitarian aid, sending 3 planes with over 50 tons of medicine and essential goods. Regarding the draft resolution on the suspension of the rights of membership of the Russian Federation in the Human Rights Council, we would like to note the following. First of all, in our opinion, the adoption of this resolution will not contribute to the settlement of the conflict. At the moment, it is extremely important not to undermine the negotiation process. In the current situation, it is necessary for all of us to use diplomatic efforts at all international forums, including Human Rights Council, in order to find ways to resolve the problem as soon as possible. Secondly, according to the paragraph 8 of the resolution on the establishment of Human Rights Council, membership of the Council can be suspended in case of gross and systematic violation of human rights. To establish that case, we need to have results of a transparent, unbiased, and professional investigation. In this regard, we believe that the consideration of today's resolution in the General Assembly must be preceded by a comprehensive investigation of human rights violation in Ukraine, carried out under the framework of relevant international mechanisms. We believe that only after receiving concrete conclusions and reliable information, the General Assembly may consider this issue. In the light of the above mentioned, today we will have to vote against this draft resolution. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Kazakhstan. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela.
Señor Presidente, como miembro fundador de las Naciones Unidas, la República Bolivariana de Venezuela está comprometida con los propósitos y principios consagrados en la Carta de nuestra organización, así como con las normas del derecho internacional. Consideramos que la promoción y protección de los derechos humanos debe ser abordada de manera justa y constructiva, sobre la base del diálogo y la cooperación, de acuerdo con los principios de imparcialidad, objetividad, transparencia, no selectividad, no politización y no confrontación. Los derechos humanos no deben ser instrumentalizados para atacar a estados soberanos, pues tal abordaje socava la esencia misma del sistema universal de derechos humanos, el cual está asociado a garantizar la universalidad, goce y disfrute de estos derechos y libertades fundamentales para todas y todos, sin distinción ni discriminación. Señor Presidente, hace un mes en esta Asamblea insistimos en la necesidad de que las Naciones Unidas puedan desempeñar un papel central en la facilitación de soluciones pacíficas a los conflictos a través del diálogo y la negociación política. Hoy lamentamos que se haya escogido el camino del escalamiento de las tensiones y se haya profundizado las divisiones entre los miembros de las Naciones Unidas. Ese es el camino equivocado. Alertamos al mundo sobre el peligro real y claro de que la actual situación en la región de Europa del Este se prolongue en el tiempo, generando consecuencias que tardarán generaciones para ser superadas. Alertamos sobre los efectos expansivos alrededor del mundo, especialmente en las condiciones de vida de los sectores más vulnerables en cada país, donde cientos de millones de personas sufren hoy las consecuencias del aumento en los costos de alimentos, de la electricidad y del transporte, así como de la escasez de bienes esenciales provocada por la interrupción de las cadenas internacionales de abastecimiento. Alertamos también sobre el inicio de una nueva carrera armamentista que amenaza con desviar hacia la guerra recursos que deben ser utilizados para el desarrollo y la lucha contra la pobreza. El panorama es terrible, pero el mundo se enfrenta a un peligro aún mayor. Vemos con alarma fuerzas que alientan un choque de bloques con la falsa ilusión de una victoria unipolar definitiva, un choque que provocará un conflicto mundial entre potencias nucleares que destruirá la humanidad tal y como la conocemos hoy. Es nuestra obligación reducir las tensiones y fortalecer todas las opciones que permitan la regulación de conflictos y su solución pacífica. Señor presidente, lamentablemente, el proyecto de resolución presentado hoy es un ejemplo de politización de los derechos humanos para avanzar agendas nacionales e intereses geopolíticos. El proyecto trata de expulsar del sistema de derechos humanos a la Federación de Rusia, un país que es parte imprescindible, queramos o no, parte imprescindible en la solución de la crisis de la región de Europa del Este. Sin la Federación Rusa no hay acuerdo de paz posible en Europa. La paz sin Rusia es un espejismo ideológico, una alucinación de los que creen que ha llegado el momento de lograr la victoria definitiva de una potencia unipolar. Esa es una ideología contraria a la paz internacional. Si esta resolución es aprobada, afectará las actuales negociaciones que se llevan a cabo entre las partes y nos empujará deliberadamente a una fase más aguda del conflicto, una fase más larga y difícil de resolver. Señor presidente, otro resultado inmediato de la aprobación de la resolución será la fractura histórica del mejor instrumento creado para defender los derechos humanos en el mundo, como es el Consejo de Derechos Humanos. Una vez perdidos los equilibrios existentes, se afectará su credibilidad, su función y su mandato. Estaremos creando una crisis sistémica de confianza que terminaría por afectar a las Naciones Unidas como organización universal capaz de gestionar crisis regionales y mundiales y de trabajar como un verdadero instrumento para la paz. Señor presidente, por todo lo anterior, la República de Venezuela rechaza categóricamente los intentos por suspender a la Federación de Rusia como miembro electo del Consejo de Derechos Humanos y hace un llamado a los miembros responsables de la comunidad internacional a votar en contra de la resolución. Muchas gracias.
I thank the distinguished representative of Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
President, my delegation expressed deep concern to current development of political situation in Ukraine. Also, we are very concerned that some countries continue to push confrontation and distrust among member states instead of giving priority to ease tension and seek political and peaceful solution to resolve current crisis in Ukraine. We reject any politically motivated initiative, lack of objectivity, impartiality, and transparency. The alleged accusation of the cruel atrocity against the civil population in Ukraine, including a relevant report and images of the civilian deaths in Bucha, have not surely verified and proved based on the real fact and objective evidence. Prior to considering the draft resolution before us, the independent investigation must be made, and for this, sufficient time and efforts are required. However, some member states are acting and moving very recklessly for their political goals. by submitting such draft resolution. Such political and unilateral action do not help to solve the problem at all. We take note of the efforts of the Russian Federation to address the humanitarian situation in and around Ukraine. Draft resolution is nothing but another example of the product of the political confrontation aiming at tarnishing one member state at the UN stage. For this reason, my delegation against draft resolutions contain document A/ES-11/L4. I thank you, President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Democratic People's Republic of Korea. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
The Islamic Republic of Iran has on a number of occasions expressed its principled position with regard to the ongoing conflict in Ukraine, including during the adoption of the two previous resolutions of the 11th Emergency Special Session of the United Nations General Assembly. My delegation would like to underline once again the need for peaceful settlement of disputes in accordance with international law and for the full respect by all parties for the well-established provisions of the United Nations Charter and international law, including international humanitarian law. We emphasize that sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states must be fully respected and the safety and security of all civilians must be guaranteed. Iran remains deeply concerned about the continuous deterioration of the humanitarian situation in and around Ukraine, which has sparked significant alarm in the international community. We call for an immediate cessation of hostilities and emphasize the importance of complying with international humanitarian law by all parties. We repeat our call for unimpeded humanitarian access to all areas of the armed conflict in Ukraine. The humanitarian needs of the affected population must be addressed immediately, and the delivery of food, medicine, and other essential services to the people in need must be facilitated. The international community should encourage and support continued direct negotiations between Russia and Ukraine until peace is restored. The Islamic Republic of Iran once again calls for de-escalation of tensions in the current conflict and an urgent and lasting solution to this crisis through dialogue. Mr. President, we consider the text of the resolution before the General Assembly contained in document L3 as politically driven, which undermines the impartiality of our organization. My government attaches great importance to the promotion and protection of human rights. However, we are against the exploitation of UN human rights machinery for political ends, which contravenes the principles of universality, non-selectivity, and objectivity in addressing human rights issues. We have always maintained that human rights should not be undermined by short-sighted political considerations. We stress that the work of the Human Rights Council should be performed in a non-confrontational and non-politicized manner, and membership in this body should not be politicized. We would like to reiterate our position on the centrality of the principles of objectivity, dialogue, and cooperation towards the protection and promotion of all human rights based on a non-selective and non-politicized approach. We are of the view that the exploitation of paragraph 8 of UN General Assembly Resolution 60/251 deepens confrontation and attenuates constructive dialogue between countries. For the above-mentioned reasons, my delegation will vote against the draft resolution contained in document L4. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Syrian Arab Republic.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. سيد الرئيس، مجددا يشهد هذا المنبر الدولي الهام استغلالا لمسائل حقوق الإنسان لخدمة المصالح السياسية الضيقة لبعض الدول وخلق حالة من الاستقطاب والتسييس لاستهداف الاتحاد الروسي بذريعة التعامل مع الأوضاع الإنسانية في أوكرانيا. وفدي يؤكد الحرص على ضمان احترام حقوق الإنسان وأهمية تقديم المساعدة الإنسانية الضرورية لجميع مناطق الأزمات، لكنه في الوقت نفسه يرفض أي تسييس للمسائل الإنسانية، ويشدد على أهمية اعتماد مبادئ الحياد والموضوعية وعدم التمييز في قضايا حقوق الإنسان. السيد الرئيس، إن هذا التحرك الغربي المنسق للتشهير بالاتحاد الروسي لا علاقة له بحقوق الإنسان في أوكرانيا أو في أي مكان آخر، وإنما يندرج في إطار سعي دول غربية لفرض هيمنتها وسيطرتها على العالم، وذلك من خلال محاصرة روسيا ومعاقبتها على سياساتها الخارجية المستقلة. فعندما دمرت الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية وحلفائها مدينة الرقة السورية وقتلت الآلاف من الأبرياء فيها، لم نرى هذا الحشد السياسي والإعلامي الدولي لفضح منتهكي حقوق الإنسان. إن قرار الجمعية العامة رقم 60/251 المنشئ لمجلس حقوق الإنسان أكد على أن جميع حقوق الإنسان عالمية وغير قابلة للتجزئة ومترابطة ومتشابكة، وأنه يتعين معاملة جميع حقوق الإنسان معاملة منصفة وعادلة وعلى قدم المساواة وبالقدر نفسه من الاهتمام. إلا أن الممارسة العملية التي شهدناها منذ إنشاء هذا المجلس وحتى الآن تثبت تبني بعض الدول الغربية للتسييس والانتقائية والمعايير المزدوجة في التعامل مع قضايا حقوق الإنسان، إذ تركز على حالات دول بعينها بما يخدم أغراضها السياسية، وفي نفس الوقت تغض الطرف عن حالات أخرى تم فيها ارتكاب انتهاكات جسيمة وممنهجة لحقوق الإنسان على مرأى ومسمع العالم أجمع. وما يتعرض له الشعب الفلسطيني على مدى عقود على يد قوات الاحتلال الإسرائيلية أوضح دليل على ذلك. والمثال الآخر على نفاق تلك الدول هو تجاهلها لحقوق وأمن وسلامة المدنيين بما فيهم الأطفال والنساء في دونباس، الذين تعرضوا لحملة عدائية ممنهجة وقصف مستمر لعدة سنوات. فلماذا لم نشهد مثل هذا التحرك الغربي من أجل حمايتهم والدفاع عن حقوقهم؟ إن تذرع الساعين وراء هذا التحرك بنص الفقرة 8 من قرار إنشاء مجلس حقوق الإنسان يثير قلقا جديا حول ماهية القرائن التي تم الاستناد عليها في الحديث عن ارتكاب انتهاكات جسيمة ومنهجية لحقوق الإنسان، وما مدى مصداقية المصادر التي تم الاعتماد عليها، وما هي الآليات الدولية المحايدة التي أكدت وقوع مثل تلك الانتهاكات وحددت هوية مرتكبيها. إن قيام بعض الدول بإطلاق الاتهامات والترويج لها عبر دعاية مضللة من خلال نشر صور وفيديوهات مجهولة المصدر والمكان ونشرها عبر المصادر المفتوحة لا يمكن أن يكون أساسا متينا كي تتخذ الجمعية العامة قرارا بشأنها. وكما في الحالة السورية، فإن جلسات مجلس الأمن والجمعية العامة يجب أن تسبقها دائما مسرحيات واستفزازات، وهو ما نشهده الآن في الحالة الأوكرانية، وذلك لتبرير القرارات التي تخطط الدول الغربية والمعادية لاتخاذها باسم شرعيتهم الدولية المزعومة. السيد الرئيس، إن مشروع القرار المعروض أمامنا اليوم ينطوي على حالة خطيرة من العدائية، ومثال واضح على انتهاج سياسة الإقصاء التي لطالما حذرت منها بلادي. فتعليق عضوية الاتحاد الروسي في مجلس حقوق الإنسان سيكون له تأثير سلبي على حالة التوازن فيه وعلى عالميته وفاعلية دوره، إذ أن هذا التعليق سيعزز هيمنة مجموعة من الدول الغربية على هذا الجهاز الهام وفرض رؤيتها ومعاييرها في مجال حقوق الإنسان واستخدامها كأداة للضغط السياسي واستهداف دول بعينها. وإذا كنا أكثر صراحة وشفافية فإننا نرى في مثل هذه الممارسات تهديدا لوجود منظومة الأمم المتحدة ذاتها. بناء عليه وانطلاقا من موقفه الثابت والراسخ في رفض جميع محاولات تسييس حقوق الإنسان والتلاعب بها، سيصوت وفدي ضد مشروع القرار قيد النظر، ويحث الوفود الأخرى على التنبه لمخاطر الانجرار وراء مساعي الصدام والعزل والاستعداء، ويدعو إلى رفض سياسة المعايير المزدوجة والنأي بمواضيع حقوق الإنسان عن أي اعتبارات سياسية. وإذا أرادت دولنا استمرار وبقاء الأمم المتحدة فعلينا جميعا أن نقول لا لمثل هذه القرارات. شكرا السيد الرئيس.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Syrian Arab Republic. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Cuba.
Señor presidente, Cuba ha abogado y trabajado siempre por un Consejo de Derechos Humanos capaz de enfrentar los complejos retos que tiene la comunidad internacional en esta materia, de los que ningún país está exento. Defendemos la objetividad, imparcialidad y transparencia en las labores de ese órgano y que sus procedimientos y mecanismos trabajen sobre la base de información veraz y contrastada. El uso de la cláusula de suspensión de la membresía del Consejo en modo alguno favorecerá la búsqueda de una solución pacífica, negociada y duradera al conflicto en Ucrania, y mucho menos ayudará a fomentar el clima de cooperación, diálogo y entendimiento que debe primar al abordarse la cuestión de los derechos humanos. Es irrespetuoso, además, que a tan solo unos días de concluir un periodo ordinario de sesiones del Consejo de Derechos Humanos, ni siquiera se le haya dado la oportunidad a ese órgano de pronunciarse al respecto. Señor presidente, desde que se inició el proceso de negociaciones sobre la construcción del nuevo Consejo que sucedería a la Comisión de Derechos Humanos, Cuba se opuso a la cláusula de suspensión de la membresía debido al serio riesgo de que la misma fuese utilizada por determinados países que privilegian el doble rasero, la selectividad y la politización de los temas de derechos humanos. Esa cláusula puede ser activada con el apoyo de apenas 2/3 de los presentes y votantes. Por tanto, las abstenciones no cuentan y ni siquiera se establece un mínimo requerido de votos para que se apruebe la suspensión. Para ser electo miembro del Consejo de Derechos Humanos, un país necesita obtener como mínimo en votación secreta el apoyo de la mayoría de los miembros de la ONU, es decir, al menos 97 votos. De tal manera, los derechos de un miembro del Consejo pueden ser suspendidos por la voluntad de un número de estados menor de los que decidieron elegirlo y otorgarle esos derechos. La Federación de Rusia, que fue electa como miembro del Consejo de Derechos Humanos en el año 2020 con 158 votos, hoy pudiera ser suspendida con una cantidad inferior. Ese mecanismo de suspensión, que no tiene paralelo en ningún otro órgano de las Naciones Unidas, puede ser fácilmente utilizado de manera selectiva. Hoy es Rusia, pero mañana puede ser cualquiera de nuestros países, particularmente naciones del sur, que no se pliegan a los intereses de dominación y que defienden con firmeza su independencia. No fue casualidad que los más entusiastas promotores de la cláusula de suspensión de la membresía cuando se negociaba la construcción del nuevo Consejo de Derechos Humanos, fueron naciones desarrolladas con demostrada tendencia a acusar a países del sur que no se ajustan a sus supuestos modelos de democracia, mientras permanecen en silencio cómplice ante flagrantes violaciones de derechos humanos en países occidentales. Por supuesto, no todos en esta sala comparten nuestras preocupaciones sobre el mecanismo de suspensión, pues saben que las víctimas de su uso selectivo siempre serán otros. ¿Podría esta Asamblea aprobar algún día una resolución suspendiendo la membresía de Estados Unidos en el Consejo de Derechos Humanos, por poner solo un ejemplo? Todos sabemos que eso no ha sucedido ni sucederá, a pesar de sus violaciones flagrantes y masivas de los derechos humanos como consecuencia de invasiones y guerras de rapiña contra estados soberanos en función de sus intereses geopolíticos. Han ocasionado la muerte de cientos de miles de civiles que denominan daños colaterales, millones de desplazados y vasta destrucción en toda la geografía de nuestro planeta. Pero esta Asamblea jamás ha suspendido ninguno de sus derechos. También sabemos todos que no se aplicará la cláusula de suspensión contra el Estado que ha impuesto contra Cuba por más de 60 años un criminal bloqueo económico, comercial y financiero que constituye sin dudas la más prolongada, flagrante, masiva y sistemática violación de los derechos humanos de todo un pueblo y un verdadero acto de genocidio contra todo un país. Resulta cuando menos irónico observar que el país que se opuso al establecimiento del Consejo de Derechos Humanos y solicitó en esta misma sala el voto en contra de la resolución que lo creó, es el mismo que ha activado a su conveniencia ahora, como lo hizo en 2011, una de las cláusulas más controversiales de ese foro. Señor presidente, Cuba será consecuente con las reservas que realizó respecto al mecanismo de suspensión de la membresía al adoptarse en el año 2006 la resolución 60/251 que estableció el Consejo de Derechos Humanos y la 65/265 de 2011 sobre la suspensión de derechos de Libia. La aprobación del proyecto de resolución que hoy consideramos sentará un peligroso precedente adicional, en particular para el sur. No les basta con imponer resoluciones contra países y mandatos selectivos. Ahora se proponen dar un nuevo paso de avance en la legitimación de la selectividad y la conformación de un Consejo de Derechos Humanos cada vez más al servicio de determinados países, como lo estuvo en su momento la extinta y desacreditada Comisión de Derechos Humanos. Por las razones expuestas, la delegación cubana votará en contra del proyecto de resolución contenido en el documento L4. Gracias.
I thank the distinguished representative of Cuba. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Senegal.
Monsieur le Président, à l'instar de la communauté internationale, le Sénégal reste profondément préoccupé par le lourd bilan de la guerre en Ukraine qui a déjà occasionné de nombreux morts ainsi que des millions de réfugiés et de déplacés. À ce sombre tableau s'ajoutent des allégations de graves violations des droits de l'homme. En tout temps et en tout lieu, la guerre est une faillite pour l'humanité. Le Sénégal est pour la paix en Ukraine au nom d'une humanité sans frontières. Le Sénégal est également pour la paix en Ukraine parce que nos pays sont des victimes collatérales de cette crise de portée mondiale en raison de ces graves conséquences, particulièrement graves sur nos économies et nos populations. Le Sénégal est pour la désescalade, pour l'arrêt immédiat des hostilités en Ukraine et la poursuite des négociations en vue de parvenir à une solution pacifique et durable de la crise. C'est le sens du communiqué publié le 24 février 2022 par son Excellence Monsieur le Président Macky Sall en sa qualité de président en exercice de l'Union africaine, de concert avec le président de la commission de l'UA, communiqué appelant, je cite, au respect impératif du droit international, de l'intégrité territoriale et de la souveraineté de l'Ukraine. Fin de citation. C'est aussi le sens du soutien du Sénégal à la résolution ES 11/2 de la session spéciale de l'Assemblée générale du 24 mars 2022 sur les conséquences humanitaires de la guerre en Ukraine. C'est également le sens de notre vote en faveur de la résolution A/HRC/49/1 du Conseil des droits de l'homme du 4 mars 2022 sur la situation des droits de l'homme en Ukraine et portant notamment mise en place d'une commission d'enquête internationale sur les allégations de violations des droits de l'homme dans le pays consécutivement à la guerre. Nous estimons que c'est la publication des conclusions de cette commission qui nous donnera une vue complète de la nature et de l'ampleur des violations alléguées. Cette vue complète nous donnera par conséquent la mesure exacte des sanctions à envisager. Or, la présente résolution décide de mesures de sanctions sans que la commission d'enquête que nous avons mise en place n'ait rendu ses conclusions, anticipant ainsi sur le travail attendu d'elle. Tenant compte de toutes ces considérations, le Sénégal votera abstention sur ce texte pour rester cohérent avec la résolution du Conseil des droits de l'homme du 4 mars 2022 portant mise en place d'une commission d'enquête internationale sur les allégations de violation des droits de l'homme en Ukraine. Je vous remercie.
I thank the distinguished representative of Senegal. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of South Africa.
Mr. President, South Africa is deeply concerned about the continuing conflict in Ukraine, the loss of lives, and the deteriorating humanitarian situation. We reiterate our view that as a matter of urgency, there must be a cessation of hostilities, which would be the first step in a comprehensive response to the humanitarian crisis. South Africa stresses once again that dialogue, mediation, and diplomacy is the only path to end the current conflict. Wars end when dialogues begin, and wars endure when there is no dialogue. In this regard, we welcome the efforts by Ukraine and Russia to hold talks without preconditions. South Africa expresses the hope that both parties will use diplomacy to de-escalate the situation in Ukraine, leading to a durable political and security situation. We maintain that all parties have much to gain from a negotiated outcome and much to lose from unnecessary and violent conflict. The General Assembly must therefore encourage mediation and dialogue and adopt constructive outcomes leading to that. Mr. President, South Africa is deeply concerned at the reports of civilian casualties in Ukraine. As the international community, we cannot be indifferent to the killing and suffering of civilians. The humanitarian crisis that has resulted from the ongoing military operations must be addressed, and there must be an urgent opening of humanitarian corridors and the provision of aid to the civilian population, which, as usual, bears the brunt of the suffering when violent confrontation breaks out. All parties to the conflict must comply with international human rights and humanitarian law, including the Geneva Conventions, and must respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all member states in keeping with the UN Charter. Mr. President, on 4th March 2022, the Human Rights Council adopted a resolution authorizing the establishment of an international commission of inquiry to investigate all alleged violations and abuses of human rights and violations of international law and related crimes in Ukraine. The Commission has not yet commenced its work, and we await its findings on the allegations of gross violations and abuses of human rights and violations of international humanitarian law. South Africa is of the firm belief that the tabling of the resolution that we will consider today is premature and prejudges the outcomes of the Commission of Inquiry. We must allow the Commission to urgently undertake its mandate and report to the Human Rights Council and the General Assembly on its outcomes. It is also imperative that all parties to the conflict must allow the Commission to perform its duties without any hindrance and interference. Mr. President, we recall Resolution 60251, which is the basis of the resolution before us and which established the Human Rights Council, also recognizes inter alia, I quote, the importance of ensuring universality, objectivity, and non-selectivity in the consideration of human rights issues and the elimination of double standards and politicization, close quote. Unfortunately, the resolution that we are considering today will further divide and polarize the matter and the General Assembly itself without following due process. South Africa maintains that in considering the suspension of a member of the Human Rights Council, we must be consistent and not selective, as this would undermine the credibility of the General Assembly and the Human Rights Council. For these reasons, South Africa will abstain on the resolution. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of South Africa. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Egypt.
سيد الرئيس، إن مصر لا تنظر إلى مشروع القرار المطروح باعتباره متصلا بأزمة أوكرانيا أو مبدأ عدم جواز اللجوء إلى القوة المسلحة أو المساس بسيادة الدول،
وإنما باعتباره مرتبطا بالتوجه نحو تسييس أجهزة الأمم المتحدة ووكالاتها المتخصصة. وإن الموقف المصري المبدئي والثابت إنما يرفض هذا التوجه لما ينطوي عليه من إهدار للغرض الذي أنشئت من أجله المنظمة ووكالاتها وأجهزتها، وما يقود إليه ذلك من دحض لمصداقيتها وللعمل الدولي متعدد الأطراف. وتعتبر مصر أن ما نحن بصدده اليوم اتصالا بطرح مشروع القرار يمثل منعطفا خطيرا في مسار منظمة الأمم المتحدة على مدى عمرها. إن احترام المنظمة لميثاقها وقواعدها وإجراءاتها ونظام عملها قد عزز من اعتماد المجتمع الدولي عليها من أجل ترسيخ منظومة العمل الدولي استنادا إلى قواعد وآليات يحتكم إليها لحسن إدارة العلاقات الدولية والحفاظ على السلم والأمن الدوليين، وهو ما يعد مهددا الآن. سيد الرئيس، إن مشروع القرار المطروح إنما يعد إهدارا لآليات المنظمة التي طالما كانت محل ثقة أعضاء المجتمع الدولي، ومؤشرا ينذر ببدء اهتزاز مصداقية الأمم المتحدة وآلياتها، وهو الأمر الذي سيكون له تداعيات بالغة الآثار السلبية على قدرتها على الاطلاع بمسؤولياتها وفقا لميثاقها وما استقر من عمل بشأنه على مدى 75 عاما. سيد الرئيس، تعرب مصر عن عدم الارتياح البالغ إزاء استمرار المعايير المزدوجة والكيل بأكثر من مكيال، فكم من المرات تم الاكتفاء بقرارات أقل حسما وأكثر تساهلا إزاء انتهاكات لحقوق الإنسان واضحة في ماض ليس بالبعيد. هذا وتؤكد مصر في ذلك السياق رفضها الكامل في ذات الوقت لأية انتهاكات جسيمة لحقوق الإنسان وخرق التزامات الدول القانونية في هذا الصدد، وترى ضرورة مواجهة مثل هذه الخروقات الجسيمة بشكل حاسم وفقا للآليات الأممية التي تكفل التصدي لتلك الأعمال المشينة واتخاذ القرار الملائم لمواجهتها. سيد الرئيس، بناء على هذه الدفوع والاعتبارات التي تم عرضها، لا ترى مصر وجاهة لطرح مشروع القرار وتتحسب لآثاره. وشكرا سيد الرئيس.
I thank the distinguished representative of Egypt. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Brazil.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, we are deeply concerned about allegations of gross violations of human rights and humanitarian law in Ukraine, including recent reports coming from the region of Bucha. The images of extreme violence against civilians and the high number of deaths, many of them with signs of torture and ill treatment, are profoundly disturbing. Our deep sympathy goes to all victims and their families. The Human Rights Council created last month a commission of inquiry with a mandate to establish the facts and circumstances that may amount to violations and abuses of human rights and of humanitarian law in Ukraine. We call on all parties to cooperate with the Commission so that it can fulfill its mandate and provide us with an unbiased and precise information on the situation on the ground. Brazil has decided to abstain in today's vote, as it believes the Commission of Inquiry should be allowed to complete its independent investigation so that responsibilities can be ascertained. Only then would this General Assembly be in a position to better assess and take a responsible and informed decision on the status of Russia in the Council. We must at all costs avoid repeating the mistakes of the old Commission on Human Rights, particularly concerning politicization, double standards, and selectivity, which had been the main flaw of the previous human rights system and the object of well-founded criticism of its work. The Human Rights Council should be guided by the imperative of inclusive dialogue as the main instrument for cooperation, sustainable solutions, and peace. Mr. President, Brazil is fully committed to finding ways to an immediate cessation of hostilities and to promoting a real dialogue conducive to a peaceful and sustainable solution. Ensuring respect for human rights and humanitarian law, protecting civilians, calling for peace, these are the objectives that should unite rather than divide us. There is no alternative to a negotiated solution and to a constructive and balanced approach aimed at preserving spaces of dialogue. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Brazil. I now wish to invite the distinguished representative of China.
Thank you, 主席先生。主席先生，在乌克兰问题上，中方始终主张，包括乌克兰在内的各国主权和领土完整都应得到尊重，联合国宪章宗旨和原则都应得到遵守，各国合理安全关切都应得到重视，一切有利于和平解决危机的努力都应得到支持。推动早日停火止战是国际社会的迫切期待，也是中方的努力方向。中方支持一切有利于缓解乌克兰人道危机的倡议和举措，呼吁当事方尊重国际人道法，采取切实行动保护平民安全，保障妇女、儿童等弱势群体的基本权利和人道需求， 有关布恰镇平民死亡的报道和画面令人不安。事件的相关情况和具体原因必须查清。任何指控都应基于事实。结论得出之前，各方应保持克制，避免无端指责。主席先生，对话谈判是解决乌克兰危机的唯一出路。中方始终主张国际社会应该保持理性，加强团结，多做有利于对话谈判的事，推动政治解决，而不应设置障碍，增添阻力，更不应火上浇油，激化矛盾。我们遗憾地看到，冲突造成平民伤亡和大量人员流离失所。全方位、无差别、无底线的制裁，给疫后复苏带来严重负面影响，制造出新的复杂问题，逆转来之不易的发展成果，实现2030年可持续发展议程雪上加霜。各国，尤其是发展中国家民众，不得不承受飞涨的物价、油价、粮价等等。疫情之下的生活更加艰难，妇女、儿童的权益更难得到保障。发展中国家不是冲突当事方，却被卷入地缘政治竞争和大国博弈，这是不公平的。个别国家一边声称主张和平，一边热衷制造集团对抗，包括在亚太地区挑起紧张局势。这种自相矛盾、言行不一的做法非常危险，令人担忧，应该坚决抵制。主席先生，中方一贯主张在平等和相互尊重基础上，通过建设性对话与合作，促进和保障人权。同时，我们坚决反对将人权问题政治化、工具化，反对在人权问题上搞选择性、双重标准和对抗做法，反对借人权问题对别国施压。这也是关于设立人权理事会的联大第60251号决议的重要内容。摆在我们面前的这份决议草案，将剥夺一国在人权理事会的合法会员资格。对如此重大的事项，必须极为慎重，基于事实和真理，冷静、客观、理性地处理。然而，这份决议草案起草过程不公开、不透明，也没有按照惯例举行全体会员国磋商，广泛听取意见。在此情况下，急于在联大采取行动，逼迫各国选边站队，将加剧会员国分裂，激化当事方矛盾，火上浇油，不利于冲突的降级，更不利于推进和平谈判。用这样的方式处理人权理事会成员资格问题，将创造新的危险先例，进一步加剧人权领域的对抗，对联合国治理体系产生更大冲击，造成严重后果。基于上述，中方将对决议草案投反对票。中方呼吁各方相向而行，共同努力，为和平创造机会，为谈判开辟前景。中方将继续本着客观公正的立场，为此发挥负责任、建设性的作用。谢谢你，主席先生。
I thank the distinguished representative of China. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Mexico.
Señor presidente, México ha sido claro y contundente al condenar la invasión de Rusia sobre Ucrania por ser violatoria del derecho internacional, de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas y de los principios constitucionales de nuestra política exterior. También hemos condenado los ataques contra la población civil y su infraestructura. Hemos impulsado todo aquello que facilite el acceso a la asistencia humanitaria y nos hemos sumado a las voces que exigen el cese inmediato de las hostilidades. Informes recientes sobre la situación en Ucrania nos han revelado que estamos ante la probable comisión de violaciones graves del derecho internacional de los derechos humanos y del derecho internacional humanitario. Por ello, México ha respaldado sin ambages el llamado del secretario general a que se realicen investigaciones imparciales que permitan identificar responsables y una eficaz rendición de cuentas. Mi país también apoyó la adopción de la resolución 49/1 del Consejo de Derechos Humanos para que se formara una comisión de investigación independiente con el objetivo de indagar todos los presuntos abusos y violaciones de los derechos humanos y todo aquello que pudiese vulnerar el derecho internacional humanitario derivado de la agresión de Rusia en Ucrania. Asimismo, México sigue con atención el proceso de investigación de la Corte Penal Internacional por presuntos crímenes internacionales cometidos en Ucrania y apoya decididamente los trabajos que realiza el fiscal de la Corte para tratar de esclarecer los hechos. Estamos atentos al desarrollo del caso presentado ante la Corte Internacional de Justicia y reiteramos su llamado a cumplir con la reciente orden de medidas provisionales para un cese inmediato de las hostilidades. Se trata, pues, de procesos judiciales y casi judiciales que están en curso, pero que todavía no han calificado jurídicamente las situaciones que tienen bajo examen. Debemos ser consistentes, apoyarlos hasta sus últimas consecuencias y examinar con rigor sus conclusiones. La permanencia o no de Rusia en el Consejo de Derechos Humanos no constituye un factor que la exima o que le imponga obligaciones bajo el derecho internacional. El punto central debe ser llevar ante la justicia a quienes resulten responsables, no suspender a un Estado de su pertenencia a un órgano subsidiario de esta Asamblea, ante el cual todos los Estados miembros, sin excepción, debemos rendir cuentas bajo las mismas reglas y conforme a los mismos criterios. México está a favor de que la rendición de cuentas se practique regularmente en todo el sistema de las Naciones Unidas. Necesitamos más transparencia, sí, pero para ello necesitamos también más cooperación, más diálogo y mejores prácticas. Las estructuras multilaterales se fortalecen mediante la inclusión, no a través de la exclusión. Excluir, suspender, no es la solución. El multilateralismo habrá de fortalecerse en la medida en la que sea capaz de mantener su vocación incluyente. Las resoluciones previas de esta Asamblea, que hemos suscrito con plena convicción, condenan la invasión rusa, llaman a un cese inequívoco de las hostilidades, urgen el acceso irrestricto de la asistencia humanitaria y abogan por una solución diplomática del conflicto. México ha fijado su posición de manera explícita en torno a la agresión militar de Rusia sobre Ucrania a través de sus intervenciones en el Consejo de Seguridad y en esta Asamblea General, así como en los votos registrados en ambos órganos desde el inicio del conflicto. Por lo anteriormente expuesto, México se abstendrá de apoyar el proyecto de resolución que suspende a Rusia de sus derechos como integrantes del Consejo de Derechos Humanos. México tiene la convicción de que aún en medio de la guerra deben mantenerse todos los canales de diálogo con las autoridades de la Federación de Rusia, no solo para que cooperen con el conjunto de mecanismos que integran el Sistema Universal de Protección de los Derechos Humanos, sino para insistir en la urgente necesidad de encontrar en el diálogo la solución diplomática que restaure la paz en Ucrania. Muchas gracias, presidente.
I thank the distinguished representative of Mexico. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Chile.
Gracias, señor presidente. Permítame iniciar mi intervención rendiendo homenaje a las víctimas de la brutal guerra que está teniendo lugar en Ucrania, ocasionada por una invasión que ha violado normas del derecho internacional humanitario y la Carta de Naciones Unidas. Las dramáticas imágenes de Bucha que llegaron a nuestros hogares el pasado fin de semana nos han conmovido. Chile reitera una vez más su condena a la invasión a Ucrania. La decisión que hoy se adoptará es una a la que mi país nunca hubiera querido llegar. Un país firme partidario del multilateralismo sostiene que las diferencias entre Estados deben resolverse dentro de los órganos competentes de acuerdo a las normas vigentes. El sistema multilateral es la casa de todos. Sin embargo, el ser miembro del Consejo de Derechos Humanos reviste una exigencia particular en cuanto a un compromiso y conducta coherentes de promoción y respeto a los derechos humanos en todo momento y en todo lugar. Así lo que hicieron los Estados miembros de esta Asamblea General al aprobar la resolución 60/251 en su párrafo 9, que dispone que los miembros elegidos al Consejo deberán aplicar las normas más estrictas en la promoción y protección de los derechos humanos. Esa misma resolución, en el párrafo 8, le encarga a esta Asamblea la responsabilidad de suspender a un Estado miembro del Consejo cuando éste no cumpla con dichas normas estrictas en la promoción y protección de los derechos humanos. Nuestra responsabilidad es con los derechos humanos, no con un determinado país, no con Rusia, no con Ucrania, es con los derechos humanos. En el caso de hoy, la suspensión de la membresía de la Federación Rusa del Consejo de Derechos Humanos revestirá la agravante de que se trata de un Estado responsable de violarlos en el territorio soberano de un tercer Estado, en este caso Ucrania, fruto de un acto de agresión y ocupación inaceptable desde cualquier ángulo del derecho internacional. Es por ello que nuestra delegación votará a favor del proyecto de resolución A/ES 11/L.4, que suspende la membresía de Rusia del Consejo de Derechos Humanos. Chile reitera nuevamente su llamado a todas las partes para que continúen las conversaciones e insta de nuevo a la resolución pacífica inmediata del conflicto entre la Federación Rusa y Ucrania mediante el diálogo político, las negociaciones, la mediación y otros medios pacíficos de conformidad con el derecho internacional. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
I thank the distinguished representative of Chile. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Belarus.
Господин председатель, Беларусь выступает категорически против представленного проекта резолюции. Выдвижение проекта мотивировано исключительно политическими интересами, имеющими цель демонизации Российской Федерации и попытку ее изоляции в международных организациях. Такие идеи ведут к разбалансировке всей системы международного сотрудничества, которая основана на Уставе Организации Объединенных Наций, и к долгосрочным негативным последствиям вплоть до развала самой организации, самой ООН. По сути, сегодняшнее предложение об исключении России есть прямой вклад в уничтожение и самого Совета по правам человека, и в закрепление развала системы соблюдения прав человека под эгидой ООН, который уже выражается, особенно в последние несколько недель, настроений расизма, ксенофобии, других проявлений дискриминации по языковой, культурной, религиозной и иной принадлежности в западных странах. Необходимо заниматься не решением сиюминутных задач под влиянием эмоций, а думать, среди прочего, о перспективах урегулирования конфликтных ситуаций и постконфликтного мироустройства. Предлагаемое решение, как и другие аналогичные шаги, попытки ограничения участия России в международных организациях, не только не внесут вклад в урегулирование ситуации на Украине, но скорее подвергнут дополнительному риску перспективы мирного переговорного процесса, у истоков которого, хочу вам напомнить, месяц назад стояла и Республика Беларусь, и лично ее президент Александр Лукашенко. Мы призываем задуматься об этом и проголосовать против представленного проекта резолюции. Благодарю вас за внимание.
I thank the distinguished representative of Belarus. We have heard the last speaker in explanation of vote before the vote. The Assembly will now take a decision on a draft resolution A/11/L4 entitled Suspension of the Rights of the Membership of the Russian Federation in the Human Rights Council. Pursuant to Resolution 60/251 of 15 March 2006, the General Assembly, by a two-thirds majority of members present and voting, may suspend the rights of membership in the Council of a member of the Council that commits gross and systematic violation of human rights. For your information, the draft resolution has closed for e-sponsorship. I now give the floor to the representative of the Secretariat.
Thank you, Mr. President. I should like to announce that since the submission of the draft resolution, and in addition to delegations listed on the L document, the following countries have also become co-sponsors of A/ES 11/L4: Costa Rica, Guatemala, Myanmar, and San Marino. If any other countries wish to co-sponsor A/ES11/L4, please signify by pressing the microphone button now. I see none. I thank you. Sorry, Tonga. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the Secretariat. A recorded vote has been requested. We shall now begin the voting process. Those in favor of draft resolution A/ES-11/L4, please signify. Those against, abstentions.
The General Assembly is now voting on draft resolution A/ES11/L4, entitled Suspension of the Rights of Membership of the Russian Federation in the Human Rights Council. Will all delegations confirm that their votes are accurately reflected on the screen? The voting has been completed. Please lock the machine.
The result of the vote is as follows. In favor, 93, against, 24, abstentions, 58. Draft resolution A/ES-11/L4 is adopted. Before giving the floor for explanations of vote after the vote, may I remind delegations that explanations of vote are limited to 10 minutes and should be made by delegations from their seats. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of India.
Thank you, Mr. President. India has abstained on the resolution adopted in the General Assembly today. We do so for reasons of both substance and process. Since the inception of the Ukrainian conflict, India has stood for peace, dialogue, and diplomacy. We believe that no solution can be arrived at by shedding blood and at the cost of innocent lives. If India has chosen any side, it is the side of peace, and it is for an immediate end to violence. We continue to remain deeply concerned at the worsening situation and reiterate our call for end to all hostilities. When innocent human lives are at stake, diplomacy must prevail as the only viable option. Recent reports of civilian killings in Bushehr are deeply disturbing. We have unequivocally condemned these killings and support the call for an independent investigation. The impact of the crisis has also been felt beyond the region with increasing food and energy costs, especially for many developing countries. It is in our collective interest to work constructively, both inside the United Nations and outside, towards seeking an early resolution to the conflict. India has been at the forefront of protecting human rights, right from the drafting of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. We firmly believe that all decisions should be taken fully respecting due process, as all our democratic polity and structures enjoin us to do so. This applies to international organizations as well, particularly the United Nations. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of India. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Timor-Leste.
At the outset, I would like to thank you, Mr. President, for convening this session. Mr. President, the position we took today to vote in favor of this resolution before all of us is a manifestation of our strong solidarity with the people of Ukraine, especially the victims of this war who have been forced to shelter and have fled across the country's borders, as well as those who have lost their homes, their lives, their family members, and their own lives. Our thoughts and prayers go out to all of them and their families and friends. Mr. President, our vote today shows our clear position to uphold human rights values in all circumstances and in all cases, as the dark period of our own history has taught us enough on the high cost of being victims of war. We call for an effective ceasefire in Ukraine and urge conflict parties to continue the dialogue and negotiation to stop this war and avoid further potentially catastrophic escalation. We commend the efforts of those who have facilitated the peace talks between conflict parties and all for more diplomatic initiatives to help in finding a peaceful solution for all. All parties must ensure the safety and protection of all civilians. It is our hope that peace is reclaimed immediately and that the important work for a healthy, prosperous, and sustainable future is restored for all. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Timor-Leste. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Qatar.
شكرا لكم السيد الرئيس. صوت وفد بلادي بالامتناع على مشروع القرار الذي اعتمد للتو في هذه الجلسة الاستثنائية الطارئة للجمعية العامة، وأود أن أدلي بالتالي لتوضيح موقف دولة قطر. سيد الرئيس، لقد أعربت دولة قطر عن موقفها اتجاه الحالة في أوكرانيا المستند إلى التزامها الثابت بالمبادئ الراسخة للقانون الدولي وميثاق الأمم المتحدة، بما في ذلك عدم جواز استخدام القوة أو التهديد باستخدامها في العلاقات الدولية، وتسوية المنازعات الدولية بالوسائل السلمية، وعدم التدخل في الشؤون الداخلية للدول، والالتزام بسيادة الدول واستقلالها وسلامتها الإقليمية. وقد شددت دولة قطر مرارا على أن ضمان سلامة المدنيين يجب أن يحظى بأولوية قصوى. كما نؤكد على ضرورة الالتزام بالقانون الإنساني الدولي وحماية المرافق والبنى التحتية المدنية والمدنيين العاملين في المجال الطبي والإنساني والصحفيين، وكذلك تيسير إجلاء المدنيين والوصول الآمن والسريع للمساعدات الإنسانية إلى المحتاجين وفق المبادئ الدولية لإيصال المساعدة الإنسانية. وتثني دولة قطر على الجهود الحثيثة التي تبذلها الأمم المتحدة والمنظمات الإنسانية للاستجابة للاحتياجات الإنسانية الطارئة وجهود الدول المضيفة للاجئين. دولة قطر على تواصل مع الشركاء الدوليين لتقييم الوضع الإنساني وتقديم المساعدات اللازمة للشعب الأوكراني. السيد الرئيس، نؤكد على دعوة الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة للعودة إلى طريق الحوار والمفاوضات والتوصل إلى وقف إطلاق نار فوري للأعراض الإنسانية. كما نجدد دعوة دولة قطر لجميع الأطراف إلى ضبط النفس وحل الخلاف عبر الحوار والطرق الدبلوماسية وتسوية المنازعات الدولية بالوسائل السلمية وعدم اتخاذ ما من شأنه أن يؤدي إلى المزيد من التصعيد. وسوف تستمر دولة قطر في تسخير جهودها الدبلوماسية للمساعدة على الوصول إلى حل الأزمة وفقا لميثاق الأمم المتحدة والقانون الدولي. كما ترحب دولة قطر بوساطة الجمهورية التركية بين روسيا وأوكرانيا وتأمل في أن تفضي هذه المفاوضات بالتوصل إلى اتفاق سلام شامل ودائم بين البلدين. وشكرا لكم السيد الرئيس.
I thank the distinguished representative of Qatar. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Laos People's Democratic Republic.
Mr. President, the Lao PDR once again reiterates its call for peaceful political and diplomatic solution to the conflict and supports all ongoing efforts and peace negotiations between the parties concerned. Likewise, we urge the international community to refrain from any action that could fuel escalation of tension. As party to 7 of the 9 core human rights treaties, Lao PDR opposes all gross and systematic violations and abuses of human rights. We are gravely concerned by the recent reports and accusations of human rights and international human rights law violations and abuses. We are of the view that such serious allegation must not be taken lightly and must be backed up by solid evidence and verified by an independent investigation mechanism of the United Nations, especially the Human Rights Council Independent International Committee inquiries. My delegation voted against the draft resolution L4 because we believe that the reports of violations and abuses of human rights and violations of international humanitarian law must be verified by credible, neutral, impartial, and independent assessment mechanism before any action is taken. Lao PDR is concerned by the notion that any of member states of the UN Human Rights Council can be subject to suspension and other punitive measures without due process of investigation and verification. As this issue is of paramount importance for all United Nations members, we also believe that all GA resolutions should be adopted by consensus, reflecting the spirit of equality, solidarity among UN member states. In conclusion, my delegation believes there is a dire need for more clarification through an independent mechanism that should be accepted and supported by all member states before drawing conclusion and passing judgment. We remain hopeful that the most urgent task now is to create the environment conducive for a peaceful resolution to the conflict and immediate ceasefire agreement, which will eventually lead to total cessation of hostilities. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Lao People's Democratic Republic. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Indonesia.
Thank you, Mr. President.
It is distressing to see the hostilities in Ukraine persist and the number of civilians and casualties continue to rise. We share the international community's deep concern regarding the devastating human rights and humanitarian situation in Ukraine. And we do not take lightly reports of gross and systemic violations and abuse of human rights, including recent reports from Bucha. For these reasons, we believe the Human Rights Council must remain seized on the matter and supports the Secretary General's call for a thorough and independent investigation. We also fully support the establishment of an independent international commission of inquiry by the Human Rights Council. Mr. President, there is no question that those responsible for violations and abuse of human rights in Ukraine must be held accountable and brought to justice. The Commission, therefore, must receive full support and access needed to effectively carry out its mandate. In the meantime, we have to give a chance for the Commission to work in an objective and transparent manner and present its findings and reports. We must allow due diligence and not prejudge the work of the Commission. The General Assembly must also be prudent. It is important to have received all the facts before taking actions that revokes legitimate rights of its members. Moreover, the General Assembly's action must not create negative precedents that can undermine the credibility of this august body. It is for these reasons Indonesia abstained on Resolution L4. Mr. President, Indonesia remains steadfast in our commitment to respect and protect human rights for all. Our priority now must be to save lives and protect civilians in Ukraine. We reaffirm our call to all parties to stop the hostilities and to spare no efforts to achieve peace through dialogue and diplomacy. This is the only way we can end the suffering and senseless loss of lives in Ukraine and to prevent the increasing negative impact of the war beyond the region. So we must stop the war, and I repeat, we must stop the war now, otherwise we will all suffer. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Indonesia. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Panama.
Panamá ha decidido votar a favor de la resolución Suspensión de los derechos de la membresía de la Federación Rusia en el Consejo de Derechos Humanos, en virtud de su apoyo a los principios y propósitos de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas y al pilar de los derechos humanos, y en especial porque los Estados miembros deben cumplir con sus compromisos en la esfera de los derechos humanos al ser electos ante este principal órgano de las Naciones Unidas. Panamá, fiel de su vocación multilateralista y defensora de los derechos humanos, apoya la participación de los Estados miembros en los órganos internacionales. Por eso, en términos generales, no apoyamos la separación de un miembro de la membresía de los foros multilaterales. Esta decisión es tomada en un contexto de gravedad notoria, ante las evidentes violaciones graves y sistemáticas de derechos humanos contra civiles en Ucrania. Panamá, preocupada por la grave situación, se encuentra frente al imperativo de apoyar esta iniciativa que ha llevado a la Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas a considerar la suspensión temporal de un Estado miembro de este órgano principal de derechos humanos. Señor presidente, este escenario ya lo vivimos en el año 2011, cuando un Estado, Libia, fue suspendido del Consejo de Derechos Humanos por un periodo de 8 meses. Panamá en su momento apoyó esta iniciativa temporal y posteriormente copatrocinó la resolución que permitió su admisión. Panamá emite hoy su voto en espera que la decisión sea de carácter temporal, priorizando que los Estados miembros mantengan su apego a los principios de respeto de los más altos estándares de derechos humanos. Por ello, destacamos la necesidad de garantizar la universalidad en el examen de las cuestiones de derechos humanos, incluyendo la aplicación del párrafo 8 de la resolución 60/251, para evitar señales contradictorias al evaluar los casos de violaciones de derechos humanos. Señor presidente, quiero terminar la intervención de mi país exhortando nuevamente llamado al diálogo y a la diplomacia para una resolución pacífica del conflicto. Estamos plenamente convencidos de que será a través del diálogo y el entendimiento que este devastador conflicto llegará a su fin y regresaremos al camino de la paz y la solidaridad. Gracias, señor presidente.
I thank the distinguished representative of Panama. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Thailand.
Mr. President, Thailand voted to abstain on the resolution because of the overriding importance that we attach to a transparent, impartial, and inclusive approach in the multilateral regime. A decision to suspend the membership of a member state in any United Nations body cannot be taken lightly. The process must be done through careful consultations based on principles, verified facts, and taking into account constructive opinions as well as foreseeable consequences. We express our deepest condolences to the people of Ukraine and the bereaved families who lost their loved ones from the ongoing war in Ukraine. We are deeply concerned with the escalation of conflicts and humanitarian crises in Ukraine, while believing that prompt action must be taken in response to all alleged human rights atrocities against civilians, including in Bucha. We are of the view that any action taken should be impartial, transparent, and comprehensive. To objectively consider the situations, it would require well-rounded established facts and additional concrete evidence proven by reliable sources, including those presented to international courts. We thus support the United Nations Secretary General's call for an independent investigation to ensure accountability and hope that the Independent International Commission of Inquiry established by the Human Rights Council would be able to commence its work soonest to investigate the serious allegations in an impartial, transparent, and comprehensive manner. We strongly urge all parties to fully comply with international humanitarian law and international human rights law, and to protect civilians and civilian objects, as well as ensure unhindered provision of humanitarian assistance without discrimination. Another life lost is another life too many. On our part, Thailand continues to provide humanitarian assistance to support those suffering from the conflict in Ukraine, in line with the HRC's principles of non-selectivity and constructive dialogue. We reiterate our strong support of the continuation of political dialogues as the only way to end a humanitarian crisis is to end the dispute. Thus, Thailand once again calls for utmost efforts by all parties and the international community to cease and desist the aggravation of fighting and continue our maximum endeavor on ending the conflict. Thailand reiterates our call for a continuation of political dialogues between the concerned parties to find peaceful and sustainable solutions. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Thailand. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Vietnam.
Mr. President, Vietnam has maintained a principled and steadfast position in support of resolving conflicts by peaceful means and with respect for the United Nations. principles of sovereign equality, respect for independence and territorial integrity of states, and refrainment from the threat or use of force. We have followed closely with great concerns over the situation in Ukraine, with severe consequences for the people. It is with extreme concern that we learn of recent reports of great loss of life among innocent civilians. Vietnam opposes and condemns all forms of attacks against civilians in violation of international law, international humanitarian law, and international human rights law. Recent information in this regard should be examined based on objective and transparent verification with the cooperation of parties concerned. We have time and again reiterated that it is imperative to immediately cease the use of force to avoid further civilian casualties and losses, as well as damages to civilian infrastructure. The ongoing conflict in Ukraine, if not resolved peacefully and expeditiously, will continue to affect the entire world, given the spillover effects now seen across regions. We are therefore convinced that the only way forward is to de-escalate tensions, resume dialogue and negotiation through all channels, with a view to achieving long-term solutions that take into consideration the interest and concern of all parties, in accordance with international law. There is no viable alternative. International efforts should be carried out in a prudent manner in order to be conducive to reaching a final solution. Discussion and decisions undertaken by international organizations and agencies should follow their established procedures and working methods. In this vein, we have the view that the deliberation and decisions taken by the General Assembly should be based on impartial information, broad consultations with member states, dialogue and negotiations among related parties is the most feasible way forward to a peaceful, comprehensive solution. It is our hope that the United Nations and member states will work together toward this end. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Vietnam. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Cambodia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm taking the floor to explain our vote on the draft resolution on the suspension of the rights of membership of the Russian Federation in the Human Rights Council after the vote. The spectrum of isolation of a member state through the suspension of its right in a UN body will not help resolve the conflict, but only trigger and intensify the situation. After a fragile time for world peace, security and stability, the engagement among the member states in all relevant UN bodies, including Human Rights Council, is very important. Resolving the conflict in Ukraine based on the UN Charter and the international law through creating a conducive environment for diplomatic engagement and negotiation by the concerned parties should be the right path to be focused toward ending the tremendous human suffering and achieving a sustainable, peaceful solution in Ukraine. At this critical juncture, we must try to work in solidarity to address the conflict in Ukraine and to avoid creating a trust deficit among the membership. Building trust and confidence is absolutely important to deal with the current situation. With that explanation, Cambodia voted abstain on resolution L4. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Cambodia. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Uzbekistan.
Mr. President, Uzbekistan adheres to a balanced, neutral position on the current situation in Ukraine and hope that the parties will find mutually acceptable ways to resolve the situation pursuing solely a political and diplomatic path based on the universally recognized principle and norms of international law. At the same time, the delegation of Uzbekistan voted against the resolution on suspension of the rights of membership of the Russian Federation in the Human Rights Council given our strong convictions that any decision under OP8 of the GA Resolution 60/251 authorizing General Assembly by two-thirds majority of the members present and voting suspend the right of membership in the Council of a member of the Council that commits gross and systematic violation of human rights should be based on the outcome of thorough investigation of the alleged violation. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Uzbekistan. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Malaysia.
Mr. President, Malaysia remains deeply concerned with the worsening situation in Ukraine and continues to closely monitor developments, including the humanitarian situation on the ground. We are greatly disturbed with reports of alleged human rights abuses and violations. We firmly believe that those who commit gross violations of human rights must be held accountable. We also firmly believe that it is imperative that such atrocities be verified in an impartial, transparent, and credible manner. In this regard, we support the call by the Secretary General to immediately commence independent investigations to guarantee effective accountability. Thus, Malaysia is of the view that a critical decision, such as the suspension of a member of the Human Rights Council, must not be made in haste and should not prejudge the outcome of such investigations. A decision of such an important matter must be accorded the same equal treatment and due processes as in the past in the full spirit and letter of the Resolution 60/251. Taking into account all the aforementioned considerations, Malaysia has decided to abstain on the resolution presented today. Mr. President, Malaysia strongly urges all concerned parties to immediately take steps to de-escalate, continue to progress towards dialogue and negotiations to prevent further loss of lives and devastation. We reiterate the need to respect and protect civilian life and infrastructure. We also reiterate the call on all parties to fully comply with their obligations under international humanitarian law and international human rights law. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Malaysia. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Singapore.
Mr. President, Singapore abstained on the resolution that has just been adopted. Singapore condemns in the strongest possible terms the Russian Federation's invasion of Ukraine and continuing attacks on Ukrainian cities, civilians, and civilian infrastructure. We reiterate our full support for the sovereignty, political independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine. Singapore's position on this has been clear and consistent from the beginning of this war. This is why we co-sponsored and voted in support of Resolution ES-11/1, Resolution ES-11/2, and also co-sponsored Human Rights Council Resolution 49/1. Mr. President, Singapore is gravely concerned and distressed by the latest reports and images from Bucha and other Ukrainian towns of high civilian casualties and destruction of civilian infrastructure. We strongly condemn any violations of human rights and international humanitarian law. In this regard, we urge the full and urgent implementation of Resolution ES-11/1, Resolution ES-11/2, and Human Rights Council Resolution 49/1. In particular, we note the establishment of an independent International Commission of Inquiry to investigate all alleged violations of abuses of human rights in Ukraine and await the completion of its work and its findings. There must be accountability for any gross and systematic human rights violations that have taken place in the war in Ukraine. We urge all parties to cooperate with the Commission and allow full and unhindered access for the Commission to gather evidence and conduct its work. We must spare no effort to protect the civilian population in Ukraine and to ensure safe and unhindered humanitarian access to all those in need. We continue to call on the Russian Federation to cease its offensive military operations immediately, to remain engaged in meaningful negotiations with Ukraine, and to work towards a peaceful settlement in accordance with the UN Charter and international law. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Singapore. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Brunei Darussalam.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mr. President, Brunei Darussalam expresses concern over the escalation of tension and military action in Ukraine and continues to closely monitor developments in the country. Brunei Darussalam condemns any violation of sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of any country and reiterates the importance of upholding the principle of a rule-based framework and respect the international law. Brunei Darussalam strongly believes that constructive dialogue and engagement among all parties concerned is essential to seek a peaceful solution. We further believe that the suspension of member states is counterproductive in addressing any concern and may further aggravate the already dire situation. Brunei Darussalam reiterates the importance of diplomacy and further calls on all parties directly involved to de-escalate tension and settle all differences by peaceful means without resorting to the threat or use of force in accordance with the UN Charter and international law in the interest of maintaining international peace and stability. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Brunei Darussalam. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kuwait.
شكرا السيد الرئيس. لقد صوتت دولة الكويت بالامتناع عن التصويت على مشروع القرار الذي تم اعتماده للتو في هذه الجلسة الاستثنائية الطارئة للجمعية العامة انطلاقا من التزامها بتعزيز وحماية حقوق الإنسان والحفاظ على الأجهزة الدولية المنشأة لهذا الغرض من التسييس والانتقائية وازدواجية المعايير وتشجيع الحوار وانتهاج الموضوعية عند تناول مسائل حقوق الإنسان. وفي الوقت الذي ندين فيه جميع انتهاكات القانون الدولي الإنساني وانتهاكات حقوق الإنسان من أي طرف كان وفي أي مكان، فإننا تابعنا وبقلق بالغ التقارير والصور المفزعة التي تم تداولها في وسائل الإعلام منذ أيام قليلة، والتي كشفت عن حجم التجاوزات والانتهاكات الخطيرة والجسيمة للقانون الإنساني الدولي والقانون الدولي لحقوق الإنسان المرتكبة بحق المدنيين العزل في أوكرانيا. ونؤيد في هذا الشأن دعوة الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة لإجراء تحقيق دولي مستقل ومحايد وشفاف في هذه الجرائم وتحديد المسؤولين عنها ومحاسبتهم. ونجدد دعوتنا لأطراف النزاع بأن تحترم التزاماتها بموجب القانون الدولي الإنساني بما في ذلك اتفاقيات جنيف لعام 1949 والبروتوكولات الإضافية الملحقة بها والقانون الدولي للاجئين لحماية المدنيين والأعيان المدنية واحترام وحماية العاملين في المجال الطبي والإنساني وقوافل الإغاثة الإنسانية لضمان إيصال المساعدات إلى المحتاجين بدون أي عراقيل. ونشيد هنا بجهود الأمم المتحدة ووكالاتها المتخصصة لتخفيف المعاناة الإنسانية الناجمة عن استمرار الأعمال العدائية ومنع تفاقمها. السيد الرئيس، منذ بداية اندلاع الحرب والعمليات العسكرية في أوكرانيا أكدت الكويت على موقفها المبدئي والثابت في الالتزام بمبادئ ميثاق الأمم المتحدة الداعية إلى احترام سيادة الدول واستقلالها وسلامتها الإقليمية وعدم التدخل في الشؤون الداخلية والامتناع عن استخدام القوة أو التهديد باستخدامها والعمل على حل النزاعات بالطرق والوسائل السلمية. ونجدد هنا الدعوة إلى وقف فوري للأعمال العدائية واستمرار المفاوضات بين الأطراف المعنية من أجل التوصل إلى تسوية سلمية وتجنيب المنطقة والعالم تداعياتها السلبية الاقتصادية والإنسانية. وشكرا السيد الرئيس.
I thank the distinguished representative of Kuwait. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kyrgyzstan.
Mr. President, according to paragraph 8 of the UN General Assembly Resolution 60/251, Human Rights Council, the General Assembly may suspend the rights of membership in the Human Rights Council of a member of the Council that commits gross and systematic violations of human rights. This paragraph requires that there should be confirmed facts of gross and systematic violations of human rights. Our position at the moment is that we should wait for the results of impartial investigations into all possible gross and systematic violations of human rights in Ukraine, including the results of the investigation of the Independent International Commission of Inquiry, established by the resolution of the UN Human Rights Council number 49/1. We are following the situation in Ukraine with great concern. It is especially alarming that fraternal peoples are involved in this conflict and human casualties could not be avoided. We express our grave concern over the deteriorating humanitarian situation in Ukraine. In this regard, it is important to ensure the full protection of civilians, primarily women and children, as well as medical and humanitarian personnel. What is happening today, it is a real tragedy, the occurrence of which, unfortunately, was allowed by the entire world community. Kyrgyzstan expresses the opinion that the text of the draft resolution under consideration today on the suspension of membership of the Russian Federation in the UN Human Rights Council is characterized as politically driven. We are in favor of conducting an independent investigation, examining the results and facts provided by both sides. Mr. President, our position is clear. Any conflict must be resolved exclusively by political and diplomatic means, including through the creation of new formats and mechanisms. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Kyrgyzstan. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Algeria.
Thank you, Mr. President. تجدد الجزائر التزامها الثابت بالقواعد والمبادئ الأساسية للقانون الدولي الإنساني والقانون الدولي لحقوق الإنسان، لا سيما الإعلان العالمي لحقوق الإنسان ومختلف المعاهدات الدولية لحماية وترقية حقوق الإنسان، وتعبر عن إدانتها الشديدة لكل الانتهاكات المتحقق منها للالتزامات الدولية في هذا المجال. مما لا شك فيه أن الصور المتداولة في بعض المدن الأوكرانية مروعة ومدانة بشدة، والجرائم المزعومة التي تترتب عنها بالغة الخطورة، لكن بات من الضروري كذلك السماح للآليات الأممية المختصة بالتحقيق في الوقائع على أرض الواقع بطريقة محايدة حتى يتسنى إقرار العدالة لجميع الضحايا الأبرياء. إن ضمان قيام آليات الأمم المتحدة المختصة بولاياتها ومهامها وفقا لقواعد القانون الدولي وقرارات الأمم المتحدة ذات الصلة، بعيدا عن أي تدخل أو حكم مسبق، يشكل بالنسبة للجزائر شرطا لا غنى عنه لإثبات الوقائع بشأن أي انتهاكات صارخة وممنهجة لحقوق الإنسان. وفي هذا الصدد تدعو الجزائر إلى احترام مبادئ العالمية الموضوعية واللا انتقائية التي تشكل حجر الزاوية في عمل مجلس حقوق الإنسان، مع النأي بهذا الأخير عن أي تجاذبات سياسية من شأنها التأثير على دور ومهام هذه الهيئة الأممية المحورية وتعاطيها الحيادي مع مسائل حقوق الإنسان، بما يعزز سبل الحوار والتعاون البناءين. ويرى وفد بلادي أن الجهود الدولية المتعددة الأطراف تستوجب تعزيز الحوار والتعاون بعيدا عن أي إقصاء، بغض النظر عن الاختلافات المواقف ومدى تبايناتها. إن الرغبة في تعليق عضوية أي دولة منتخبة من قبل المجموعة الدولية ومن أي هيئة أممية ليس من شأنه أن يساهم في تعزيز روح العمل والتعاون متعدد الأطراف. إن الجزائر التي تؤكد مجددا دعمها للمفاوضات المباشرة بين روسيا وأوكرانيا من أجل وقف العمليات العسكرية والتكفل العاجل بالأزمة الإنسانية، تجدد دعوتها لتكثيف الجهود الدبلوماسية الدولية الرامية لحل الأزمة الراهنة، بما يمكن من منع الانهيار المتزايد للمعايير الدبلوماسية والتوصل في أقرب وقت ممكن إلى حل سياسي يضمن الحفاظ على سيادة الدول وسلامة أراضيها ومصالحها الحيوية المشروعة. إن بلادي التي انخرطت بحسن نية في جهود المساعي الحميدة في إطار مجموعة الاتصال العربية التي اجتمعت مؤخرا بالأطراف المعنية، تهيب بالمجتمع الدولي الامتناع عن أي عمل من شأنه أن يحيق المفاوضات الجارية ويطيل أمد الأزمة التي أصبحت الآن عواقبها الوخيمة وبأبعادها المتعددة تؤثر سلبا على جميع دول العالم. وعلى أساس هذه الأسباب وهذه الاعتبارات فإن وفد الجزائر صوت ضد مشروع القرار. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Algeria. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Peru.
Gracias, señor presidente. El Perú ha votado a favor del proyecto A/ES-11/L4, pensando en las víctimas y en el entendido que la decisión adoptada se fundamenta en las facultades generales de la Asamblea General contenidas en el artículo 10 de la Carta y de manera específica en el artículo 8 de la Resolución 60/251 de la Asamblea, que la faculta con una mayoría de 2/3 a suspender la membresía de un Estado miembro en el Consejo de Derechos Humanos cuando éste haya incurrido en graves y sistemáticas violaciones a los derechos humanos. El acto de agresión y el uso de la fuerza contra la soberanía y la integridad territorial de un Estado comporta de suyo un patrón de violación de los derechos humanos de la población afectada. El gobierno del Perú considera que este procedimiento, aplicado por segunda vez en la historia del Consejo de Derechos Humanos, debe ejercerse sin ningún criterio de selectividad ni discriminación de naturaleza alguna. La suspensión en el futuro debería invocarse en toda situación análoga al presente caso, donde concurran los actos de uso de la fuerza, violación de la integridad territorial de otro Estado y violaciones de los derechos humanos. En ese contexto, el de una resolución adoptada en el ámbito de las responsabilidades y el mandato de la Asamblea General, el Gobierno del Perú considera que ella no prejuzga las acciones de tutela que están realizando o pueden realizar los diversos mecanismos del Consejo de Derechos Humanos. Estas investigaciones deben realizarse sin ningún tipo de predeterminación política, con independencia, neutralidad y en función exclusiva de los derechos de las víctimas, su protección y la lucha contra la impunidad. De manera particular, la delegación del Perú considera que la resolución adoptada no debe prejuzgar ni predeterminar políticamente las labores de la Comisión Internacional Independiente que el Consejo de Derechos Humanos ha establecido con el mandato de investigar las presuntas violaciones a los derechos humanos y el derecho humanitario que tiene lugar en el contexto del conflicto armado en Ucrania, independientemente de las partes responsables de las violaciones que puedan determinarse. Estas investigaciones deben realizarse bajo los principios reconocidos internacionalmente de independencia, celeridad, objetividad y no discriminación. Esto es más urgente e imperativo para la investigación de las matanzas producidas en la localidad de Busha. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
I thank the distinguished representative of Peru. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Saudi Arabia.
لقد امتنع وفد المملكة العربية السعودية عن التصويت على مشروع القرار المعنون بتعليق عضوية روسيا لدى مجلس حقوق الإنسان لكون هذا الإجراء يشكل سابقة تهدد العمل المتعدد الأطراف وتنافي مبادئ القانون الدولي ويؤثر على عمل المنظمات الدولية وشموليتها واستقلاليتها. السيد الرئيس، بينما تتابع بلادي ببالغ القلق والأسف ما آلت إليه تداعيات الأوضاع في جمهورية أوكرانيا لا سيما الإنسانية منها، فإن المملكة العربية السعودية تدين كافة انتهاكات القانون الدولي الإنساني بجميع صوره وأشكاله أينما كانت، وتؤمن بأهمية حماية المدنيين والمواقع المدنية في مناطق النزاعات. إلا أنه في الوقت ذاته فإن بلادي تنظر إلى أن التوجه نحو تعليق عضوية روسيا في مجلس حقوق الإنسان باعتباره خطوة تصعيدية من شأنها أن تزيد من حدة الأوضاع المتوترة في الأساس، وأن هذه الخطوة لا تسيس عمل المجلس فحسب، بل تجعله ذو طابع أحادي لا يعطي اهتماما للأطراف الأخرى للدفاع عن مواقفها. السيد الرئيس، تؤكد بلادي على حق الدول المنتخبة لعضوية مجلس حقوق الإنسان أن تمارس صلاحياتها كاملة وفقا لما نص عليه قرار الجمعية العامة رقم 60 تقسيم 251 المعنون مجلس حقوق الإنسان، الذي أكد على أن الجمعية العامة تسلم عند النظر في قضايا حقوق الإنسان بمبادئ العالمية واللا انتقائية والقضاء على أسلوب المعايير المزدوجة والتسييس. ختاما، السيد الرئيس، يأتي امتناع بلادي عن التصويت نابعا من إيمانها بأن هذا القرار من شأنه أن يؤدي إلى تأجيج الصراع وتصعيد الموقف الذي سيؤثر سلبا على مسار الحوار القائم حاليا بين أطراف النزاع، للوصول إلى تسوية سلمية تجنب المنطقة والعالم المزيد من التداعيات السلبية لهذا الصراع سواء سياسيا أو اقتصاديا أو إنسانيا. شكرا السيد الرئيس.
I thank the distinguished representative of Saudi Arabia. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United Arab Emirates.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. The United Arab Emirates reiterates again our forceful condemnation of all violations of international humanitarian law committed in Ukraine. Civilians are bearing the brunt of this conflict, and this must end, and they must be spared, and parties must comply with their obligations under international law. Determining the facts on the ground is important for justice to be rendered to victims, but also in the longer term to allow communities to heal, to reconcile, and to build sustainable peace. As a member of the Human Rights Council, we voted in favor of Resolution 49/1, urgently establishing an international independent commission of inquiry to investigate all alleged violations and abuses of human rights and violations of international humanitarian law in Ukraine. The members of the Commission were appointed on the 30th of March, and their investigations have only just begun. Due process demands that investigative mechanisms be able to conclude their work. Today, we decided to abstain on this resolution because we need to ensure that any decision we take in this General Assembly is based on due process in line with Resolution 60/251. The United Nations is based on the premise of dialogue and constructive engagement with each other, and even with those who hold opposing views to us. The organizations that make up our international system were not established to be a club for the like-minded. We need to preserve spaces in the multilateral arena to talk to each other and not just at each other. And that idea is in the foundational DNA of this organization. Our collective strength lies in our inclusivity. So now is the time to double down on diplomatic outreach in order to reach an immediate cessation of hostilities throughout Ukraine. And we support the ongoing negotiations between Ukraine and Russia and offer our full support to all mediation efforts. Now it is time to find a way through this conflict towards peace. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United Arab Emirates. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kiribati.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for convening us on this emergency session to deliberate on a draft resolution that's already been passed, which has the effect of suspending a member of the Human Rights Council in line with a provision in a past General Assembly resolution that allows the General Assembly to suspend the rights of a member to sit and participate in the Human Rights Council if such member has committed gross violations of human rights. Having listened intently to the reasoning advanced from the two sides of this issue, Kiribati decided to vote in support of the resolution on the following grounds. First, the images of hundreds or thousands of human beings killed, of innocent human beings killed in Ukraine during the course of the past 42 days is a heart and soul-breaking nightmare for all normal, conscientious, and peace-loving human beings. And we do join all peace-loving people of the world in their prayers and calls for a speedy ending to the conflict through friendly and diplomatic dialogue between the parties. As a long-standing member of the Commonwealth,
Good morning and welcome to Live Now from Fox. I'm Mackenzie Stasko, joining you live from our studios here in Orlando, Florida. And the time here on the East Coast is just past 6 o'clock in the morning. We do want to, of course, bring you up to speed on all of the top stories that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. We do have Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy expected to address Finland's parliament in just a short while. As soon as we get that feed and see him pop up on screen, we will, of course, bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. Some other top stories we are following today. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, if you missed it yesterday, she was confirmed by the Senate to the U.S. Supreme Court, becoming the first black woman to ever serve on the nation's highest court. The U.S. today is expecting more Ukrainian refugees to arrive at the southern border in Mexico, and also happening in Florida. We do have the Axiom Mission 1, which is the first private astronaut mission to the International Space Station. That's expected to launch from Port Canaveral, Florida today at 8 o'clock in the morning. So just about 2 hours away. Those are some of the top stories we are following today. But again, we do want to get back to that major story making history yesterday with, again, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson being confirmed to the U.S. Supreme Court. A bipartisan show of support for her yesterday, again, as she was confirmed. Her nomination, as you know, is historic, as she will be the first black woman to serve on the court. Fox's Caroline Shively has the latest from Capitol Hill.
President Biden fulfilling a key campaign promise with the successful confirmation of Judge Jackson, who pledged to apply the law without fear or favor. A roaring round of applause inside the Senate chamber following the confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson to the Supreme Court. Nominated by President Biden, she will be the first black woman to serve on the high court.
She was solid, and she really made the case that to be the first, you have to be the best.
Jackson received bipartisan support. 3 Republicans voted for her. Democrats hope her confirmation serves as inspiration to millions across the country.
When you have a day like this, it inspires you to keep moving forward.
Most GOP lawmakers were in strong opposition, critical of her judicial record and accusing her of handing out lenient sentences to sex offenders. Democrats called the attacks baseless.
Based on her record, I believe she will prove to be the furthest left of any justice to have ever served on the Supreme Court.
Jackson's appointment won't dramatically change the makeup of the Supreme Court. She's replacing Justice Breyer, who retires in the summer.
She is viewed as a reliable vote on the left. She's bringing, however, not just experience, a depth of experience, but a depth of personality, which I think will make her very effective.
Judge Jackson will join the president and vice president at the White House on Friday to deliver remarks. On Capitol Hill, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Caroline, thank you for that report. Back to news pertaining to the ongoing Russian war in Ukraine. The UN has suspended Russia from the World Organization's top human rights body. This happened yesterday. Now, the UN General Assembly voted to suspend Russia's on the Human Rights Council over those allegations of, quote, gross and systematic violations and abuses of human rights by invading Russian troops in Ukraine. The U.S.-led push garnered 93 votes in favor, while 24 countries voted no and 58 countries abstained. The move comes after Ukraine's UN ambassador urged members to suspend Russia from the council, saying that it committed horrific human rights violations and abuses that would be equated to war crimes and crimes against humanity. And we do want to show you some video of exactly why they made that decision. An overwhelming sight for residents here in this video who returned to their hometown of Bucha, devastated by Russian attacks. Bridges, as you can see, completely destroyed, buildings bombed out, torched tanks and cars also seen in this aftermath. As you can see, some families walking through the rubble, some hugging and crying over the immense loss. And over in Irpin, the scene was the same, just pure devastation. Ukrainian soldiers, again, seen walking through the rubble. One of the only signs of hope still standing, a Ukrainian European Union and other flags pierced by some of the shrapnel. Now, again, we do have Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy currently addressing the Finnish parliament right now. He is appearing virtually, so we do want to go ahead and bring you this feed here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you. Russia, through all the capable forces of their army from all their territory, from the Far East, to fight against Ukraine. But this wasn't enough, so Russia is putting together all the people who can hold arms to continue their aggression against Ukraine. They're looking for mercenaries from all over the world. They're sending the militants from all the terrorist groups and private armies that were established by some of the Russian officials. We have seen so many people among the prisoners, very experienced fighters and just the youngsters born in 2003. But no one can adequately explain why do they need this war against Ukraine? Why do they need to hit civilians with missiles? Why this cruelty that the world has witnessed in Bucha and other cities liberated by Ukrainian army? More than 200,000 of occupiers on our territory. There were lots of people who were running away, who consciously were raising their hands up, who were injuring themselves to go to the hospitals and avoid fighting. But the majority of the army continues fighting, not knowing what are they fighting for on our land. An absolutely insane and absolutely cruel war is waged, and sometimes you think whether they are human at all. Yesterday, the Russian soldiers just shelled a boat with the peaceful people in Kakhovka water reservoir. People were trying to save their lives by being evacuated, and they shelled them with missiles. These are dozens of meters away from the shore of the river, and they hit them with missiles. So in all the districts where the Russian army went in, there are hundreds of cars, civilian cars, that were shot at and put on fire. They did see that these are just ordinary people, there is no danger, but they still were shooting. There are many examples of these cars with civilians that were simply crashed by the armored vehicles, just ran over them. You have seen what Russian military has done in the city of Bucha, but they're doing this butchery of this sort in Mariupol and Kramatorsk and Kharkiv and Kherson. And I think you do understand that if the Russian army will get the order to invade your country, they will do the same with your country as well. This is something I don't want you to witness. They will do the same what they did in the city of Bucha to your cities as well, to the cities of any country. Whatever the Russian Federation authorities will decide, as if this is their land, part of their empire. And even if Russian soldiers will not understand why they need to do this, they will still keep on fighting, because this is hatred. This is the hatred to other people that is being nurtured among the people of Russia on the national level. Ladies and gentlemen, in your history, you have seen the invasion of Russia in your land, and this threat is still there. We have to do our best to make sure that this is not repeated again. The war of Russia against Ukraine is decisive not only for the future of our country and our nation, but all those who have a common border with Russia. Just like you, 83 years ago, Ukraine has the bravery to defend itself against such an enemy and such a power which is numerically superior. There are simply too many of them. Numerically speaking, they have a lot of equipment and a lot of missiles, lots of people who can be thrown to war, and a lot of oil and dollars and euro that are spent for the propaganda of aggression. But just like your courage rescued your country from the Stalin invasion, similarly, our courage resists this invasion. 43 days now we have been doing so, but lots of things have to be done more. Unlike the Second World War, the democratic world understands that you cannot simply turn the blind eye on the inspection of the tyranny. If the people are fighting for their freedom, they need to be supported. But ordinary people understand these things and these concepts more than some influential leaders. Smaller countries understand it better than some of the bigger countries. We have to consist the strong people of the world that such sanctions against Russia are needed. Sanctions that will not be able to be bypassed and sanctions that will stop their military machinery. We still have to ask for the assistance and the armament, and what we hear in response that we still have to wait for the fighter jets to come, for the anti-missile, anti-ship equipment to be delivered. They are telling us that we need to wait in the situation when we are losing hundreds of people on a daily basis because of the Russian attacks, when dozens of our cities have been destroyed. We still have to wait when more than 10 million people became IDPs. We still have to wait in the reality when more than 3 million have left their countries out of 10 million IDPs. Together, we need to do our best to make sure that these people will be able to come back home. We need to stop Russia. We need to stop the war to make sure that peace is brought back to Ukraine and Russian occupiers would leave our sovereign territory. And this is something we cannot wait for. They tell us that we have to wait, but I have a question whether those who are killing Ukrainians are to be held accountable, and those who are making us wait for the things that we need badly, wait for the means of protecting our lives, wait for weapons. And I'm very grateful to Finland that you didn't wait when this invasion of Russian Federation started, that you were very quick to help, that you made a historic decision of providing a defense support to Ukraine, for showing a principled position in sanction questions, that you are one of the moral leaders of our anti-war coalition. But I would like you to show even more leadership, both on the level of the European Union and bilaterally with the countries of the EU, to support our fight for freedom, for our common freedom. At the time when we have this war, when the tyranny is losing in the war against Ukraine, and this will be the biggest contribution in the security of Europe, and therefore one of the biggest contribution to the security of your country. Therefore, we need weapons that some of the EU partners have. This is why we need powerful, efficient sanctions against Russia on a permanent basis, a sanction cocktail that would be remembered just like Molotov cocktails. Please insist on that. And I'm grateful to the Finnish companies who already ceased their operation in the Russian market, but we need to cut all the economic ties with this country. And I urge you to pressure all of your companies who continue supporting Russian war machinery through their taxes and excise taxes paid in Russia. We need to isolate all the Russian banks from the international banking system. We cannot be limited just by partial response to the Russian threat in Europe and threat to the democratic world, because the freedom will not survive if we leave channels that will be fed by these sources of income. And we need to think about how to protect Europe from the Russian energy weapon. Every educated person knows that the times of the fossil fuels is in the past. We cannot rely on coal and oil. We have to look for new sources of energy. And if Russia is abusing their energy resources to finance aggression against other nations and spreading hatred around the world, it means this should be an additional powerful incentive to speed up all the necessary decisions. How much longer can Europe ignore the introduction of embargo against oil supplies from Russia? How much longer? This is the big question that environmental and military sectors are looking forward to. And I want you to ask this question very loudly to all the European unions for such decision to actually be made. The world knows different modalities how this can be done. And if Europe doesn't want physically to stop these supplies now, if you're not prepared to do that, although this is still inevitable, at least as a first step, you need to introduce the scheme of restricting the money flows for oil to Russia. It should be accumulated on the special accounts without Russia accessing them. Let Russia first bring peace and be held accountable for the military crimes, and then get hold of their oil and dollars and gas and euro. So let them first remember what the Helsinki spirit is and restore that Helsinki spirit, and only after that they can start the discussion about economic issues if need be. And when we are talking that we need to stop the war, when we're saying that, I think this is something very clear to all the cultures in the world. And this is a clear message in different languages. When I say this in Ukrainian, I think there's no one who would not understand what it means, especially also if you say this in German, in Arabic or Chinese or any other language for that matter. We share this common value. The war is equally evil for everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, the people of Finland, I do believe that common sense will win, and that together we will be able to protect freedom and Ukraine. This is why we need to start thinking now how to rebuild our country after this war. The world knows about the leadership role of your country and your nation in the education sector. You have developed such an educational sector that allows you to protect personal freedom of the human being, make them educated, teach them respect to other people and an environment and the globe. And this is something we have to learn, and other countries have to learn. And in the 1.5 months of Russian aggression, 928 educational facilities have been destroyed or damaged, kindergartens, schools, universities. I welcome you and your companies, your experts, to join the efforts of rebuilding of our educational sector and join the efforts of modernization of education in Ukraine. We have to do our best that even after this super cruel war against our people would still have kind hearts and to be open to the rest of the world. I believe in this because the hatred has to lose, the freedom has to take over, at first in Ukraine and then all over the world where the tyranny will try to raise up their head. Thank you to Finland. Slava Ukraini.
You're just tuning into a live feed coming in from Finland from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy addressing the parliament there, asking Finland's parliament for more help as this war in Ukraine now enters day 44. He did tell them that he would welcome their companies and their experts to join efforts in helping to rebuild Ukraine and modernize education when the war is over. He also said that even after the war, his people, the Ukrainians, will still have kind hearts. He believes that because he says hatred has to lose. It is 6:21 here on the East Coast. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We do have some breaking news that we do want to show you, that we want to get to you. Some tweets here on Live Now from Fox. As we told you before the break, we have learned that at least 30 people have been killed and 100 others injured after Russian troops launched an attack at a train station in eastern Ukraine this morning. That is in the Donetsk region. This is a tweet coming in from Ukraine's Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba, saying that Russians knew that the train station there was full of civilians waiting to be evacuated, yet they struck it with a ballistic missile, killing at least 30 people and injuring at least 100 others. He says that this was deliberate slaughter and that we will bring each war criminal to justice. So again, this is a tweet coming in from Ukraine's foreign minister this morning, where again, we do know at least 30 people have been killed and about 100 others injured after Russian troops apparently launched a missile at a train station in Ukraine's eastern region as people were trying to evacuate. In this photo, you can see strollers, luggage, again, people trying to evacuate that train station as it was hit. We also want to show you another tweet. It is graphic, so if you are sensitive to that, you will want to look away. This is coming in from the defense of Ukraine, saying that Russians carried out 2 missile strikes on a railway station in Kramatorsk, again, where evacuation of civilians was taking place, adding that Russian war criminals not only deliberately targeted thousands of people, but that they've used cluster munitions. Again, more than 30 people killed and more than 100 people injured. So as soon as we get more information or any video of this devastating scene. We will, of course, bring that to you as soon as we can here on Live Now from Fox. Now, speaking of the war in Ukraine, we did just hear from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy addressing Finland's parliament just a few minutes ago. Today is marking day 44 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We do know that there are reports from the front lines. We do want to get away from that tweet here and show you some other video here on Live Now from Fox. So we are getting reports from the front lines saying that morale amongst Russian forces is low after suffering heavy losses and failing to take the capital city of Kyiv. Some troops have been placed in Russian cities as the military works to refocus their attacks on the south and southeast of Ukraine, specifically where that attack just happened. Now, that new focus does come after talks between the two countries, Ukraine and Russia, just last week. However, UN officials say that they are skeptical that the two sides can come to an agreement, with one high-ranking official saying that he is not optimistic. Now, Secretary of State Antony Blinken slamming Russians for their Ukraine invasion, speaking in Belgium. That is where he is right now. He spoke there yesterday in Brussels following a meeting with NATO's foreign ministers. The Secretary of State describing the horrific scenes coming out of several cities in Ukraine. Let's listen in.
The sickening images and accounts coming out of Bucha and other parts of Ukraine have only strengthened our collective resolve and unity. In Bucha, a woman described how Russian soldiers forced her and around 40 other people to gather in a small square. The soldiers brought 5 young men there and ordered them to kneel. Then, the Russian soldier shot one of them in the back of the head. He turned to the people gathered and said of the victim, and I quote, "This is dirt. We're here to cleanse you from the dirt." That's just one person Russian soldiers killed in Bucha. According to Ukraine's Prosecutor General, they've already found 410 bodies of dead civilians in that one town alone. And it's not just Bucha. And for every Bucha, there are many more towns Russia has occupied and more towns it is still occupying, places where we must assume Russian soldiers are committing more atrocities right now.
And also in Brussels yesterday, NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg agreeing to send more humanitarian, financial, and military aid to support Ukraine. Let's listen in.
So that Ukraine prevails in the face of Russia's invasion.
Secondly,
Allies are also supporting and stepping up humanitarian aid and financial support. We discussed what more we will do, including cyber security assistance and providing equipment to help Ukraine protect against chemical and biological threats. And of course, they need different types of weapons, and allies are providing them with different types of weapons, and we see the impact of these weapons on the battleground every day, because the Ukrainians have been able to inflict severe losses on the invading Russian forces.
And as we told you earlier, the United Nations is suspending Russia from its Human Rights Council, and this comes in response to reports of atrocities carried out by Russian troops and at the order of Russian President Vladimir Putin. Fox News correspondent Jeff Paul has more from Lviv, Ukraine.
Military leaders in Ukraine's eastern region of Luhansk warning civilians there to evacuate while it's still safe to do so. But in Mariupol, fleeing remains nearly impossible as Russian forces have increased their air and artillery attacks. The Red Cross managing to get 1,000 of the more than 100,000 trapped in Mariupol. The director says that alone took days, but they will not stop trying.
I think it is important that these people are given the opportunity to get out from hell, because this is really an apocalyptic situation there.
Meanwhile, further to the west in the southern part of the country, Ukrainian counterattacks taking place in Kherson. In the north, Russian troops continue to retreat, revealing the aftermath of shelling, leaving widespread destruction. Police are working to notify the families of the hundreds of civilians killed. Meanwhile, NATO's chief warning this war could last years. As NATO leaders resume talks, Ukraine's foreign minister is calling for more arms shipments.
My agenda is very simple. It has only 3 items on it. It's weapons, weapons, and weapons.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy says new sanctions slapped on Russia will fall short of the support needed on the ground.
This package of the new Western sanctions against Russia looks impressive, but it's not enough.
As the situation of Mariupol gets worse, the mayor there is saying 90% of his city has now been destroyed. In Lviv, Ukraine, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
Jeff, thank you for that report. The World Health Organization now reporting that the healthcare industry is under attack in Ukraine. You've seen the videos that we've showed you here on Live Now from Fox. The UN agency is reporting over 90 attacks on medical workers, hospitals, and clinics have occurred since Russia invaded Ukraine more than a month ago. WHO officials again say that efforts are underway to ensure that the Ukrainian people get the medical help that they need.
We have a fully functional office in Lviv and are setting up an operational base in Dnipro in East Central Ukraine to mobilize resources more quickly and reach some of the most vulnerable people in conflict zones with urgent supplies. Given the uncertainties of the current situation, there are no assurances that the war will not get worse. WHO is considering all scenarios and making contingencies for different situations that could afflict the people of Ukraine, from the continued treatment of mass casualties to chemical assaults. We are working with national authorities to bridge gaps.
And again, that was the WHO reporting on those hospitals. Now, this is video coming into our desk from Ukrainian Witness via our partners at Storyful. Ukrainian officials have observed trenches dug by Russian forces in the so-called exclusion zone surrounding the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. Russian troops took control of the plant back on February 24th and withdrew troops later on March 31st. The video shows members of the State Agency of Ukraine for Exclusion Zone Management walking through former tank positions and trenches, assessing the situation. At one point, one of the men can be seen measuring the radioactivity of the area, saying that it's already squeaking, showing excess radiation. The International Atomic Energy Agency was investigating reports that Russian forces had been impacted by radiation poisoning, but said back on March 31st that it was unable to confirm and was seeking more information. Now, the World Health Organization is preparing for possible chemical assaults in Ukraine. WHO European Chief Hans Kluge held a press briefing in Lviv yesterday on the health situation and those contingency plans for a worst-case scenario, chemical warfare.
We have the information about the spread of some untypical
of the current situation. There are no assurances that the war will not get worse. WHO is considering all scenarios and making contingencies for different situations that could afflict the people of Ukraine, from the continued treatment of mass casualties to chemical assaults.
Are there preparations being made for a potential nuclear attack or accident?
WHO is also coordinating with the European Union to triage patients arriving to make sure that they are received in an EU country that is best placed to treat them. We are channeling support from further afield. The Asia-Europe Foundation has provided $9.5 million from Japan to procure much-needed equipment and provide services to manage COVID-19 as well as communicable diseases, including measles and polio, for Ukraine and its neighbors.
Recently, President Zelenskyy spoke at the UN Security Council.
Despite the war, we are determined to support Ukraine and not to lose this momentum. WHO is preparing now to redeploy teams throughout the countries as access and security improves. We are committed to work through a strong, decentralized footprint, both during the current humanitarian response, but also to be there with local and national authorities to rebuild the war-torn health system.
And again, that was the WHO. While millions of Ukrainian refugees are choosing to resettle in European countries, a growing number are now trying to seek safety from the Russian invasion by entering the United States. Now, again, they are working to accept Ukrainian refugees. You may remember that the United States said a few weeks ago that it would accept about 100,000. Now, again, a growing number are trying to seek safety, and they're doing so by crossing over the U.S.-Mexico border. Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork has the details.
They're arriving in massive numbers. Thousands, in fact, of Ukrainian refugees seeking entry into the U.S. are now said to be pursuing a new route through the U.S. southern border with Mexico. Currently, more than 2,000 have already gathered in shelters popping up in Tijuana as they await passage into the U.S. Hundreds more are expected to arrive daily on flights bound to Mexico City and Cancun.
When people are coming to airport, we bringing people here, and they're staying here for 2-3 days.
The Biden administration promising last month to accept up to 100,000 Ukrainian refugees as the ongoing Russian invasion continues, triggering a global humanitarian crisis, with more than 4.3 million Ukrainian refugees having escaped their homeland since the start of the war.
It's cold, yes. But, you know, we stay not dangerous. We stay without war.
U.S. Customs and Border Protection agents are enhancing immigration facilities in San Diego to help process the influx of arrivals. Officials are aiming to admit roughly 600 refugees a day.
All these volunteers that helps us Ukrainians, that we have food, we have place to sleep, you know, we have everything. Because like people in Mariupol, for example, they don't have anything, no water, no food, nothing.
So far, the Mexico border is the main port of entry for Ukrainian refugees. Many say it's actually easier than trying to secure an appointment at U.S. consulates in Europe. I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
Kevin, thank you for that report. U.S. Congress also took additional action against Russia, voting nearly unanimously to suspend normal trade relations with them. They also banned the import of Russian energy into the United States. President Biden is expected to sign both of those measures into law. Now, we do want to head to a conversation with somebody that we have been touching base with throughout the ongoing war in Ukraine. LiveNOW's Andy Kraft spoke with our Hal Kemper, who is a former intelligence officer, again, about this ongoing war in Ukraine, which is now on day 44.
Our own expert, and we're so thankful for him, who does the same, guiding us through this conflict in Ukraine, and that, of course, national security expert Hal Kemper, who joins me right now. Hal, good to see you. I think the kind of theme of the day, there were a lot of votes that took place about what to do next when it comes to so many certain factors going into the resistance, to the effort to help Ukraine. One of which, let's start off with the UN, the General Assembly, voting today to suspend and expel Russia from the UN Human Rights Council. The vote, 93 yeses, 24 noes, 58 abstentions. What do you make of this? Because you and I both know there are, a lot of human rights aggressors on the council.
Andrew, there are a lot of human rights aggressors, although this is pretty rare. The only one I can think of offhand is Libya, and I think that was back in 2011. So it's as bad and as egregious as the conduct and behavior of some of the members on that council are. They have not been expelled. Russia was expelled. And the thing about Russia being expelled is it's a major player in the United Nations. I mean, they are one of the 5 permanent members of the, the Security Council. They're a major player. They're not a smaller country. So to have them get expelled, that takes a lot of work. And as you saw, it wasn't a unified vote. I mean, there were many who voted against, and there was a lot of abstentions, but that's to be expected.
Yeah, of course, it is fascinating seeing which countries vote no, which countries abstain. Also, I saw an interesting country in Europe that is somewhat friendly to Russia because there's so many interests there. And that, of course, is Serbia. My vote, or their vote, rather, surprised me today. I believed they voted yes.
Yeah, well, that is, everyone's feeling the pressure. There is actually a softening. A number of countries who are very dependent on Russian natural gas and oil are somewhat softening their stance. And whereas before they're saying, look, we'll embargo or we'll sanction everything, but don't turn off the gas, so to speak, they're now starting to change their tune. So you might start seeing a lot of surprising changes throughout Europe, particularly Eastern Europe, Serbia. I even would not be surprised if Hungary starts to modify its stance, even though the leader there is pretty close to Putin. I just think with the body politic there in Europe, to include Eastern Europe, it's going to be difficult. One of the things that Russia's done politically, which impacts sanctions and impacts these votes, is these war crimes. It's interesting to see as the pictures start coming out, as the intelligence start coming out, certainly today, as the radio intercepts, tactical radio intercepts start coming out of Russian forces that reinforce these atrocities, it has had an impact far beyond probably what just happened. I mean, in a war of this magnitude, I hate to say it, but it's true. 300 people being killed in a war of this magnitude is not an overwhelming number. But the nature, the visualizations, what happened, the way they did it, has had a huge impact. And Bucha is now, it's basically burned into the minds of European voters and to a lesser extent, probably North American and US voters. But those images and what they did can't be dismissed. That's going to sit there for a while. And frankly, I think Bucha, and I think Zelenskyy said it today, there's worse to come. There's more areas being uncovered, and they're finding more atrocities all over the country. So I think it's going to be one of many that we're going to discover. And as they do that, it makes it that much tougher to get back to any semblance of normal in relations with Russia, particularly in dealing with gas, oil, and other commodities.
Let's talk about that right now. And earlier today in the Senate, 100-0, that was the vote to end normalized trade relations with both Russia and Belarus. This kind of tracks with the executive action President Biden announced earlier on when the war began with the same effect. What does this mean, especially for businesses who have done business with Russia and Belarus? What now changes?
Well, for those businesses that have a large investment in either of those countries, this is not a good vote for them. I mean, obviously, they're looking at a catastrophic loss of business, trade, potentially their investment in country. And of course, they're also concerned that Russia and Belarus may do something to nationalize or take over whatever investment they have there, regardless of the U.S. position that they would do in retaliation to the U.S. position. The thing, though, with the vote today, particularly a unified vote like that sends a message far beyond just what the U.S. is doing. It sends a message far beyond Belarus and Russia. China has to be looking at that very closely. China has trade relations with both of those countries. China is supposed to be taking a lot of the gas and oil that was supposed to go to Europe. They're supposed to be the release valve, if you will. They're going to buy that. They're backing up Russia in a lot of ways. They have they keep saying still that they have a strong relationship with them. They still keep voting in a way that, in international bodies like the UN, in such a way that they're somewhat supportive of Russia still. But they have to be looking at this because they're fearful that this contagion, if you will, of popular antipathy could extend to other countries within Russia's orbit. And of course, China is that other country. And they're worried it wouldn't be as broad as what you're seeing against Russia by any means, but they're worried that there might be some selective sanctions imposed on China directly tied to whatever they're doing with Russia. And they've got to be concerned about that.
Yeah, let's talk about, though, Russia's, oil and gas market now. Where does it stand? And Europe's dependence on it. It seems like since even we last spoke last night, there is even, more coalescing around the idea that EU members need to wean themselves off eventually of Russian oil and natural gas. Where are we on that front today?
Well, that front has been strengthened, Andrew. I mean, it's basically, I think it was a couple of nations, I believe Austria strengthened its position. Of course, they're neutral. They're not NATO. Other nations are starting to strengthen their position on this as well. The EU today, of course, voted that they're not going to take coal. Non-binding vote in the European Parliament to everyone's, to basically for everybody to wean themselves off of any Russian energy sources, whether it's natural gas, oil, or coal. It is non-binding, but there does seem to be a lot of political impetus behind that. For Russia, this has got to be nerve-wracking, to say the least, if they're looking at the long run. In the short run, ironically, their revenues from oil and gas are actually higher than they were last year, and that's because the price has gone up. So even though they've got all these trade problems in terms of moving it, because the price has gone up so much, their short-term revenue picture is actually looking from oil and gas a little bit better. You have to put that in context, though, because yes, oil and gas is better, but then they've almost lost their entire wheat market and other things that they do. So, it is a macroeconomic function in terms of how you calculate that. In the longer run, I don't think that Russia is ever going to be able to get that market back. What's happening in Europe is they're pivoting away from Russia and pivoting away from sourcing Russian natural gas, but also pivoting a lot to renewable energies. They're increasing their LNG capability, liquefied natural gas capability, increasing their amount of port capacity in terms of being able to transfer that. And I don't think that's going to switch back to Russia anytime soon. And the way that Putin has positioned this entire war, if you will, particularly with the civilian atrocities, it makes it politically difficult for them ever to pivot back. I think we may have seen a page permanently turned, if you will, in terms of the energy picture in Russia, or I mean the energy picture for Russia, but also the energy picture in Europe as a whole.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to follow, no doubt. Hal, let's talk about battleground tactics, what we're seeing right now there inside of Ukraine. A stunning quote today from Dmitry Peskov. He is the chief spokesman of the Putin regime in Russia. He says, quote, Russia suffered significant losses during a special military operation in Ukraine. He says, we have suffered significant losses of troops. This is a huge tragedy for us. He's essentially Putin's press secretary. The fact that this was admitted openly on Russian state channels is something. What did you make of that?
Well, I make of it that they realize they're losing the information war, if you will. Even though they have blocked everything but official state media from communicating to most of the Russian public, there's enough stuff leaking in that the real news is starting to get in there. There's still a lot of people that can drill in through the dark net, if you will, to get into the internet so they can get enough information there. But the thing is, and this has always been the issue with Russia, and we've used this phrase, I know it sounds like a kind of a strange phrase, but it's called the mothers of Russia. And this is really what caused the downfall in many ways of the Soviet Union, was the mothers of Russia whose sons had gone off to fight in Afghanistan and then came back in body bags, eventually got so frustrated with the Soviet Union that they became not just the mothers themselves, but the influence of those families became so great that it was a key component of the political downfall of the Soviet Union. Now, they have already, by Ukrainian estimates, certainly, but even by Western estimates, they've already surpassed the number of Russian soldiers killed in Ukraine within, 5 weeks, that they accrued over a decade in their involvement in Afghanistan. And now, according to Ukrainian estimates, they have about, I think today they listed 18,900 killed, which is about 19,000. And if they stay steady with the numbers of killed in action, by Monday, we'll be talking over 20,000.
Wow.
That's a big number. And then you multiply that by 2 or 3, usually by 3, in terms of those wounded who are taken out of action, and then all the surrenders and the desertions and everything else. And of course, the other problem is you have units coming in that refuse to fight in Ukraine, which is really unusual. This is having an enormous political impact, which, albeit delayed, because of what Putin has done to basically crush information from getting to the Russian people. He can't stop that forever. At some point, these families and the friends of those killed and the friends of those wounded will find out what this is, and eventually the numbers themselves will be stunning. And you think about that, we're 6 weeks into this, 20,000 killed, if the Ukrainian numbers are correct, 6 weeks into it. And they're saying, General Milley is saying this thing could go on for years.
Right.
No army can sustain those sorts of losses. It's just too much.
No doubt. Let's talk about the Ukrainian army, the Ukrainian resistance, and the influx of weapons that have been flowing into their side from the West, from Europe, from the United States. We know these are coming in by the plenty, but how fast are they getting there? Are they being used properly, because some need training? And are they making a difference on the battlefield? What is your assessment of all this military equipment coming in from so many different places? It's kind of hard to wrap your head around, but it's help.
Well, Andrew, if I was to put it very simply, yeah, it's going pretty good.
Okay.
I mean, that sounds very simple, but actually, I will tell you this, all right? And you've heard me say it before. This is something we do very well, all right? We know how to move weapons around the world overtly and covertly. We're actually pretty good at it. The other thing is we don't have to really move it that covertly. We have to move it tactically to avoid them being intercepted by Russian military strikes, but that's within Ukraine, and that's working with the Ukrainians to make sure that, don't advertise what you're saying over there. But, I'm hearing that when we actually get the weapons to the border, they can actually get to where they got to go anywhere in Ukraine within about 48 hours.
Okay.
That's pretty impressive. And of course, our ability to get them to the border, we have tremendous airlift capability, and you certainly see it put into full effect that we can put this stuff in there. And if I may mention, obviously the missiles and everything else that we talked about, but we're starting to see the first transfers of heavy armor, if you will. It's not a lot, 5 tanks, 5 BMPs. I was a little underwhelmed with the total numbers on that. But the fact that they're finally moving that NATO, East European, Soviet heavy equipment. And the reason this is important is, hey, Javelin missiles are great, and we've talked on the air about, their capabilities. They're fantastic. The MLAW missiles from Great Britain are fantastic. Stingers, the Starstreak system from Great Britain for anti-air is an amazing system as well. And of course, the Switchblade drones, which now look like they're going into the hundreds as opposed to the numbers that they had put out yesterday. A fantastic system. They need to make that into the thousands. But when you want to take ground, when you want to recover ground, when you want to move large military forces across large open areas like they have in Ukraine, the size of Texas, you need armor. And so we're looking at not 5, but we're going to be looking at 500, I think, eventually, but we're going to look at a lot of heavy equipment, heavy armor coming from NATO countries getting moved in. They've crossed a mental threshold, if you will. They've crossed a philosophical threshold in moving these types of weapons in. Now that they're moving T-72s, BMPs, I'm sure we're going to start seeing some heavy artillery, some rocket systems. They just talked today about the fact they're going to be moving the S-300 system, anti-air system has been going in there. And of course, they've also been using them in there. These are weapons they know how to use. They don't need a lot of training on these weapons. But once you're moving all this stuff in, I will say, and we've talked about this, at some point, they're going to go back and revisit aircraft. And I'm expecting that MiG-29 issue to come up again. And I would not be surprised if one morning we wake up and they say, oh, by the way, 28 MiG-29s just happened to land at a Ukrainian airfield last night. And they may not even advertise it. It may be something that's just, they wouldn't want to advertise it to make sure the Russians don't know. But, they fly fast and low, land, they're there, it's done. I would see that we're getting closer to a situation where that would become a political possibility.
Hal, let's talk about that, because that was such a really tense conversation, I believe, in the second or third week of the war, where these Polish MiG-29s, they were kind of make or break to defend the air in Ukraine. But you and I, early on, we were speaking about, will Kyiv fall? Will some of these cities fall? The protracted battles and attacks in really almost every part of the country. We have been talking about gearing up for, to take Odessa. There were strikes in the west, near Lviv, near the Polish border. We're just not seeing that anymore. What is your assessment of just kind of the, I guess, hour by hour, day by day strikes, attacks, what have you, to take territory? Is it just simply now focused in the east, in the Donbas? Is that where it's targeted? Because now, and we've seen the maps and we've seen some of the gains and losses on the part of the Russians, it doesn't seem like they're going all out to take any more territory.
Well, there's a big push in the east. All right, the Donbas region right now, there's a huge push. I mean, we heard the the discussion by Fox 13. And that is, it's like 40,000 troops. Yeah, if they could pull all the troops out of that were up in that north area around Kyiv and move them around and get them into the fight. And I will tell you that all experts looking at it's like, don't expect them to get reconstituted anytime soon. Those forces are spent. I mean, yes, in numbers they're there, but don't expect them to be going into the fight. Or if they are in the fight, don't expect them to be playing a decisive role anytime soon, because they really are seriously degraded units. Not just the units themselves, but the troops themselves are worn out. And so there's a lot of stuff that has to happen there. And there's a lot of challenges moving forces from within Russia, other parts of the Russian Empire, if you will, whether it's from the Far East or places like, Georgia, where they have forces occupying there, or elsewhere. They're just having a tough time doing that. So even though they can push the offensive in Donbass, I will say the Ukrainians have actually built a very good, very well thought out defense. It's not something where the Russians are going to be able to move through that anytime soon. And those defensive systems, those Javelin missiles and other things, incredibly effective, and they stop them from moving forward. So being able to hold them in place in a lot of these locations is pretty good. Even Mariupol, where they've been fighting, and the Russians today, I think, announced that they held central Mariupol, but everyone's looking at the satellite photos and it's like, not sure if they really actually hold it, or they're just claiming they hold it. That, whereas everybody keeps saying it's going to fall, and I think at some point they will have some degree of control over Mariupol within a few days. There's still a fierce resistance there that's very effective, and it's caused tremendous attrition on the forces attacking Mariupol, to the point where it's very doubtful that those units can simply be turned around to attack somewhere else in the south. The idea was that they take Mariupol, they seize that area that provides that land bridge from the Donbas region all the way down to Crimea, and that might be his claim of success. That might be the thing that he claims, say, on May 9th. On Victory Day, the Victory Day parade where they celebrate the end of World War II. Right. That might be his big claim. I don't think they're going to get there. And the only way to really secure that Donbas region is they have to do this thing where they shoot up north from the Mariupol area. I don't know that they have the forces to do that. And frankly, we're moving in so many of these defensive missiles. I think the attrition will just be too much for them.
Yeah. Well, Hal, we will follow it alongside you as we always do, and we'll talk again. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that was our own Andy Kraft and Hal Kemper, of course, having a very important conversation about this ongoing war in Ukraine. We do want to bring you this live feed that we have coming into our desk of the Polish-Ukrainian border. As we have been reporting to you, Poland has taken the majority of those refugees who have fled Ukraine since the war began back on February 24th. The UN reporting more than 4.3 million people have left Ukraine, and you can see some of them here in Poland right now. It is 7 o'clock here on the East Coast. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we'll be recapping some of our top stories when we come back. My name is Mackenzie Stasko, and I'll be joining you here for the next few hours, bringing you top stories from not only here in the U.S., but around the world as well. So we do want to show you what we are following today. We have several live feeds coming into our LiveNOW desk. The first one, of course, the White House, President Joe Biden getting his way after the Senate confirmed Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson yesterday confirmed to the U.S. Supreme Court, becoming the first black woman to ever serve on the nation's highest court. We also have a feed coming in from the Polish-Ukrainian border, where we do know about 4.3 million people have fled Ukraine since the war began 44 days ago, with a majority of them crossing into Poland, as you see right there on your screen. The U.S. is also expecting some of those refugees to arrive at the southern border, the U.S. border near Mexico. We are expected to get at least 100,000 refugees who, again, have fled Ukraine. And also happening today in Florida, Port Canaveral, the Axiom Mission 1, which is the first private astronaut mission to the International Space Station. That is expected to launch at about 11:17 in the morning. Stay tuned for that, because we will bring you that feed as soon as we get it. We also have some breaking news coming in from eastern Ukraine. We have learned that 30 people have died after Russian troops launched a missile strike on a railway in eastern Ukraine in the Donetsk region, where, according to Ukraine's foreign minister, people at that train station, that he was saying that there were thousands of people at the train station waiting to board to try and leave the country as Russian troops continue to regroup in the eastern part of the country. So as soon as we get any images or video from that story, we will, of course, bring that to you as soon as we can. In the meantime, we do want to get back to those top stories. The big one, of course, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, nominated and confirmed to the U.S. Supreme Court. She is making history, of course, making her the first black woman to serve on the United States Supreme Court. It was a bipartisan show of support yesterday for Jackson. Her nomination is historic, as we mentioned, as she will be the first black woman to become a U.S. Supreme Court justice. So we do want to head out to that confirmation with Vice President Kamala Harris.
The question occurs on the nomination of Ketanji Brown Jackson of the District of Columbia to be an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There is, and certainly appears to be, a sufficient second. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Barrasso. No. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Bennett. Aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Blunt. No. Mr. Blunt, no. Mr. Booker. Yes. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Braun. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Burr. Mr. Burr, no. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Carper. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, no. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, no. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, no. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, aye. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, no. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Feinstein, aye. Mrs. Fisher. No. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mrs. Gillibrand. Aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Haggerty. No. Mr. Haggerty, no. Ms. Hassan. Aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Hawley. No. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Heinrich. Aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Hirono. Aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Hoven. No. Mr. Hoven, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. No. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Inhofe, no. Mr. Johnson. No. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Kane. Aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Kelly. Aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Kennedy. No. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. King. Aye. Mr. King, aye. Ms. Klobuchar. Aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Leahy. Aye. Mr. Leahy, aye. Mr. Lee. No. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Lujan. Aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Manchin. Aye. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Markey. Aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Marshall. No. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. McConnell. No. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Menendez. Aye. Mr. Menendez, aye. Mr. Merkley. Aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran voted in the negative. Ms. Murkowski. Aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Murphy. Aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mrs. Murray. Aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Ossoff. Aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Padilla. Aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Portman. Mr. Portman, no. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Romney. Mr. Romney, aye. Ms. Rosen. Aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Sass. Mr. Sass, no. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Schumer. Aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida. No. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Shelby. Mr. Shelby, no. Ms. Sinema. Aye. Ms. Sinema, aye. Ms. Smith. Aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Ms. Stabenow. Aye. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Tester. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Toomey, no. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Warren? Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Whitehouse? Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Wicker? Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Wyden? Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Young? Mr. Young, no. Mr. Graham? Mr. Graham, no.
All right, everybody, you are tuning in to the final Senate vote on the Supreme Court confirmation from yesterday, where, as we did report to you, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson now confirmed to the U.S. Supreme Court, making her the first black woman to serve. Cheers rang out yesterday in the Senate chamber as Jackson, who is a 51-year-old appeals court judge with about 9 years experience on the federal bench, was confirmed with the vote 53 yay, 47 nay, mostly along party lines, but we do know 3 Republican senators did vote in favor to confirm Ketanji Brown Jackson. As you saw, presiding over the vote was Vice President Kamala Harris, also the first black woman to reach her high office as Vice President of the United States. President Biden tweeted yesterday after Brown Jackson was confirmed, saying that, quote, "We have taken another step toward making our highest court reflect the diversity of America." So again, that is the very latest coming in from Capitol Hill with that historic vote. Our Rain Augustine in just a few hours will be interviewing the president of the National Bar Association, somebody who knows Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson and who actually sat in the chamber in the early days of those Senate confirmation hearings, again, for Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Some of the other top stories that we are following today, of course, you see that live feed we have coming in from the Polish-Ukrainian border, where we do now know, according to the United Nations Refugee Agency, about 4.3 million people have fled Ukraine in the 6 weeks since Russia invaded the country. The United States is expecting Ukrainian refugees to arrive at the southern border. That is a story that we, of course, are closely following. As you may remember, the president announced about a week ago that the United States will accept about 100,000 refugees here to the United States. But again, the U.S. is preparing for an influx of refugees from Ukraine to arrive at the southern border with Mexico. So the U.S. is working to expedite the entry of those refugees. Also happening today, the Axiom Mission 1, which is the first private astronaut mission to the International Space Station. That is expected to launch at about 11:17 in the morning, and that is happening in Port Canaveral, Florida. So we do want to bring you this beautiful sunrise here in Florida today, where, again, that all-private crew is expected to launch and take off in just a few hours at 11:17 in the morning. So again, if you are unfamiliar, this is the first all-private crew missioned to the International Space Station. They are ready to go. That is happening today. It's going to be a crew of 4 led by a former NASA astronaut. They are expected to be on a 10-day mission to the space station aboard a SpaceX Crew Dragon spacecraft atop a Falcon 9 rocket. So again, this is the first crew flight for the Texas-based company Axiom Space, launching at 11:17. That is the expected launch time. So you definitely want to stay tuned for that. We will, of course, bring that to you as soon as we get it. It is about 7:19 here on the East Coast. One more time, you are taking a beautiful look at the sunrise over Port Canaveral, Florida, where that Axiom Space launch is expected in just a few hours. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. My name is Mackenzie Stasko. Thank you so much for joining us. We do want to bring you some updates on the news coming out of Russia and Ukraine. So we do want to get you to this video where we see the United Nations has suspended Russia from the World Organization's top human rights body. Now, this all came down yesterday. Again, this is the United Nations expelling Russia and kicking them out, essentially, from the Human Rights Council over allegations of, quote, gross and systematic violations and abuses of human rights by invading Russian troops in Ukraine. The U.S.-led push garnered 93 votes in favor, while 24 countries voted no. And we do know that 58 abstained from voting and expelling Russia from this Human Rights Council. And this move, as you know, comes after Ukraine's UN ambassador urged members to suspend Russia from the council, saying that it has committed horrific war crimes in Ukraine. So that is the very latest coming in from the Human Rights Council. We did bring you this vote live, raw, and unfiltered yesterday here on Live Now from Fox. And now there have been reports overnight of Russian attacks on a railway station in eastern Ukraine, striking civilians who were attempting to flee the area. So we do want to bring up that graphic for you here on Live Now from Fox. Let's see if we can get that up for you. This is it. This is coming in from a tweet from the Ukraine foreign minister of that breaking news, where, again, we do know that at least 30 people have died after Russian troops apparently launched an airstrike at a train station in eastern Ukraine. So this is that tweet. The Ukraine foreign minister saying that Russians knew that the train station in Kramatorsk was full of civilians waiting to be evacuated, yet they struck it with a ballistic missile, killing at least 30 people and injuring at least 100 others. He also said that this was a deliberate slaughter and that we will bring each war criminal to justice. So if you take a close look at that photo, you can see luggage, a stroller, and unfortunately some blood and other things strewn on the ground. So that is a tweet coming in from Ukraine's foreign minister. Just a devastating scene where you can see people, children, families, they had their strollers, they had their luggage, their bags packed, ready to go and leave Ukraine. We do want to warn you, this next tweet that we are going to show you is graphic. This one coming in from the defense of Ukraine, saying that Russians carried out 2 missile strikes. So the defense of Ukraine saying it wasn't just one, that it was actually 2 on that railway station in Kramatorsk, where evacuation of civilians was taking place, adding that Russian war criminals not only deliberately targeted thousands of people, they used cluster munitions. And again, stating more than 30 people have been killed and more than 100 others have been injured. So again, this is just a tragic scene coming out of eastern Ukraine, where we do know Russian troops have been regrouping. We did report to you that they have left the area north of Kyiv, and they have instead moved to the eastern part of Ukraine in the Donetsk and Donbas regions to regroup and launch an offensive attack there. So again, unfortunately, more than 30 people killed this morning while they were trying to flee Ukraine and board that train station, and 100 others were injured. We do want to head out to a story with our Fox News' Doug Lazater, who has more on this topic.
This latest attack on a train station may help bolster allegations that Russia has been targeting civilians all through the course of this war. This is the aftermath of a railway station attack in eastern Ukraine early this morning. The victims appear to be civilians. The defense ministry there calls this an act of war criminals. Elsewhere in Ukraine, emergency responders carry out their work, uncovering more civilian casualties in another city outside the capital of Kyiv.
It's much worse there. Even more victims of the Russian occupiers.
And while Russia has only admitted to a fraction of their losses in this war, some rare candor from President Vladimir Putin's spokesman.
We have significant losses of troops, and it's a huge tragedy for us.
At the same time, the New York Times and others have linked to a video that appears to show Ukrainian troops killing captured Russian soldiers, and the White House responded.
We have to make sure that Ukrainians are fighting this war the right way. We've talked to them about that, but I don't think that should take the focus off the kind of massive atrocities we're seeing the Russians commit.
But the focus at the United Nations has been on Russia's unrelenting attacks. And a supermajority of the UN General Assembly voted yesterday to remove Russia from the Human Rights Council, a largely symbolic move.
But other than just being another drop in the bucket of condemnation of Russia, it's not going to make any big difference to Russia. Right now, Putin doesn't really care about being part of the Human Rights Council.
And another expression of solidarity with Ukraine, the group Pink Floyd recorded their first original music in nearly 30 years, featuring a Ukrainian singer. And back here on Capitol Hill, Congress has now agreed to revoke Russia's trade status with the U.S. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you for that report. And this video shows exactly part of the reason why Congress has decided to revoke that trade status. As Doug mentioned, an overwhelming sight to see for residents here in Bucha who are returning to their hometown, which has been devastated by Russian attacks. You can see bridges destroyed, buildings bombed out, torched tanks and cars are also seen in this aftermath. Families also walking through the rubble just yesterday, some hugging and crying over the immense loss. And in Irpin, the scene was the exact same, just pure devastation. Ukrainian soldiers are seen walking through the rubble. Some people, as you can see, wiping away tears as they return to their home just to see it in complete ruins. But one of the only signs of hope is still standing, a Ukrainian European Union and other flags pierced by shrapnel. Ukrainian authorities are working to identify hundreds of bodies found in Bucha and other towns after Russian troops withdrew. And Ukraine is telling residents of its industrial heartland to leave while they still can. We do want to bring you this feed of some of those residents who have decided to flee the country for Poland. Now, again, Ukrainian officials telling residents of the industrial heartland to leave as soon as possible after Russian forces withdrew from the shattered outskirts of Kyiv, the capital city, only to regroup for an offensive in the country's east. Again, we did show you those tweets and those photos, unfortunately, of residents in the east seemingly trying to follow guidance from officials and board a train station. But again, 30 people were killed and 100 others injured as they were trying to evacuate after Russian troops apparently launched missile strikes near that train station. So some people trying to follow that, but unfortunately not able to make their way out. And meanwhile, the foreign minister of Ukraine is urging NATO member nations to send more weapons to try and help prevent any further atrocities. And this amid signs Moscow's troops killed people indiscriminately before retreating from Bucha and other towns north of the capital. Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan is in Lviv with the latest, but again, we do want to warn our viewers, her report does contain images some may find disturbing.
Brick by brick, rescue teams search for bodies in the rubble. Police say hundreds of civilians are buried under these blown-up buildings in Borodanka, just 40 miles outside of Kyiv. Ukraine's interior minister believes it's one of the most destroyed towns in his country.
Today we are witnessing one of the biggest tragedies of Ukraine.
In the east, the Luhansk military governor telling citizens there to evacuate before it's too late. And conditions shift to the desperate scenes of trapped, starving residents in nearby Mariupol. Russian forces in the last day hammering the city with increased air and artillery attacks, making for treacherous conditions for those trying to escape.
I think it is important that these people are given the opportunity to get out from hell, because this is really an apocalyptic situation there.
Further to the west in the southern part of the country, Ukrainian counterattacks are underway in Kherson. Meanwhile, diplomatic talks taking place in Brussels between the G7 foreign ministers and NATO. Secretary of State Antony Blinken describing the political climate as one of tremendous solidarity for Ukraine.
The participation of all of these allies and partners highlights the remarkably broad coalition of countries from around the world that are united in standing with Ukraine and against the Russian government's aggression.
Ukraine's foreign minister Dmytro Kuleba responding that support should come in the form of arms.
I think the deal that Ukraine is offering is fair. You give us weapons, we sacrifice our lives, and the war is contained in Ukraine. This is it.
According to the Pentagon, all Russian troops have cleared the capital region as some residents return. Ukrainians uncertain of what they'll come home to as police deliver the dreaded news to the families of the Bucha victims. For two sisters holding their breath, it's news they thankfully never received.
This is the first time we met, and today we heard each other for the first time.
After 42 days of wondering if the other was still alive, sisters finally reunited. A Ukrainian official says after days of stalled attempts, they have saved nearly 5,000 people from various Ukrainian cities in need of evacuation, but they are the lucky ones. Most are not so fortunate. In Lviv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
Alex, thank you for that report. Now, today does mark day 44 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Reports from the front lines are saying that morale amongst Russian forces is low after suffering heavy losses and failing to take the capital city of Kyiv. Now, some troops have been placed in Russian cities as the military refocuses their attacks, as you heard in Alex's report, on the south and southeastern parts of Ukraine. And that new focus comes after talks between Ukraine and Russian delegations just last week. UN officials, though, are skeptical that the two sides can come to an agreement, with one high-ranking official saying that he is not optimistic. And Secretary of State Antony Blinken is back stateside after visiting Brussels, Belgium over the past few days. Blinken slamming the Russians for their Ukraine invasion. Speaking in Belgium yesterday following a meeting with NATO foreign ministers, the Secretary of State described the horrific scenes coming out of several cities in Ukraine.
The sickening images and accounts coming out of Bucha and other parts of Ukraine have only strengthened our collective resolve and unity. In Bucha, a woman described how Russian soldiers forced her and around 40 other people to gather in a small square. The soldiers brought 5 young men there and ordered them to kneel. Then, the Russian soldier shot one of them in the back of the head. He turned to the people gathered and said of the victim, and I quote, "This is dirt. We're here to cleanse you from the dirt." That's just one person Russian soldiers killed in Bucha. According to Ukraine's Prosecutor General, they've already found 410 bodies of dead civilians in that one town alone. And it's not just Bucha. And for every Bucha, there are many more towns Russia has occupied and more towns it is still occupying, places where we must assume Russian soldiers are committing more atrocities right now.
And that was Secretary of State Antony Blinken in Brussels, Belgium yesterday, of course, talking about this ongoing war in Ukraine. The time here on the East Coast is about 7:35 in the morning. We do want to recap some top stories that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. If you didn't know, today the all-private crew from Port Canaveral will be launching there today. The Axiom space launch. It's the Axiom Mission 1 first private astronaut mission, again, to the International Space Station. That is expected to launch from Cape Canaveral, Florida, coming up in just a few hours at about 11:17 in the morning. This is the first all-private crew mission to the International Space Station. It is going to be led by it's a crew, rather, of 4 people, and it will be led by a former NASA astronaut, and they are actually going to be in space for about 10 days. They're saying that they're going to be on a 10-day mission to the space station aboard a SpaceX Crew Dragon spacecraft atop a Falcon 9 rocket. Now, again, their mission is AX-1. It's the first crewed flight for the Texas-based aerospace company Axiom Space. So again, just one more time, that is going to be launching from the Kennedy Space Center on Florida's Space Coast at about 11:17, and you can of course watch that launch live, raw and unfiltered at 11:17 when we bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us. We do want to take you out to a live shot of the White House today in Washington, D.C., where we do know that the FBI has actually arrested 2 people in Washington, D.C. They made the arrest about a day ago. They arrested 2 men for impersonating federal agents after they gave U.S. Secret Service agents gifts, including iPhones, apartments, and televisions. Again, those 2 men were arrested after multiple federal agencies entered an apartment building in Southeast D.C. The 2 men are accused of posing as employees of the Department of Homeland Security who worked on a special task force related to the January 6th Capitol riot. Prosecutors are alleging, again, that they posed as law enforcement officers in order to integrate with legitimate federal agents. So definitely a bizarre story coming out of the nation's capital. Our Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson has more from Washington.
The story has so many twists and turns and details. Joining me now to discuss it even further, police practices expert Darren Wyatt, friend of the program. Darren, thanks so much for being with us here. Just wanted your first thoughts on this story when you read about it, and we'll get into some of the particulars.
You know, I actually was kind of flabbergasted, but it's mainly the fact that you have 4 Secret Service agents that were duped by these 2 men, and for all intents and purposes, didn't realize that they were being duped all the way up until the time they were placed on administrative leave.
Yeah, and of course, let's talk about the angle of the Secret Service. Now, the Secret Service has to take things so cautiously and carefully, and yet to have members, especially on the First Lady's detail, or formerly of her detail, to have gotten caught up in this. That brings the White House into it, having to respond there. We saw in the White House briefing today. That is serious, and so they're conducting a review. What will that review, you think, look like?
Well, it's going to be, it'll expand beyond these 4 agents that have been placed on administrative leave. They'll be interviewing anybody that they had contact with, that they were probably even hanging out with off-duty in an off-duty capacity, to find out if it really stretches beyond the 4 that are currently on administrative leave, and to find out exactly what the suspects were trying to get, what kind of information they were trying to obtain from the Secret Service, because it's a very targeted group of law enforcement officers for them to go to the Secret Service and the information that they might have.
And, you know, you have been a law enforcement official for most of your career, and impersonating one and impersonating a federal agent carries a very hefty penalty. That is not something that is taken lightly.
It's not. It happens occasionally. You know, U.S. 18 Section 912, I believe is what it is, 18 U.S. Code Section 912. It carries a penalty of up to 3 years in federal prison for this. I think what's really the biggest thing here is that they weren't just impersonating federal agents, they were doing it to civilians, but also to high-level law enforcement officials. Like you mentioned, somebody that's on the presidential security detail. Those are high-level officials that they're going after it, and they had to have been good at what they were doing for these high-level agents to have been tricked.
But not only good at what they were doing, but some of the gifts and kind of items that they were offering these other federal agents, these other Secret Service members as well. And I want to talk about some of those. A penthouse worth over $40,000 a year, rent-free. iPhones, surveillance systems, drones, flat-screen TVs, gun cases and other policing tools. Many, weapons and parts of weapons were also found in this apartment. And if you're familiar with the D.C. area, this is in Navy Yard. This is a very high-end luxury area of Washington. It looks like a really beautiful apartment complex itself. So they had some financial backing to this.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that what really is interesting about this is that they were so brazen about it that they were telling people, other residents in the apartment complex, who they were. They were an undercover unit. People in undercover units don't tell the general population what they do. So that would be a red flag. But I think what's really ironic about this is that the U.S. Postal Inspector is usually determined a fairly low-level law enforcement position. Yet they're the ones that broke this and were able to see the criminal activity that was going on and take it to the FBI, which launched this investigation about 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, of course. I think the postal angle is kind of the wildest part of this story because the plot, that is how it unraveled. According to the Associated Press, U.S. Postal Inspection Service began investigating after an assault on one of their own mail carriers. And then these two individuals essentially told that inspection team from the Postal Service what they were up to. And so, they weren't really careful in kind of covering up their tracks if they needed to be. They also had a list of everyone who had an apartment in the complex where they had the apartment, also a list of some congressional staffers. And then, of course, we're getting reports, Darren, that they had Pakistani and Iranian visas on their person, or in the apartment, I should say. 3 Pakistani visas, 2 Iranian visas after the raid by the FBI. What does that tell you? That is one of the other curious aspects to this story.
To me, that means that this is probably sponsored by a foreign government, which leads you even more to wonder what was their intent, what information were they trying to elicit. It was a long-term operation. It was 2 years, at least 2 years in the making that we know of so far. It could have been going on even longer than that. I think the investigation will vet that out, as well as who else they might have been in contact with, and hopefully what their end game was and why they were here and why they were doing what they were doing.
Yeah, of course, the two men both are being held. Well, the government is asking them to be held, and there's likely a conspiracy charge coming, as well as these other charges, and their attorneys are kind of working with prosecutors to determine how this will be prosecuted in court. Darren Wyatt, final thoughts here on this story. I bet it's going to be developing even further in the next couple of days.
Without a doubt. We're going to get more information as this continues to go forth. I'm actually kind of surprised that we didn't know about it sooner than when the raid happened yesterday. Usually something like this, you'll hear little inklings. Of course, the indictment was under seal, is still under seal. I saw that there are some photos of the front page, but when I tried to obtain it, it is still under seal and wasn't available as part of public record yet. But I think eventually we're going to have more information about what this was, who was sponsoring them, what they were looking for. And I think there's probably going to be some policy changes with the Secret Service coming out of this as well.
Yeah, and just thought of this question too, just lastly. I mean, what does it say, though, about, real federal agents kind of commiserating, talking with fake federal or alleged fake federal agents? Should, more of these agencies put things in place to prevent things like this from happening? Or is it just too hard to tell? How would you know?
Well, I think that there, from what we've seen right now, there were some red flags that probably somebody should have picked up on. Especially, in the law enforcement realm, we're kind of a tight-knit community, and I think that an agency in DC would know if another agency in DC had this new special unit that was working undercover and investigating the January 6th insurrection. They would know that, and even being able to talk jargon with these people, and I certainly think that there would have been some red flag that somebody should have picked up on. And the other thing is that many times the federal, what we call the ABC or the abbreviated agencies, they're very proprietary about their information, and they don't often have that crossover unless they're working on a task force together, which does not. I know that they said they were on a task force, but the Secret Service agents were not part of that task force, obviously, because it wasn't a real task force. So I think that there should have been some red flags seen.
Definitely. Some people, it looks like, did not do their due diligence here. Darren Wyatt, as always, thanks so much for joining us. Have a good night.
Thanks, Andrew. You too. Take care.
All right, and a big thanks to our own Andrew Kraft for that conversation on that situation where, as you heard, FBI agents have arrested two men for impersonating federal law enforcement agents. We do know that those men did try and get up close and personal with those security details. And we do know at least one of them was security detail for the First Lady, Jill Biden. This is a look at some of the live feeds that we are following today. You can see a live look at the Polish-Ukrainian border, where we do know more than 4.3 million people have fled Ukraine in the 44 days since the war began. We are also learning that 30 people have been killed after a Russian attack on a railway in eastern Ukraine. We, of course, are working to get more details on that. And happening today here in Florida, we do have the Axiom space launch. That is going to be happening at 11:17. We do know that a crew of 4 will be led by a former NASA astronaut heading to the International Space Station for a 10-day journey there. And also bringing you up to speed on news that has happened this week. Congress has voted to ban Russian oil and trade, of course, after the atrocities that we have been seeing coming out of Ukraine. But again, the breaking news, the newest information we have is that 30 people have been killed after Russian troops apparently launched a missile strike on a railway in eastern Ukraine. We are working to get you some video and information from that scene, so we'll have that when we come back in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us. It is just before 8 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast, and we do want to bring you some live feeds that we are covering today here on Live Now from Fox. This is a look at some of the top stories that we are covering. The first, you can see a live feed coming into our desk of the Polish-Ukrainian border, where we do know millions of people have fled the country since this war began. We also have a live feed coming in from Port Canaveral, Florida, where the Axiom Mission 1, which is the first private astronaut mission to the International Space Station, that is expected to launch into space in just a few hours at 11:17 in the morning. You definitely don't want to miss that. You can watch that here on Live Now from Fox in just a few hours. Another top story we are following today, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson making history, being confirmed to the United States Supreme Court and becoming the first black woman to serve. So again, that is the latest information coming in from the Capitol. We do have some breaking news that we do want to get to you, where you can see that banner on the bottom of your screen. We have learned that at least 30 people have been killed after Russian attacks on a railway in eastern Ukraine. We did bring you some tweets earlier this morning coming in from the Defense Ministry of Ukraine, and also coming in from Ukraine's foreign minister, saying that people at this train station were actually trying to evacuate. We do have some new video coming into our desk, so we do want to warn you, it may be graphic. So again, this is a video coming in from that train station in eastern Ukraine, where we again have learned Russian troops attacked a packed railway station in eastern Ukraine this morning. Again, at least 30 people killed, according to the regional governor there, and more than 100 people were hurt in the attack. And again, that is the latest. The ministry tweeting out, Russians carried out 2 missile strikes on a railway station in Kramatorsk, where evacuation of civilians was taking place. The ministry added that Russian war criminals not only deliberately targeted thousands of people, they used cluster munitions, with again more than 30 people killed and more than 100 people injured. So again, these people were trying to leave Ukraine. As we've been reporting to you, those Russian troops did retreat from the Kyiv region of Ukraine, and they did regroup in eastern Ukraine, as we are learning from government and NATO officials that they are working to regroup in eastern Ukraine to try and take control of the Donbas region and re-strategize their plan in Ukraine. So again, unfortunately, all of these people, as you see in this blurred video, were trying to flee Ukraine. They were trying to get on board that train and leave as Russian troops regroup in that area. But unfortunately, we are learning this morning that Russian troops apparently launched 2 airstrikes, again, killing 30 people at least and 100 others. Our Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater has more on this story.
This latest attack on a train station may help bolster allegations that Russia has been targeting civilians all through the course of this war. This is the aftermath of a railway station attack in eastern Ukraine early this morning. The victims appear to be civilians. The defense ministry there calls this an act of war criminals. Elsewhere in Ukraine, emergency responders carry out their work, uncovering more civilian casualties in another city outside the capital of Kyiv.
It's much worse there. Even more victims of the Russian occupiers.
And while Russia has only admitted to a fraction of their losses in this war, some rare candor from President Vladimir Putin's spokesman.
We have significant losses of troops, and it's a huge tragedy for us.
At the same time, the New York Times and others have linked to a video that appears to show Ukrainian troops killing captured Russian soldiers, and the White House responded.
We have to make sure that Ukrainians are fighting this war the right way. We've talked to them about that, but I don't think that should take the focus off the kind of massive atrocities we're seeing the Russians commit.
But the focus at the United Nations has been on Russia's unrelenting attacks. And a supermajority of the UN General Assembly voted yesterday to remove Russia from the Human Rights Council, a largely symbolic move.
But other than just being another drop in the bucket of condemnation of Russia, it's not going to make any big difference to Russia. Right now, Putin doesn't really care about being part of the Human Rights Council.
And another expression of solidarity with Ukraine, the group Pink Floyd recorded their first original music in nearly 30 years, featuring a Ukrainian singer. And back here on Capitol Hill, Congress has now agreed to revoke Russia's trade status with the U.S. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you for that report. We do want to bring you out to the White House, where we are learning President Joe Biden is expected to speak in just a few hours at the White House. So President Joe Biden and Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson are expected to speak at about 12:15 in the afternoon. So coming up in just a few hours, of course, to talk about her confirmation to the Supreme Court. Of course, Brown Jackson shattered a historic barrier by securing her place as the first black female justice again, giving President Joe Biden a bipartisan support endorsement for his effort to diversify the high court. So again, that is coming up at about 12:15 in the afternoon. And in about an hour or so, our Rain Augustine is going to be speaking with the president of the National Bar Association about Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's historic confirmation to the Supreme Court. So we did just want to break away from Russia-Ukraine news and bring you that information as soon as we get it. In the meantime, we do want to switch gears back to the war in Ukraine, specifically the United Nations. As you may have heard in Doug Lazater's report, the UN has suspended Russia from the world organization's top human rights body. So again, that news coming into our desk. The UN General Assembly voted to suspend Russia's on the Human Rights Council over allegations of war crimes. So again, this is video of that coming in from the UN over those allegations of, quote, gross and systematic violations and abuses of human rights by invading Russian troops in Ukraine. Now, the U.S.-led push garnered 93 votes in favor, while 24 countries voted no, and 58 countries abstained. You can see there, right there on your screen, which countries were in favor of expelling Russia from that Human Rights Commission and which ones were not. Now, the move does come after Ukraine's UN ambassador urged members to suspend Russia from the council, saying that it has committed, quote, horrific human rights violations and abuses that would be equated to war crimes and crimes against humanity. And we do want to show you exactly what he is talking about specifically. This is that video of those alleged war crimes where you can see Russian attacks, what is left over from Russia's attacks on civilians in the town of Bucha. It's an overwhelming sight for many residents who are returning to their hometown of Bucha, of course, devastated by Russian attacks. You can see bridges destroyed, buildings bombed out, torch tanks and cars also seen in the aftermath. Families did walk through the rubble, some hugging and crying over the immense loss. And over in Irpin, the scene was exactly the same, just pure devastation. Ukrainian soldiers are seen walking through the rubble. These two people here seen wiping away tears, obviously visibly upset about this war in Ukraine and what it has done to their country. Now, one of the only signs of hope, though, still standing, a Ukrainian, European Union, and other flags pierced by shrapnel. So, again, those flags making it through the damage. Ukrainian authorities, though, are working to identify hundreds of bodies found in Bucha and other towns after Russian troops withdrew. And again, we do want to get you back to this video here today where we did learn some breaking news this morning where 30 people have been killed after a Russian attack on a railway in eastern Ukraine. So those troops who were in Bucha, they did leave that area. And what we've heard from U.S. and NATO officials is that those Russian troops have left that area and are instead regrouping in eastern Ukraine to try and launch a new offensive and take over the Donbas region. And this is exactly where this railway is in eastern Ukraine, where those Russian troops are regrouping. The people here, according to the Ukraine foreign minister, were trying to evacuate, and instead, as you can see in this blurred out video, the area was instead attacked by Russian troops, with 100 people injured and at least 30 people dead. And Ukraine is telling residents of the industrial heartland in the eastern area to leave while they still can. That is unfortunately exactly what these families were trying to do. Again, they were now regrouping for an offensive in the country's east. Meanwhile, the foreign minister of Ukraine is urging NATO member nations to send more weapons to Ukraine as soon as possible to help prevent further alleged atrocities like you see here on your screen. Now, this does come amid signs Moscow's troops killed people indiscriminately before retreating from Bucha and other towns north of the capital city of Kyiv. Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan is in Lviv with the latest, but we do want to warn our viewers her report does contain images some may find disturbing.
Brick by brick, rescue teams search for bodies in the rubble. Police say hundreds of civilians are buried under these blown-up buildings in Borodanka, just 40 miles outside of Kyiv. Ukraine's interior minister believes it's one of the most destroyed towns in his country.
Today we are witnessing one of the biggest tragedies of Ukraine.
In the east, the Luhansk military governor telling citizens there to evacuate before it's too late. And conditions shift to the desperate scenes of trapped, starving residents in nearby Mariupol. Russian forces in the last day hammering the city with increased air and artillery attacks, making for treacherous conditions for those trying to escape.
I think it is important that these people are given the opportunity to get out from hell, and because this is really an apocalyptic situation there.
Further to the west in the southern part of the country, Ukrainian counterattacks are underway in Kherson. Meanwhile, diplomatic talks taking place in Brussels between the G7 foreign ministers and NATO. Secretary of State Antony Blinken describing the political climate as one of tremendous solidarity for Ukraine.
The participation of all of these allies and partners highlights the remarkably broad coalition of countries from around the world that are united in standing with Ukraine and against the Russian government's aggression.
Ukraine's foreign minister Dmytro Kuleba responding that that support should come in the form of arms.
I think the deal that Ukraine is offering is fair. You give us weapons, we sacrifice our lives, and the war is contained in Ukraine. This is it.
According to the Pentagon, all Russian troops have cleared the capital region as some residents return. Ukrainians uncertain of what they'll come home to as police deliver the dreaded news to the families of the Bucha victims. For two sisters holding their breath, it's news they thankfully never received.
This is the first time we met, and today we heard each other for the first time.
After 42 days of wondering if the other was still alive, sisters finally reunited. A Ukrainian official says after days of stalled attempts, they have saved nearly 5,000 people from various Ukrainian cities in need of evacuation, but they are the lucky ones. Most are not so fortunate. In Lviv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
Alex, thank you for that report. Now, we do want to bring you this live shot that we have coming in from the Polish-Ukrainian border. As you heard, Ukraine is urging residents in the eastern part of the country to leave as soon as possible as those Russian troops regroup in the eastern part of Ukraine. Some breaking news that we did bring to you here on Live Now from Fox as soon as we learned it. 30 people at least are dead after a Russian attack on a railway in eastern Ukraine. We do know that at least 100 other people were injured as those Russian troops continue to attack that railway. We have learned from the Ukrainian foreign minister that those attacks were on people who were trying to leave Ukraine. The defense of Ukraine saying that Russians carried out 2 missile strikes on that railway station in Kramatorsk, which again is in the eastern part of Ukraine, where those Russian troops have been regrouping to launch an offensive attack. Again, so the defense of Ukraine saying that that attack was launched where evacuation of civilians was taking place, adding that Russian war criminals not only deliberately targeted thousands of people, that they used cluster munitions. So again, that is the very latest coming from Ukraine. President Volodymyr Zelenskyy saying that thousands of people were at that train station in the Donetsk region as those Russian troops apparently attacked it, again, killing 30 people. And we do want to let you know that the United States is expediting entry of Ukrainian refugees as more continue to arrive at the U.S.-Mexico border. We did report to you here on Live Now from Fox that the United States has agreed to take in about 100,000 refugees as they continue to flee their country from Russian troops. So that is the very latest. We do want to get to a press briefing with U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, who was in Brussels this week to oversee the United States investigation into Russia's alleged war crimes against Ukraine. Let's go ahead and listen in.
2 weeks after my last trip here with President Biden, we're back in Brussels as part of this administration's ongoing and urgent efforts with allies and partners to counter the Russian government's war of aggression in Ukraine and to stand up for the principles necessary to maintaining international peace and security. Together, we are sustaining and building on our support for Ukraine. Security, humanitarian, economic. Together, we're sustaining and building on pressure on the Kremlin and its enablers, including with unprecedented sanctions. Together, we're bolstering the defense of NATO itself, including by hardening our eastern flank. Just over the past 48 hours, I've had an opportunity to meet with my NATO counterparts. For the first time ever, foreign ministers from the United States Indo-Pacific allies, Australia, Japan, New Zealand, the Republic of Korea, participated as a group in a NATO ministerial. Ministers from Georgia, from Finland, from Sweden, and Ukraine also took part, as did the European Union's High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Joseph Borrell. In addition, I met with my counterparts from the G7, the world's leading democratic economies. The participation of all of these allies and partners highlights the remarkably broad coalition of countries from around the world that are united in standing with Ukraine and against the Russian government's aggression. Countries that recognize Moscow isn't just attacking one country, but the entire international rules-based order. The sickening images and accounts coming out of Bucha and other parts of Ukraine have only strengthened our collective resolve and unity. In Bucha, a woman described how Russian soldiers forced her and around 40 other people to gather in a small square. The soldiers brought 5 young men there and ordered them to kneel. Then, a Russian soldier shot one of them in the back of the head. He turned to the people gathered and said of the victim, and I quote, "This is dirt. We're here to cleanse you from the dirt." That's just one person Russian soldiers killed in Bucha. According to Ukraine's Prosecutor General, they've already found 410 bodies of dead civilians in that one town alone. And it's not just Bucha. In Mudugin, the body of the 50-year-old mayor, Ola Suhenko, was found in a shallow grave, along with her hands bound, alongside the bodies of her husband and son. They were last seen alive, being taken away by Russian soldiers. In Kharkiv, a woman was sheltering in a school with her 5-year-old daughter and neighbors when a Russian soldier picked her out and forced her to accompany him to an empty classroom. He cut her face and neck with a knife, threatened to kill her, and raped her repeatedly at gunpoint. With each day, more and more credible reports of rape, killings, torture are emerging. And for every Bucha, there are many more towns Russia has occupied and more towns it is still occupying, places where we must assume Russian soldiers are committing more atrocities right now. Here's what we're doing together with our allies and partners to stop this aggression, to stand with Ukraine, and hold accountable those who are responsible. First, we continue to work in close coordination with allies and partners to raise the costs on the Russian government for its aggression. Yesterday, we announced new sanctions on Russia's largest financial institution and one of its largest private banks, on 21 members of Russia's National Security Council, on the adult children of President Putin. President Biden also signed an executive order prohibiting new investment in Russia by any person in the United States. The European Union is also actively considering robust new measures, including bans on Russian coal, on Russian vessels accessing EU ports, on transactions with 4 key financial institutions. Second, the United States continues to work at an unprecedented pace to help Ukraine defend itself. Last Friday, the Department of Defense announced $300 million in new security assistance. On Tuesday, I authorized an additional $100 million to meet Ukraine's urgent needs for more Javelin anti-armor systems. This will bring total U.S. security assistance to Ukraine since the beginning of Russia's invasion in February to over $1.7 billion and over $2.4 billion since January of last year. More than 30 countries have joined us in delivering security assistance to Ukraine, aid that our Ukrainian partners are putting to very effective use, as we see in the Kremlin's retreat from Kyiv and other Ukrainian cities and towns. Today, I met again with my colleague and friend Dmytro Kuleba, Ukraine's foreign minister, to discuss how we can continue to provide Ukraine's courageous defenders with what they need to keep pushing Russia back. Third, we continue to provide significant aid to address the acute humanitarian crisis caused by the Kremlin's war. More than a quarter of Ukraine's population, over 11 million people, have been displaced. That's roughly equal to displacing the entire population of Belgium, the country we're in now, in the space of 6 weeks. President Biden announced that the U.S. government is prepared to provide more than $1 billion in new humanitarian assistance to those affected by Russia's war of aggression. That comes on top of $293 million we provided in 2022 alone to vulnerable communities in the region, including to neighboring countries that have opened their arms and opened their homes to 4 million Ukrainian refugees. The global harm caused by the Kremlin's aggression is growing, including the disruption that's caused to the production and distribution of wheat in Ukraine, on which so many countries rely, something that I heard about and saw firsthand just a week ago when we were in, among other places, Morocco and Algeria. In Africa, where a quarter of the population is now facing a food security crisis, Russia's war of choice has raised the costs of basic staples, worsening the hardship that people were already feeling. So at the G7, we discussed in some detail ways that we can mitigate the war's impact on the most vulnerable people around the world. Fourth, the United States continues to work methodically to collect, to preserve, to analyze evidence of atrocities, and to make this information available to the appropriate bodies. We're supporting a multinational team of experts that's assisting a war crimes unit set up by Ukraine's Prosecutor General with a view toward eventually pursuing criminal accountability. These efforts will also ensure that Russia cannot escape the verdict of history. Just moments ago, as I was coming into this room, I learned that UN member states had come together once again to condemn Russia's aggression and suspend it from the Human Rights Council. A country that's perpetrating gross and systematic violations of human rights should not sit on a body whose job it is to protect those rights. Today, a wrong was righted. Fifth, we discussed ways we can shore up the collective security of our NATO allies. As the President has said, we will defend every inch of NATO territory. We now have 100,000 U.S. troops in Europe. NATO's established 4 new multinational battle groups in Romania, in Hungary, Bulgaria, Slovakia, in addition to those already in Poland, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, to reinforce our eastern flank. Sixth, we discussed the additional support that NATO allies can provide to partners like Bosnia and Herzegovina and Georgia, who are most vulnerable to Russian aggression and threats, from cybersecurity to combating disinformation. Finally, we discussed at length a new NATO strategic concept. This is the public blueprint for how the alliance will continue to safeguard transatlantic security in what is a rapidly changing landscape. We'll release that document at the NATO summit in Madrid in June. President Putin thought, among other things, that he would weaken and divide NATO. This strategic concept will make clear that NATO is in fact stronger, it's more united, it's more capable of addressing 21st century threats. And I can say unequivocally from my discussions with many colleagues here in recent days, colleagues from around the globe, the revulsion at what the Russian government is doing is palpable. There's a greater determination than ever to stand with Ukraine, to shore up and revitalize the international order that Moscow is trying to upend, to bring to bear even greater costs on the Russian government, to ensure that people are held accountable for their crimes. Thank you.
We'll now turn to questions. We will start with Vivian Salama from the Wall Street Journal.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. 2 questions, if you'll indulge me. UK Foreign Minister Liz Truss said today that allies have agreed to help Ukrainian forces move from their Soviet-era equipment to NATO standard equipment on a bilateral basis. She used very specific language there. And so is the U.S. going to match that pledge? And if so, can you tell me a little bit about the timeline, when you plan on doing that? Second question is, Ukraine's Foreign Minister Kuleba said today that as long as the West continues buying Russian gas or oil, it is supporting the Russian war machine. That's a direct quote. Are you pressing Europeans to commit to a timeline, a more aggressive timeline, for banning Russian oil and gas? Thank you.
Thanks. So on the first question, first, as you know, and as I said, we have been individually as the United States and collectively as partners, more than 30 countries, providing to Ukraine the weapons and systems that we believe it can use most effectively and that it needs to push back against Russian aggression. And we're not going to let anything stand in the way of getting Ukrainians what they need and what we believe can be effective. So we're looking across the board right now, not only at what we've provided and continue to provide, but whether there are additional systems that would make a difference and that we could provide them. And we're doing that in close consultation with the Ukrainians as well as with allies and partners. On the energy situation, so we've seen over many years a dependence build up in Europe on Russian gas, especially, as well as on Russian oil. And I think what I'm hearing very clearly is a commitment to end that dependence. We've seen again and again Russia use energy as a weapon, as political leverage, and of course the proceeds that it gets from the sale of its energy is now, yes, helping to fuel its aggression against Ukraine. And my strong sense is that Europeans are very much committed, as I said, to ending that dependence. But it's also not like flipping a light switch. You have to do it methodically. You have to put in place the necessary alternatives. The United States is doing a great deal to help in that regard. As you know, for this winter alone, we've worked to make sure that there were sufficient supplies, for example, of LNG, to compensate for any losses from decreased sales of Russian energy or a cutoff in Russian energy. Going forward, you heard President Biden talk about this a couple of weeks ago when he was here. We're committed to increasing the supply of LNG. Other countries are taking steps to increase supplies of different kinds of energy. And as I said, Europeans seem committed to moving forward on this. I think it also tells us how imperative it is that we accelerate the transition to renewables. And we can, I think, and Europe can make a virtue out of necessity, not only by moving away from Russian energy, from Russian gas and oil, but moving toward sustainable energy and toward renewables. But it's a process. It takes time. But my strong sense is that Europe is committed to doing that. Thanks.
Missy Ryan, Washington Post.
Two questions for you. Foreign Minister Kuleba also today said that as Russia prepares for its concentrated offensive in eastern Ukraine, that Kyiv needs new kinds of weapons and more weapons in days, not weeks, or else more people will die. Has the United States committed, or will the United States commit to providing new kinds of weaponry to Ukraine within that time frame? And then the second question for you, do you believe that the apparent Russian atrocities revealed in Bucha and in other parts of Ukraine make it harder to attain a negotiated settlement to the war? Thanks.
So, Missy, again, on the weapons, we've been doing this, all along. By the way, the provision of weapons to Ukraine to defend itself against Russian aggression, President Biden moved out on that aggressively many, many months before the aggression took place because of our concern that Russia was planning and preparing for it. We did an initial drawdown. The President instructed back at the end of last summer, another one in December, and then, of course, many since the aggression. So one of the reasons that Ukrainians have been able to be so effective in pushing back this Russian aggression, of course, it starts with their extraordinary courage, but it's also because they already had in hand the weapons necessary to do that. And then since the aggression, we have repeatedly and continuously, along with many allies and partners, supplied them with the most effective systems that we believe they need to deal with the armored vehicles, to deal with the tanks, to deal with the planes, to deal with the helicopters. But as I just said, we are looking at day in, day out, what we believe they most need, to include new systems that have not heretofore been provided. We're listening to them in terms of their assessment of what they need. We're putting that all together, and we're proceeding. And we have a strong sense of urgency. That was something that I think was felt among all allies and partners here today. When it comes to Bucha, the atrocities, the war crimes, accountability in and of itself is absolutely necessary. And we've seen this in past conflicts where atrocities have been committed, where war crimes have been committed, and where we have determined to get the evidence, get the facts, build the case. We've been able to do that, and sometimes it's taken a long time. The conflicts have come to an end, often through diplomacy. Accountability is continued. Sometimes it's actually not come to a conclusion until many years after the conflict's ended, but it has. And one day, one way, there will be accountability. The Russians will have to decide if they want to meaningfully engage in diplomacy and in negotiations. The Ukrainians have made clear that repeatedly that they're prepared to do that, but they've heard nothing from the Russians suggesting that they're serious about it. I don't think, in a sense, Bucha has anything to do with that. It has everything to do with what President Putin's calculus is, what he decides. What we can do about it, and what we are doing about it, is making sure that the Ukrainians have everything that they need to defend themselves and also strengthen their hand in any negotiation, that we make sure that we're keeping the pressure on Russia and indeed increasing that pressure through unprecedented sanctions, and as well that we shore up NATO's defenses to take away any notion in Russia's mind of extending the aggression being committed against Ukraine to a NATO country.
Nick Schifrin, PBS.
Yes, Secretary, thank you. Der Spiegel and others are reporting that German intelligence picked up over open lines Russian soldiers specifically talking about indiscriminately killing civilians. Can you confirm that the West has recordings of Russian soldiers talking about that? But the larger question is, what does it say? The Russian soldiers were apparently discussing this over open communications. And one on diplomacy. In the lead up to the war, Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov either lied to you or didn't know what he was talking about. Can you deal with him in the future? And the connected question today is, European capitals are evicting Russian officials. Will the U.S. follow? Thanks.
Thanks, Nick. I can't comment on the specific report that you're referring to, but what I can say is this, because we said it before. We said before Russia committed this aggression that if it did, part of its campaign plan was to inflict atrocities, was to target individuals, was to commit the kinds of crimes that we're now seeing, to terrorize civilian populations. And so this, as we saw it, was part of the game plan all along. Now, horrifically, the world is seeing it as we see what happens in Bucha. And I've described it as there's a strange thing going on in the sense that, look, our TV screens have been filled for the last 42, 43 days with images coming out of Ukraine. Thanks to incredibly courageous Ukrainians who are filming things on their smartphones, and incredibly courageous reporters who stayed in Ukraine and are trying to bring this to the world. And yet, sometimes this constant flow of images almost normalizes and trivializes things to the point that people kind of see it as something that's in the background and don't respond to it. But then something so stark, so outrageous emerges, like Bucha, that it hits people. And again, to me, it's like we've seen as the Ukrainians have pushed back this Russian tide, we see with the tide receding what's left behind, and that is horrific death and destruction. With regard to diplomacy, look, there are diplomats from various countries that one deals with in the course of doing your job who occasionally have, or more than occasionally have, an adversarial relationship with the truth. That's part of the job.
And the Russian officials, will the U.S. follow European?
We are always looking at this, and we'll continue to do so.
We'll take a final question from Terry Schultz.
Thanks, Mr. Secretary. Sorry, just to follow up on Missy's question, you yourself called what happened in Bucha outrageous. Everyone knows the Secretary General says that we are preparing for more such atrocities in Mariupol, in Donbass, as a major offensive is coming. How do you sit across the table from Dmytro Kuleba and said, well, we're looking at what else we think you might need, when he surely comes with a list? He tells us he came with a list. He gives us his list. So, and he says he doesn't have the days that you are taking to look at this. How do you explain that to him?
I talk to former Mr. Kuleba multiple times a week, and we're constantly going over what it is Ukraine needs, what it is we're providing, what it is we're helping other allies and partners provide. And again, you'll have to, ask him, but I think we were just together maybe an hour ago, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think he said very clearly the appreciation that he has and that Ukraine has for the support that we have been consistently providing. So as we're speaking, we continue to provide what Ukraine needs, but it's also a constantly evolving picture. They're coming forward with new systems that they think that would be helpful and effective. We put our own expertise to bear, especially the Pentagon, to help determine what indeed we think could be effective, what Ukrainians would be ready to use as soon as they get it, and what we actually have access to and can get to them in real time. So it is an ongoing process. And again, the fact that the Russians have been pushed out of Kyiv, that they've been pushed back to eastern Ukraine, is the product of two things. First, as I said, the extraordinary courage of Ukrainians. But second, the fact that they've had in hand, including from before the aggression started, the tools necessary to help achieve that.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Everyone, we are continuing to monitor several live upcoming events here at Live Now from Fox. At that main box that you're taking a look at, we are taking a live look at a humanitarian corridor. Ukrainians are continuing to flee their war-torn country into Poland. Now, if you take a look at the right-hand corner of your screen, we're taking a live now look from Cape Canaveral, Florida. The sun just now beginning to rise there on the East Coast. Coming up in about 10 minutes or so, we will have a live conversation with Fox Weather. Axiom space launch is scheduled for 11:17 a.m. Civilians flying into the International Space Station for the very first time. Very exciting, very historic. So again, we'll bring you all of the details in about 10 minutes or so with that live conversation with Fox Weather. And make sure that you are staying tuned into our stream all morning long, because at 12:15, of course, we'll bring you all that live announcement from President Biden and Supreme Court Justice now, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. They are scheduled to speak at 12:15 p.m. and we're bringing it all to you live, raw, and unfiltered. Let's continue our 8 o'clock hour covering the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We have learned overnight that more than 30 people are dead and over 100 injured after a rocket attack on a Ukrainian train station. Here's the latest from Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader.
This latest attack on a train station may help bolster allegations that Russia has been targeting civilians all through the course of this war. This is the aftermath of a railway station attack in eastern Ukraine early this morning. The victims appear to be civilians. The defense ministry there calls this an act of war criminals. Elsewhere in Ukraine, emergency responders carry out their work, uncovering more civilian casualties in another city outside the capital of Kyiv.
It's much worse there. Even more victims of the Russian occupiers.
And while Russia has only admitted to a fraction of their losses in this war, some rare candor from President Vladimir Putin's spokesman.
We have significant losses of troops, and it's a huge tragedy for us.
At the same time, the New York Times and others have linked to a video that appears to show Ukrainian troops killing captured Russian soldiers, and the White House responded.
We have to make sure that Ukrainians are fighting this war the right way. We've talked to them about that, but I don't think that should take the focus off the kind of massive atrocities we're seeing the Russians commit.
But the focus at the United Nations has been on Russia's unrelenting attacks. And a supermajority of the UN General Assembly voted yesterday to remove Russia from the Human Rights Council, a largely symbolic move.
But other than just being another drop in the bucket of condemnation of Russia, it's not going to make any big difference to Russia. Right now, Putin doesn't really care about being part of the Human Rights Council.
And another expression of solidarity with Ukraine, the group Pink Floyd recorded their first original music in nearly 30 years, featuring a Ukrainian singer. And back here on Capitol Hill, Congress has now agreed to revoke Russia's trade status with the U.S. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Thanks, Doug, for that updating. We are also learning that Ukraine is telling its residents of its industrial heartland to leave while they still can after Russian forces withdrew from the shattered outskirts of Kyiv to regroup for an offense in the country's east. Meanwhile, foreign ministers urging NATO member nations to send more weapons. That was an announcement that we brought you all live just on Thursday. He's asking for more weapons to help prevent further alleged atrocities. This amid signs that Moscow's troops killed indiscriminately before retreating from Bucha and other towns just north of the capital. Fox News correspondent Alex Holgan is in Lviv with the latest, but a strong warning to viewers. Her report contains images that some may find disturbing.
Brick by brick, rescue teams search for bodies in the rubble. Police say hundreds of civilians are buried under these blown-up buildings in Borodanka, just 40 miles outside of Kyiv. Ukraine's interior minister believes it's one of the most destroyed towns in his country.
Today we are witnessing one of the biggest tragedies of Ukraine.
In the east, the Luhansk military governor telling citizens there to evacuate before it's too late, and conditions shift to the desperate scenes of trapped, starving residents in nearby Mariupol. Russian forces in the last day hammering the city with increased air and artillery attacks, making for treacherous conditions for those trying to escape.
I think it is important that these people are given the opportunity to get out from hell, because this is really an apocalyptic situation there.
Further to the west in the southern part of the country, Ukrainian counterattacks are underway in Kherson. Meanwhile, diplomatic talks taking place in Brussels between the G7 foreign ministers and NATO. Secretary of State Antony Blinken describing the political climate as one of tremendous solidarity for Ukraine.
The participation of all of these allies and partners highlights the remarkably broad coalition of countries from around the world that are united in standing with Ukraine and against the Russian government's aggression.
Ukraine's Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba responding that support should come in the form of arms.
I think the deal that Ukraine is offering is fair. You give us weapons, we sacrifice our lives, and the war is contained in Ukraine. This is it.
According to the Pentagon, all Russian troops have cleared the capital region as some residents return. Ukrainians uncertain of what they'll come home to as police deliver the dreaded news to the families of the Bucha victims. For two sisters holding their breath, it's news they thankfully never received.
This is the first time we met, and today we heard each other for the first time.
After 42 days of wondering if the other was still alive, sisters finally reunited. A Ukrainian official says after days of stalled attempts, they have saved nearly 5,000 people from various Ukrainian cities in need of evacuation, but they are the lucky ones. Most are not so fortunate. In Lviv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
Thanks, Alex, for that report. Let's head back out to the Russian-Ukraine border. This shot is a little bit unstable. You can see the cameraman moving locations, but this is a live look from one of the many humanitarian corridors. We're witnessing families, mainly women and children, who are fleeing Ukraine as the Russian invasion continues. We are actually in day 44. And what you see here is just a small number of refugees. Millions are actually choosing to resettle in European countries, and a growing number are now trying to seek safety from the Russian invasion by actually entering the United States. You may remember President Biden saying that he promises at least 100,000 refugees will be able to safely relocate into the United States. And we've also been in touch with our news partners. Fox 11 Los Angeles was the first to report that thousands of Ukrainian refugees are actually coming through Tijuana, Mexico to enter the United States. So many people still facing their war-torn country, seeking shelter. And Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork is going to bring us more on those refugees who are actually crossing into the United States via the Mexico border.
They're arriving in massive numbers. Thousands, in fact, of Ukrainian refugees seeking entry into the U.S. are now said to be pursuing a new route through the U.S. southern border with Mexico. Currently, more than 2,000 have already gathered in shelters popping up in Tijuana as they await passage into the U.S. Hundreds more are expected to arrive daily on flights bound to Mexico City and Cancun.
When people are coming to airport, we bringing people here, and they're staying here for 2-3 days.
The Biden administration promising last month to accept up to 100,000 Ukrainian refugees as the ongoing Russian invasion continues, triggering a global humanitarian crisis, with more than 4.3 million Ukrainian refugees having escaped their homeland since the start of the war.
It's cold, yes. But, you know, we stay not dangerous. We stay without war.
U.S. Customs and Border Protection agents are enhancing immigration facilities in San Diego to help process the influx of arrivals. Officials are aiming to admit roughly 600 refugees a day.
All these volunteers that helps us Ukrainians, that we have food, we have place to sleep, you know, we have everything. Because like people in Mariupol, for example, they don't have anything, no water, no food, nothing.
So far, the Mexico border is the main port of entry for Ukrainian refugees. Many say it's actually easier than trying to secure an appointment at U.S. consulates in Europe. I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
All right, a huge thank you to Kevin Cork bringing us that report. The time is now 8:43. We've been bringing you so many overnight breaking details when it comes to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. But let's take a 2-minute commercial break and we will shift our attention, bring you a little bit of breaking news that we are getting here in the United States when we return. Augustine. I'll be your host for the next few hours here. We're covering international stories, breaking news, live events. But let's get into a little bit of news that's coming out of Cape Canaveral, Florida. Joining us now live with Fox Weather is Brandy Campbell. Brandy, I can tell I was over listening to a few conversations between you and your photographer. You two are so excited, and I think everyone watching is just as excited for this historic mission that's taking place at 11:17. Tell us about the civilians who are flying up into the International Space Station.
Yes, well, this will be one of the first all-private spaceflight mission to go to the International Space Station. So there's a lot of excitement here in Florida regarding that, but really even more so because there's just a lot of activity here at the Kennedy Space Center. So if you take a look over this shoulder, you have the Artemis 1 moon rocket on its launch pad, and then we have Axiom on its launch pad on this side. So those are two manned missions, and we haven't had this happen since 2009 to see this much activity. Now, as far as those 4 crew members, they've been training for hundreds of hours just to get ready for this mission. Take a listen.
I can say with zero hesitation that we are ready to fly.
Mark, Larry, Michael, and Eitan will be the first to do it after earning their title as private astronauts.
You had to have passed many of the NASA professional astronaut tests. We passed them all. And you have to do what they deem to be worthwhile research. We're doing some 25 experiments encompassing some 100 hours of research.
Some being technology demonstrations.
The two-way holoportation, which will be the first time if successful, it'll be the first time that's done between Earth and the space station.
The vehicle taking them up to accomplish this is no stranger to space travel.
This will be the 5th flight for the Falcon 9 first stage booster. Once it separates from its spacecraft, it will land on a drone ship in the Atlantic Ocean. Now, for the Dragon spacecraft, it has already completed 2 missions.
While it's the first private trip,
it's the next logical step for space exploration.
It's a precursor to bigger plans. Axiom Space is working on their own station.
This is one of the first steps, establishing that commercial station there to provide that next step to commercial stations further out, maybe in lunar orbit, maybe asteroid mining, all these different industries that can become futures for commercial industry.
For now, it's all about their journey ahead with a view of the green and blue planet from above.
I suspect if you ask me post-splashdown, one of the highlights is going to absolutely be the view from 250 miles above Earth.
All right, Brandy, besides this being just really cool to watch, it's actually a pretty significant milestone for civilians flying into space.
It is.
I'm curious, how long will they spend at the International Space Station?
So they're actually going to have a full 10-day journey, and 8 of those days will be spent on the ISS, so they should dock there about tomorrow morning.
Wow, very cool stuff. And I believe we will touch base with you a little bit later on in the show, just ahead of that launch. Brandy Campbell with Fox Weather, thank you so much for joining us.
Sounds good. Of course.
All right, guys, let's take a live now look from Washington, D.C. Following up on the story that we first broke just yesterday, we've learned that 2 Washington, D.C. men were arraigned on charges of false impersonation of a federal officer in a U.S. district court. Now, this happened on Tuesday, but we've learned that during the arraignment hearing on Thursday, a judge approved a request for a court-appointed attorney after reviewing their financial affidavits. Let's check in with Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft. He has more details on this story.
Turns and details. Joining me now to discuss it even further, police practices expert Darren Wyatt, friend of the program. Darren, thanks so much for being with us here. Just wanted your first thoughts on this story when you read about it, and we'll get into some of the particulars.
You know, I actually was kind of flabbergasted, but it's mainly the fact that you have 4 Secret Service agents that were duped by these 2 men, and for all intents and purposes, didn't realize that they were being duped all the way up until the time they were placed on administrative leave.
Yeah, and of course, let's talk about the angle of the Secret Service. Now, the Secret Service has to take things so cautiously and carefully, and yet to have members, especially on the First Lady's detail or formerly of her detail, to have gotten caught up in this. That brings the White House into it, having to respond there. We saw in the White House briefing today. That is serious, and so they're conducting a review. What will that review, you think, look like?
Well, it's going to be, it'll expand beyond these 4 agents that have been placed on administrative leave. They'll be interviewing anybody that they had contact with, that they were probably even hanging out with off-duty in an off-duty capacity, to find out if it really stretches beyond the 4 that are currently on administrative leave, and to find out exactly what the suspects were trying to get, what kind of information they were trying to obtain from the Secret Service, because it's a very targeted group of law enforcement officers for them to go to the Secret Service and the information that they might have.
And, you know, you have been a law enforcement official for most of your career, and impersonating one and impersonating a federal agent carries a very hefty penalty. That is not something that is taken lightly.
It's not. It happens occasionally. U.S. 18 Section 912, I believe is what it is, 18 U.S. Code Section 912. It carries a penalty of up to 3 years in federal prison for this. I think what's really the biggest thing here is that they weren't just impersonating federal agents, they were doing it to civilians, but also to high-level law enforcement officials. Like you mentioned, somebody that's on the presidential security detail. Those are high-level officials that they're going after it, and they had to have been good at what they were doing for these high-level agents to have been tricked.
But not only good at what they were doing, but some of the gifts and kind of items that they were offering these other federal agents, these other Secret Service members as well. And I want to talk about some of those. A penthouse worth over $40,000 a year, rent-free. iPhones, surveillance systems, drones, flat-screen TVs, gun cases and other policing tools. Many, weapons and parts of weapons were also found in this apartment. And if you're familiar with the D.C. area, this is in Navy Yard. This is a very high-end luxury area of Washington. It looks like a really beautiful apartment complex itself. So they had some financial backing to this.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that what really is interesting about this is that they were so brazen about it that they were telling people, other residents in the apartment complex, who they were. They were in an undercover unit. People in undercover units don't tell the general population what they do. So that would be a red flag. But I think what's really ironic about this is that the U.S. Postal Inspector is usually determined a fairly low-level law enforcement position. Yet they're the ones that broke this and were able to see the criminal activity that was going on and take it to the FBI, which launched this investigation about 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, of course. I think the postal angle is kind of the wildest part of this story because the plot, that is how it unraveled. According to the Associated Press, U.S. Postal Inspection Service began investigating after an assault on one of their own mail carriers. And then these two individuals essentially told that inspection team from the Postal Service what they were up to. And so, they weren't really careful in kind of covering up their tracks if they needed to be. They also had a list of everyone who had an apartment in the complex where they had the apartment, also a list of some congressional staffers. And then, of course, we're getting reports, Darren, that they had Pakistani and Iranian visas on their person, or in the apartment, I should say. 3 Pakistani visas, 2 Iranian visas after the raid by the FBI. What does that tell you? That is one of the other curious aspects to this story.
To me, that means that this is probably sponsored by a foreign government, which leads you even more to wonder what was their intent, what information were they trying to elicit. It was a long-term operation. It was 2 years, at least 2 years in the making that we know of so far. And could it have been going on even longer than that? I think the investigation will vet that out, as well as who else they might have been in contact with, and hopefully what their end game was and why they were here and why they were doing what they were doing.
Yeah, of course, the two men, both are being held. Well, the government is asking them to be held, and there's likely a conspiracy charge coming, as well as these other charges, and their attorneys are kind of working with prosecutors to determine how this will be prosecuted in court. Darren Wyatt, final thoughts here on this story. I bet it's going to be developing even further in the next couple of days.
Without a doubt, we're going to get more information as this continues to go forth. I'm actually kind of surprised that we didn't know about it sooner than when the raid happened yesterday. Usually, something like this, you'll hear little inklings. Of course, the indictment was under seal, is still under seal. I saw that there are some photos of the front page, but when I tried to obtain it, it is still under seal and wasn't available as part of public record yet. But I think eventually we're going to have more information about what this was, who was sponsoring them, what they were looking for. And I think there's probably going to be some policy changes with the Secret Service coming out of this as well.
Yeah, and just thought of this question too, just lastly. I mean, what does it say, though, about, real federal agents kind of commiserating, talking with fake federal or alleged fake federal agents? Should, more of these agencies put things in place to prevent things like this from happening? Or is it just too hard to tell? How would you know?
Well, I think that there from what we've seen right now, there were some red flags that probably somebody should have picked up on, especially, in the law enforcement realm. We're kind of a tight-knit community, and I think that an agency in D.C. would know if another agency in D.C. had this new special unit that was working undercover and investigating the January 6th insurrection. They would know that, and even being able to talk jargon with these people, and I certainly think that there would have been some red flag that somebody should have picked up on. And the other thing is that many times the federal, what we call the ABC or the abbreviated agencies, they're very proprietary about their information, and they don't often have that crossover unless they're working on a task force together, which does not. I know that they said they were on a task force, but the Secret Service agents were not part of that task force, obviously, because it wasn't a real task force. So I think that there should have been some red flags seen.
Definitely. Some people, it looks like, did not do their due diligence here. Darren Wyatt, as always, thanks so much for joining us. Have a good night.
Thanks, Andrew. You too. Take care.
The story has so
many.
many.
A huge thank you to Andrew Kraft bringing us that update on the two D.C. area men who were posing as federal agents. This next story also coming from Capitol Hill. We're learning more about Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi, who has tested positive for COVID-19. She's only the latest high-ranking government officials to have actually tested positive when it comes to COVID. And this news is coming just one day after Pelosi stood next to President Joe Biden at a White House event. White House foreign correspondent Peter Ducey is bringing us more.
He was tested last evening and tested negative.
But Speaker Pelosi, who planted one on the president Tuesday, tested positive today. The White House insists she's not a close contact.
How can you guys say that President Biden was not a close contact with Speaker Pelosi when there is video of the speaker kissing him?
Well, Peter, the way that it is defined is by the Center for Disease Control, the CDC, and their definition of it is 15 minutes of contact within a set period of time and within 6 feet. It did not meet that bar.
The Vice President's Communications Director, Jamal Simmons, also positive.
We announced yesterday the Vice President had a close contact.
So if the White House wants to follow CDC rules, then in this case, the rule for the VP is wear a well-fitting mask for 10 full days anytime you are around others. But today, even though she's tested negative, she was spotted maskless.
I know that she was alone up kind of on the dais for the vast majority of that.
The glitzy Gridiron Dinner in D.C. Saturday is now linked to positive cases of the VP's comms director, plus at least 2 Democratic members of Congress, 1 Republican senator, 2 members of the cabinet, and the president's sister, Valerie, plus half a dozen journalists, according to the Washington Post. All this the same week the president celebrated success against the virus.
We passed the landmark American Rescue Plan, which not only helped us on COVID-19 get it under control,
Just last night, Fox took the president's temperature about the current spike in cases.
Mr. President, are you worried at all about COVID coming back? We need to fund the COVID bill. They're hosting an event here tomorrow to celebrate the Supreme Court confirmation. When the last president did that, remember, then candidate Biden dismissed it as a super spreader, but officials here say it's okay now because it's going to be entirely outside and vaccines are now available. Something else candidate Biden said, that he was going to shut down the virus. That hasn't happened yet. At the White House, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
A heated debate on Capitol Hill over Title 42 and whether Congress should play a more active role in keeping the public health measure in place. Now, the Biden administration recently announced it would come to an end. The policy has kept many migrants from entering the United States over fears of spreading COVID-19. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is bringing us more details.
Lawmakers are working to prevent a new wave of migrants across the southern border. A bipartisan group of senators, including some moderate Democrats, introducing a measure to temporarily block the Biden administration's plan to end Title 42. It's the pandemic-related ban in place since 2020 that has allowed border officials to quickly deport migrants to slow the spread of COVID-19.
They're estimating over 500,000 people a month will be coming across illegally once they drop Title 42 next month.
The proposed legislation was pitched as an amendment to the latest COVID-19 relief package. It would delay the end of Title 42 for at least 60 days to give the administration the chance, along with local leaders, to create a plan to stop a migrant influx before the policy ends.
I don't think that Section 42 should be removed until we have secured borders, period.
Meanwhile, officials in some border states are fed up with the numbers and the administration's response.
Joe Biden has refused to come to the border to see the chaos that he has created by his open border policies, so we're going to take the border to him.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott says he'll send busloads of migrants to Washington, D.C.
I think it's pretty clear this is a publicity stunt. I know that the governor of Texas or any state does not have the legal authority to compel anyone to get on a bus.
And at the southern border, the National Guard is holding mass migration drills. If the legislation to delay Title 42 does not pass, the policy will expire on May 23rd. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Thanks, Lauren, for that update. Looking live now from the White House, not everyone is happy about President Joe Biden's decision to freeze student loan repayments again. Fox Business Network's Lydia Hugh explains why.
As the Biden administration extends the pause on student loan repayments for the 6th time, there's now a lot of frustration coming from folks that have already repaid their student loan debt. We talked with one man who paid $27,000 worth of debt off in just 11 months, and another young woman who is still working toward paying off her federal student loan debts and says the pause is just not right.
It's a transfer of wealth from everyday Americans to college-educated elites. I think it's quite unfair.
I knew what I set myself up for when I was taking out these loans. It's something that I committed to. You wouldn't sign a mortgage for a house and not pay your mortgage.
But the 6th pause on student loan repayments doesn't go far enough for some. Calls for loan forgiveness are growing louder among progressives.
The reality is that if we cancel 10,000 or 50,000 our all student debt, it's going to cost the government hundreds of billions or maybe trillions of dollars. And most of that benefit is going to go to people that are doing quite well.
And the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget estimates that canceling the full $1.6 trillion worth of federal student loans would add about 0.5% to the nation's inflation, a significant sum considering the target rate is about 2%, and the country is already running hot at almost 8% inflation over the last year. Reporting from Manhattan, New York, Lydia Hu for Fox Business.
Time is now 9:08. We're taking a live now look from the Poland and Ukraine border. Again, hundreds of Ukrainian refugees seeking refuge in Poland. Let's go ahead and check in with Fox 13 Tampa. They're bringing us the latest on the Russian invasion.
This 42nd day of war, blasting cities in southern Ukraine with another flurry of rockets. They're once again targeting civilians, and they're planning a new path for their ground invasion now. Fox 13 political editor Craig Patrick is here with the new assessments and, Craig, the growing penalties on Russia.
Yeah, we'll start with the new assessments. The intel is showing at this point the Russian invaders have fully withdrawn from the outskirts of Kyiv. And with that, we're talking about some 40,000 troops that have changed positions, retreating first, but now reloading and repositioning with the goal, according to the assessments, of joining another 30,000 invaders already in the south, already bearing down on the south and the east.
Where we are expecting a major offensive. President Putin's aim is to try to control the whole of Donbass and to establish a land bridge between Donbass and Russia.
In other words, Russia will concentrate its fire on this part of Ukraine and then try to destroy it piece by piece, just as it has already done to Mariupol. And for context, Mariupol is here. Russia spent this day and the past few days battering Mykolaiv, which is here. And it is specifically striking homes and civilian infrastructure, trying to cripple this city in advance of a coming reign of terror. Again, as NATO warned, the goal appears to be taking over control of the coast and forging that land bridge to mainland Russia. And with that, the assessments also warned Russia is planning a full siege on the Donbass region. Ukraine, the Pentagon, and military assessments through Europe are warning civilians to get out of southeastern Ukraine, because the invaders who tortured and raped and mass murdered civilians in Bucha are coming here next. And around the world, the United Nations is planning a vote on Thursday to suspend Russia from the Human Rights Council. That would require a two-thirds majority vote, but regardless of the outcome, Russia will still hold veto power on the National Security Council, which gives Russia the power to stop any UN actions to stop its reign of terror. Through Europe, the EU is planning to further reduce its imports of Russian fuel, and Britain and the United States hit Russia with yet another round of sanctions. These include full sanctions on Russia's largest bank and more penalties on Vladimir Putin's friends and family.
Treasury is committed to holding Russia accountable for its actions, so it cannot benefit from the international financial system.
The Treasury Department has also moved to cut off Russia's ability to use any money that the U.S. has jurisdiction of to pay down its debts for the purposes of trying to drain Russian reserves. Meanwhile, in northern Ukraine, where the invaders have withdrawn, of course, by this point, we've seen the images of bodies in the streets and evidence of summary executions. It's worth noting and warning that these areas are also laced with mines. And not the kind of mine that will detonate when you step on it or trip a wire. But these are a different kind of mine with motion sensors that are set to go off as someone approaches it, which adds, of course, to the peril and the danger and the tactics we're seeing from Russia.
Added to the growing list of possible war crimes, Craig. Back to what you said in the story earlier there with the warnings for civilians in southeastern Ukraine to get out. Well, some of them can't, especially in Mariupol, the city that's been under siege now for weeks. People are trapped there. Has the Red Cross had any success in getting any relief to them? They're without food, water, electricity.
It has not had any success. It has had some success in getting a comparatively small number of people out to escape, but a small number, a few hundred day by day or over the weekend versus an estimated 130,000 of them still trapped there. We don't know of those estimated 130,000 how many may still be alive. It has been a matter of weeks now without access to clean water or food, and at this point Ukraine is saying that is a tactic of Russia to try to starve the people to death or into submission, and with that the troops encircling the city are disinclined to let the Red Cross through.
That is people living through absolute hell every day right there in that city. Let's pray that something happens soon to change that. Thank you, Craig. Russia spent this 40.
All right, a huge thank you to Fox 13 Tampa for that update. The time is now 9:12 a.m. We are just a few hours away from that Axiom space launch for civilians flying into the International Space Station. Coming up right after this break, we'll have a live conversation with Randy Hildreth with Fox 35 Orlando. She is live from Cape Canaveral, bringing us all of the details right after this. Fox. The time is now 9:15 a.m. here on the East Coast, and we are broadcasting from Orlando, Florida, just a few miles away, really, from Cape Canaveral, Florida. That's where all of the excitement is happening this morning. So let's go out there live now. Fox 35 Orlando's Randy Hildreth is joining us. Good morning, Randy. So we know that this is a really significant, really historic mission. Tell us why.
Good morning. And listen, this has been an early morning already. It's 9:15, but the crew has been up since 2:30 this morning in preparation for today's launch. They have already had their weather briefing. They have already put on their suits, and the hatch is set to close at 9:20. So literally minutes away before that hatch closes. And we continue to get the ball rolling towards liftoff, which is set for 11:17 this morning. One of the things that we've been monitoring, our weather team has been monitoring weather conditions, obviously, but specifically wind conditions. They have been monitoring that as we prepare for liftoff. Our team has given it about a 90% go, so a pretty solid thumbs up for today's historic liftoff. We've met people from all over. We are at Jetty Park, which gives people a pretty good view of today's liftoff. Met people from Atlanta, New Hampshire. I met two people from Canada. So to give you an idea of how far people have traveled to see this moment, and to give you some background information about what is happening today and why it is so significant, the space company Axiom, it's their first mission sending civilians to the ISS. On board, there is a former NASA astronaut who will serve as the commander. Has about 4 space flights under his belt, so private astronaut. He has experience going to space, and then you have 3 civilians who will join him. And their backgrounds vary. We have a former pilot, someone who works in real estate. We were doing some background information on them just to get context of who they are as people. Some of our grandparents, one is a dad, so just people who will, experience this for the first time, who will have this space adventure, and kind of like regular people, not necessarily an astronaut. Now, in terms of what they will do, this is a 10-day mission. They'll spend 8 days on the ISS, and they're doing specific scientific research. And Axiom says this is in preparation for one of their long-term goals, which is to establish a private space station. And in terms of preparation for this, I told you that there is a former NASA astronaut on board, but in terms of the civilians who will participate with this, they have logged more than 1,000 hours in preparation for this, in terms of training to prepare for this moment. And just to give you an update again on timing, 9:20, the hatch will close. So we are literally just minutes away from that moment, and liftoff is set for 11:17 this morning. And then, tentatively, if that liftoff happens, then they should dock on the ISS tomorrow morning around 7:45. So a very big moment. People are already set, getting their spot here at Jetty Park to make sure that they can get a good spot, a front row seat to this historic moment.
A very historic moment. So we are just about 2 minutes away from that hatch closing. And again, you can watch the mission right here at LiveNOW from Fox. Now, Randy, I have to admit, when you hear about 4 civilians going into space, it sounds a bit concerning, a bit worrisome. So I'm glad to know that that former NASA employee is there to kind of oversee things.
I'm sorry, it cut out just a little bit. I know you said 4 civilians headed into space.
Yes, when you hear about 4 civilians going into space, it sounds a little bit concerning. So I'm just saying I'm glad that that former NASA employee is there to oversee this mission.
Oh, yes, certainly having him in place, again, mentioning he has 4 space missions under his belt. There is a former pilot on board, but I think they're leaning into the guidance of this former NASA astronaut as the commander of this mission.
All right, and they will spend 10 days there, and I'm sure we will follow up with you after a very successful launch, again at 11:17 a.m. Fox 35 Orlando's Randy Hildreth, thank you for joining. All right, we are just 1 minute away from that hatch closing. Again, that launch is scheduled to take place at 11:17. You can watch it right here, live, raw, and unfiltered. For now, let's take a quick break, and we'll have more top stories and major headlines right after this. on a story that we have been covering since day one. It is official. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson has been nominated to the High Court. She is the first African-American woman to serve as a Supreme Court justice. Live now from Fox's Andrew Krafts is bringing us a recap of the confirmation hearing.
I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us to further along this conversation and to go over some of the highlights that we heard from and saw today, especially with some of these Republican senators on the panel: Ted Cruz, Josh Hawley, Tom Cotton. I'm being joined by former federal prosecutor, and legal expert Doug Burns. And Doug, thanks for being with us. We didn't really get much, though, out of Senator Durbin there. He did answer very briefly about, lamenting the fact Republicans are honing in, they are fixated on the fact that in Judge Jackson's previous record and her previous sentencing decisions, there have been some low sentences when it comes to those who, downloaded child pornography, who distributed child pornography. Why are Republicans focusing in on this specific part of her record, and what do you make of it?
No, it's a very good question. They're trying to drive a narrative, obviously, that, she's somehow soft on crime, and then it fits into the quick soundbite of, she'll take the law into her own hands and legislate from the bench. The point is, you can hear from my voice, my first editorial right out of the gate is that political rhetoric and criminal law nuts and bolts don't mix very well. Okay, in a particular case, you have a statute, 0 to 20 years, and the judge can impose a sentence anywhere within that range. However, in 1987, keeping it real simple, the United States sentencing guidelines went into effect. So within the 0 to 20, it might say 78 to 97. That was mandatory. The judge had to impose a sentence between 78 and 97. But then a funny thing happened on the way to the forum. In 2005, in the Booker case, and I know that your viewers, have picked this up, listening and following, but in Booker, the guidelines became advisory only. The judge had to calculate them, had to look at them, but wasn't bound to impose a sentence within that. So that's sort of the framework. So what the Republicans did is they picked out 7 cases involving child pornography, and they say that she gave sentences below the advisory guidelines range. The first question I have, which is very interesting, is, well, wait a minute. Judge Jackson imposed sentence, Andrew, in 100 cases. So I want to see an immediate chart of all 100 cases. And I want to see on that chart, what were the advisory guidelines in every one of the 100 cases, and what sentence did she impose? So I think there's a little bit of disingenuousness, taking place here, because I want to see the overall landscape. Now, within the area of child pornography, a couple of comments. Number one, given the incredibly horrific nature of the crime, obviously, the political rhetoric can be ratcheted up accordingly. You're letting predators back on the street, all of that type of thing. But as Judge Jackson explained, each case has a probation report, a recommendation from probation. And by the way, let me point out that this point about she didn't follow the recommendation of the prosecutors, that's really disingenuous, because prosecutors universally in federal court ask for very, very high sentences, and the judges kind of keep them in check. The defense lawyers similarly ask for something maybe too lenient. That's what the judge is there for. So I come at this right down the middle. On the one hand, it's not good necessarily that she showed a lot of leniency in child pornography cases. I get that. But on the other hand, it behooves everybody to give a fuller presentation of her entire history of all 100 cases that she imposed a sentence in, Andrew.
Yeah, and Doug, that was her response to Senator Cruz when he displayed that chart in the hearing room today. She responded, every single case that was presented on that chart, she said that she sent that defendant to jail. You could tell she was getting, quite bothered by this relentless line of questioning, not only from Senator Cruz, Senator Hawley as well, and she, essentially was forced to say, I've already answered these questions. I'm going to repeat my previous answer to these questions that happened on yesterday. So I thought that was really interesting. And my God, I don't think I've ever talked about child pornography 3 days straight. It seems something that Republicans are fixated on, and they're keeping at it. They don't seem to be letting up on this line of questioning. Now, Doug, can we tell a whole judge's jurisprudence on sentences they have made in their prior record? Should it tell us something about them?
Well, it tells you a little bit, but at the same time, I heard one commentator point out today that, remember, being on the highest appellate court in the country, the Supreme Court of the United States, is different than being a trial judge and imposing sentences as a day-to-day matter. On the Supreme Court and on the D.C. Circuit or any circuit court of appeal in America, you know, you're dealing with dry technical appellate issues of law. It's a totally different sort of job description. But the point is, I mean, yes, I mean, I've appeared, you know, in front of judges for 36 years, federal judges. Some are more lenient than others. It's not any big secret. Lawyers in conference rooms all day long talk shop about, oh, well, we're in front of Judge X, so maybe here we'll get a little more lenient sentence, that type of thing. But the sentencing guidelines, real quick, and federal sentencing are a very, very complicated topic, okay? And that's what makes it even more discouraging to see political rhetoric and hot rhetoric in front of the cameras thrown around with respect to it. But to answer your question, you can't really necessarily tag her or categorize her, because cherry picking cases without, again, I sound like a lawyer, but I am one, without having the entire file, the probation report, and all of the information, you really can't just automatically say it. And then one other related legal point, which I think I heard you referring to, and you're right, is, remember, this is a very interesting separation of powers question, Andrew, because, you know, on many levels, it was pointed out throughout the discourse that some of these statutes have mandatory minimums. So let me explain that. A statute might be 5 to 40 years, and the judge cannot, no matter what, go below 60 months. That was the case, incidentally, in one of the 7 child pornography cases they were talking about, and Judge Jackson imposed 60 months. Of course, she was berated, you gave the absolute minimum. But the point I'm making, sorry for meandering, is that Congress could, you heard it discussed, could increase the penalties, increase mandatory minimums, and therefore take away this discretion. The point of the matter is that Judge Jackson did not impose any sentence in violation of law. Okay, so I have to start with that proposition, because the point is it was within the statutory parameters, okay, and the guidelines are advisory, they're not mandatory, and she showed some leniency in her discretion. So again, I just don't think it's fair, honestly, to cherry pick files. But my next point, I'm smiling, is this is residual Kavanaugh anger. That's what's really going on here, in my view. So the point is, you know, they are so ripping mad about what took place and asking the candidate, the nominee, you know, how many beers did you drink when you were 17? They're just ripping mad about that. Right. And frankly, I don't blame them on many levels. Yeah. And so that's why, you know, a lot of this is sort of feigned outrage, because if you think about it, under the old adage, KISS, keep it simple, right? Is she qualified to be on the Supreme Court? Well, let's see. She went to Harvard. She went to Harvard Law School. She clerked for Justice Breyer, and she's been a federal judge for a decade. She's written 570 opinions. Nobody's talking about whether those are good, bad, or indifferent. So to a trial lawyer like me, the immediate inference is that they're solid, they're fine. And so she's qualified, period. So why are we in all this theater? Very simple, because it's become an ideological court, which is a super legislature. You know, I've been on with you a number of times saying this, but it's worth repeating, quoting from Justice Scalia in his dissent in the same-sex marriage case. It's an unelected legislature of 9 elite lawyers. And so that's why you have all this histrionics. Because again, I urge your viewers to simply ask themselves, is this woman qualified for this position?
Yeah, of course, you know, we can get into so much of that, and we will, we have the time, but talking about especially just the last point I want to make on this fixation with her sentencing record in those child pornography cases. Republicans on the committee have requested pre-sentencing reports on these cases But the chairman, Senator Durbin, said, he will think long and hard about that because that could potentially expose information that could harm victims in those cases. So I thought that was interesting. Also, it's not really fair if Democrats have seen those and Republicans haven't, especially if they sit on the same committee. I wanted to also talk about, because she was asked a lot about unenumerated powers in the Constitution that due to rulings have been granted. You were talking about the same-sex marriage ruling. That is one of them. Roe v. Wade, that is one of them. And she said those are settled. She says Roe and Casey are settled at this point in time. That's what she said yesterday. But she also was talking about cases that she might have to decide on. And one that we had talked about on Monday, now she broke some news today that she will recuse herself from this case. It's a challenge to Harvard's race-conscious admission policies that the court will consider in its next term, which starts in October. She made the news today that she personally has decided that she will recuse herself. So that was something today.
I'm glad she did that. That's a correct decision, in my opinion. She's on the board of overseers of Harvard University. She apparently has 2 years to go on her term. But that was a really a great move. But let's talk real quick without getting into the weeds, as you like to put it, and you're so right, about the 9th and 10th Amendments quickly. I mean, one of them says, that even though it's not specifically enumerated in the Constitution, there still may be other rights reserved to the people. That's the 9th Amendment. But the 10th Amendment says that which is not enumerated in the text of the Constitution is properly left for the states. And you've heard me say with you a number of times, and I'll repeat it now, that things like same-sex marriage and abortion, if you assume for the sake of argument, arguendo, as we like to say, that neither of those things are mentioned in the Constitution, then the 10th Amendment argument is that that's reserved for the states and should be done in the state legislatures. But then, of course, comes the parry, the counter. Well, wait a minute. Under the 9th Amendment, it says that just because something isn't enumerated, they still may be that right. And you heard a lot about substantive due process. So real quick, procedural due process is if you're going to be charged with something, you need notice of it in writing so you can respond, and you're entitled to a lawyer and to cross-examine and to be able to subpoena witnesses. That's all procedural due process. Substantive due process was sort of created out of whole cloth, and those on the right, the Federalist Society and so forth, feel that it's code speak for we're going to write things into the Constitution that aren't there. That's the essence of this dust-up, Andrew. What's truly a federal issue? What's governed by the Constitution? And if it isn't, that should be done in the state legislatures. That's what's really going on here. Hard line from the right says they can't do it in the state houses, so they want these 9 super legislators in robes to do it. The other side says, no, no, no. There are all kinds of legitimate, penumbras and substantive due process in the 14th Amendment and the Equal Protection Clause. It's a perfectly legitimate debate, and that's why it's split as heavily as it is in this country.
Doug, last point, because we've seen her time and time again in responding, being quite reluctant, quite hesitant to talk about anything revolving personal feelings, her personal religion, what she thinks personally, her own beliefs, her own opinions on certain issues of the day, culture war issues of the day. There was this viral back and forth with Senator Marsha Blackburn yesterday in which she basically said she did not, I'm paraphrasing here, she was asked, can you define what it means to be a woman? And she said she cannot. She's not a biologist, of course, talking about transgender issues. She wouldn't explicitly say on whether or not, regarding Mike Lee of Utah's question, whether the court should be expanded or shrunk. Of course, that has been a hot topic as well. Senator Graham yesterday asked her about her personal faith, her personal religion. And so she's been quite diplomatic and deliberative about how to kind of finesse the responses to these questions without really giving any inch to what her personal beliefs are on these issues of the day. What do you make of that? And what do you think of that line of questioning? Is it cheap or is it illustrative?
Well, the religion one, is residual Amy Coney Barrett anger. okay? Because as you recall, they said, you know, we're concerned that your faith may overcome you. And that was outrageous, frankly. And you heard some of the senators say, we're not going to ask you that and so on. But to your question real quick, she's well within her right to sit there and say, as I would, for example, somebody asked me, Doug, you've been practicing law 36 years. You know, what if you have a belief in a case? You know, how does that translate? And my answer would be 100% in good faith. I check all my personal beliefs at the door. I'm representing a client. I'm going to make whatever arguments I can under the facts and the law. So to translate that to a judge, she's going to similarly say, you know, when I walk into the courthouse and I put my robes on, my personal beliefs, my religion, okay, things I may believe about social issues, as I think you put it a minute ago, those are all checked at the door. And I will simply analyze the facts and the law in the particular case that's in front of me as a trial judge. And as an appellate judge, for the most part, I'll be analyzing the law as it applies to appeals that come before my court. Now, one other point, though, it's interesting because on the one hand, she has been reserved, but on the other hand, to her credit, in my opinion, she's actually been willing to engage a little bit more on some discussions. I mean, in the past, we saw candidates almost freeze up and like, well, you know, the minute abortion, for example, is raised, they're like robotically, right? In as much as this might come before the court, I really can't, you know, that was the Ginsburg rule, I think they called it. But she actually launched into some discussions back and forth on some of the hot button issues, which I thought was to her credit. As far as her demeanor, showed a lot of strength, you know, calm in the face of these attacks. You know, I, for one, didn't think the attacks were all that, you know, meritorious and so forth. So, you know, a lot of it's theater. One other thing that really jumped out at me was Senator Leahy from Vermont, who, I don't know if you saw this, in a little bit of an angry outburst. He wasn't overtly angry, but he goes, "You will be on the Supreme Court," okay? And so that told me a lot, which simply means that these folks down there, if they know how to do one thing, it's they know how to count votes, Andrew, okay? So he knows that she's going to be confirmed.
And of course, it really just remains to be seen on if she gets any Republican support, and we'll be on the lookout for that when these
That's the big thing,
when these votes take place, both in the committee and for the full Senate. Doug Burns, that was such a great conversation. Thank you as always. And of course, we have one more day tomorrow for these hearings there on Capitol Hill. We'll talk to you again.
All right, a huge thank you to Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft. We will have more on Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's confirmation to the Supreme Court in just a bit. But now we are getting a live event, so let's head out to Manhattan, New York. We're taking a look at the 31st Annual National Action Network Conference. This is put together by Reverend Al Sharpton. So we're going to witness a lot of high-profile people speaking on social justice issues, including lawmakers, government officials. Right now, we are going to listen in as Secretary of the United States Department of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, makes a few remarks, live, raw, and unfiltered.
I now have learned for years we have had policies that have led to inequitable results. And take the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina. Take the aftermath of some of the natural disasters that have impacted our nation. We take a look at our policies, and I'll give you one example. To access funds, our grant funds, to rebuild a home that has been destroyed in a natural disaster, we used to require documentation of ownership, that this was indeed your home, and therefore, as a result of its destruction, you are eligible for some of our funds to rebuild that home. And yet, in certain communities, predominantly African American, brown skin communities, houses are sometimes passed from generation to generation without the deed of trust or the paperwork that others in more privileged circumstances might have. And what we, because of that requirement of documentation, we all too often left individuals and families deserving of relief, we left them disenfranchised from the programs to which they should have had equal access and were no less deserving and no less in need, and sometimes in greater need. And so we have changed those policies. We have recognized. Thank you. Let me a quick personal note. I appreciate the applause very much, but we do not deserve applause for that which we must do and that which is long overdue. And so then when Hurricane Ida hit that very same community, we were actually able to extend the hand to those who deserved and needed the relief. And that is what it is all about. It is all about achieving equity, which is really the core founding principle of our country. And as we continue to review the policies and make the changes that drive to achieve equity, we have to be very mindful of the landscape on which we are working. We are working at a time when we are seeing only an increase in hate, or I should say perhaps only an increase in the hate that is rising to the surface. And what we in the Department of Homeland Security have assessed is that the greatest terrorism-related threat that we face in the homeland is the threat of domestic violent extremism. Individuals drawn to violence because of ideologies of hate or false narratives propagated on social media and other online platforms. And the most prominent threat is the threat of white supremacists. And that came quite clearly to the surface when we saw over the past several months repeated and persistent bomb threats against historically black colleges and universities. And we reached out in the department to the presidents of the HBCUs and requested that we be allowed to sit around the table with them, to listen to what they were confronting, to understand the gravity of the threat that they faced, its impact on their communities, the communities of students, faculties, families, neighbors, and alike, and to be able to respond as they needed us to do, to have them around the table. Just a few weeks ago, I was in Detroit, Michigan, meeting with faith leaders, predominantly African-American faith leaders, and talking about our grant program, our nonprofit security grant program, which is designed to protect houses of worship, places of faith, other nonprofit organizations, to enable them to secure themselves against an increasing threat landscape. And what I learned was that our grant program is very complicated. It is very difficult in some respects to access. And some of these organizations also just as much in need, and perhaps in greater need of the funds that we have to distribute, don't have the resources to have a grant applicant professional, don't have the luxury of capacity to understand our processes, work through them, and know how to access the funds. And so that voice, by sitting around the table, was heard loud and clear, and then becomes the directive that we must follow. How can we break down those barriers? How can we deliver to these houses of worship in need, these faith-based organizations, these community organizations? How can we build for them the capacity that they might not otherwise have, so that they can access the resources of the United States government equally and with equity? And that is the ethic that defines this Department of Homeland Security at this time and hopefully for the future to come. It is all about partnership. It is all about being at the table with you in understanding the needs, the challenges, and defining the opportunities together and working to realize them together. Because the question, and I hearken back to the time that I spoke with Mr. Cochran, and I asked of him, you know, what is the perception in the community of us? Because when I am the United States Attorney in the Central District of California, I am the United States Attorney for everyone, not just some. And so we as a Department of Homeland Security are your Department of Homeland Security as much as anyone else's. And we need to live that in the equity that we demonstrate and the equity that we live for a better world. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. And I'm very pleased to take questions. No?
Two.
All right, everyone, the time is now 9:47. We are taking a live now look.
We're just going to make a quick housekeeping announcement, keeping in mind that, you know, a lot of the secretaries that we'll hear from today have taken their time out to come and be amongst us and to discuss with our delegates their plans for a better future. We ask that everyone in this room, please keep that in mind and be respectful with your interactions. We certainly want you to feel free to be you, but keep in mind that we do want to be respectful in representing National Action Network. And if our president and founder and our leader, Reverend Al Sharpton, wouldn't do it, you should not either. Okay, and that's just a strong suggestion with a little sweetener at the end so that we can have a pleasant day and that everyone can have a pleasant day and experience here. Thank you so much. I'll hold the mic. Keep in mind it's a question. Right? It's not I'm holding the mic. Not a statement, a question, because we want this to be an engaging dialogue. Thank you so much for adhering.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. And I have a question for you. First of all, I know your policy on immigration is day and night comparing to President Trump.
You're streaming live now from Fox. The time is now 9:50 a.m. Rain Augustine here, breaking in to give you all a brief recap of what we are watching live, raw, and unfiltered. We are looking live from Manhattan, New York. This is the National Action Network Convention, an annual convention that is planned and held by Reverend Al Sharpton. It's a multi-day forum where people can share their ideas and organize next steps towards what's being considered pressing issues that are impacting the country and diverse communities across the country. Right now we are watching as Alejandro Mayorkas, who is the Secretary of the United States Department of Homeland Security. This is the question and answer portion. So we are witnessing as reporters and participants in the audience ask questions on immigration and other pressing topics. So again, let's listen in, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Make myself available on the side to answer questions. So my first engagement with the challenges that the the people of Haiti experienced was in January 2010, the tragic earthquake that struck. And what we did in U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services at that time was we built an emergency program to rescue the youth who were orphaned as a result of that earthquake. And I have in my office a picture of a young Haitian boy running through the Miami airport to meet his United States adoptive parents. And I keep it there to always keep in mind the fragility of life and the resilience of the human spirit. Because this young boy running through an airport who's lost his parents, who is about to meet new parents for the first time, had a big, big smile on his face. We granted temporary protected status for Haitian nationals sometime, and certainly I have heard the advocacy to extend that date, and I'm very well aware of the number of Haitians in what is a very significant diaspora community, not just in Mexico, but throughout our region, and very many in South America. And our system is based on, of course, a law. Our asylum laws provide that if one qualifies, one can access residency in the United States, and if one does not, one can be removed. In the time of the pandemic, we have been exercising Title 42. It is a public health imperative, not an immigration policy, and we have accepted, we've made exceptions for individuals from Haiti with particular vulnerabilities, and we've tried to be open-hearted in our processes. Title 42 will end on May 23rd, as the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has expressed, and then we will be implementing our asylum process as it was designed.
Next question.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Secretary.
Good morning.
My name is Mike Ilional. I'm the president of an organization called Get Up, Stand Up for Haiti. My question is not going to be on immigration. My question is about, can your administration help Haitian people? Because the problem is not immigration, really. It's because of the policy, the racist policy that apply in Haiti. Give us any kind of president get interfere and give us the people who have nothing to do with Haiti to be president. We have a constitution in Haiti. The people, the question is about to let the Haitian people use the constitution. I would like the government, your government, to let us use our constitution. Today, we make a big story in America, have the first black woman in the Supreme Court. In Haiti, we have it, we have done that. We still have the constitution, and we have a woman in the Supreme Court who the question for the government to stop the racist policy in Haiti. This is to stop it, to let the Haitian make their decision.
Right, so that, here, let me just clarify for the sake of time. A question means a question, meaning there's a question mark at the end, not a statement. Okay, so I need the question so that we can move forward.
But the question is, we have a constitution. The constitution have the rule how the country should run. And then why the government here refused to let us.
So how can your administration support the Haitians in using their constitution effectively? How can the United States support Haiti in enforcing or implementing or using their constitution?
So I'm sorry to end on a question that is not within my area of expertise, because that is a matter of, if we're speaking about the constitutional underpinnings in Haiti and what we can do as a matter of foreign policy for the people of Haiti that is outside of my area of expertise. But I will tell you that we have exercised our authorities in the Department of Homeland Security to try to bring as much relief as we can to the people of Haiti, to the Haitian people resident here as of a certain date through temporary protected status, TPS. We are looking to see how we can expand our Haitian family reunification program. Individuals in Haiti who have relatives here, whose visas are not yet make them eligible for travel here, what we can do to extend an outstretched arm of assistance. We're very mindful of the vulnerabilities of these individuals and seek to provide relief to the fullest of our capabilities. Again, I thank you very much for the opportunity, and I will make myself available on the side.
Thank you so much, Secretary Mayorkas. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Secretary Mayorkas, for your time. Let's everybody give him a round of applause and be gracious.
You're streaming live now from Fox, everyone. Thank you all so much for streaming on this Friday, April 8th. We're taking a live now look from Manhattan, New York. We just witnessed the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, speaking live and taking questions from participants in the audience at the National Action Network Convention, the multi-day forum where people, lawmakers, and advocates express ideas on how we can move the country forward. Now, if you take a look at the upper right-hand corner of your screen, you can see here stocks bouncing back following 2 days straight of losses, but still ending the week in the red. And if you take a look at the lower right-hand corner of your screen, we're looking live from Capitol Hill. Again, President Biden, as well as Supreme Court Justice now, Ketanji Brown Jackson, scheduled to speak at 12:15. This is the first address since her confirmation that took place on Thursday. And of course, we're streaming it all for you live, raw, and unfiltered. We are just ahead of the 10 a.m. mark here on the East Coast. Let's take a quick break, and we will have more of this live event when we return.
this around the sun, and he'll give you a precise answer. Let's give a tremendous National Action Network welcome to the Secretary of Transportation, the Honorable Pete Buttigieg.
Well, good morning. Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Hardy, for the kind and generous introduction. I don't know much about the rotation of planets, but I know about some other things that I'm really looking forward to speaking with you about during our brief time together. I want to thank the Reverend Sharpton, who I spoke with yesterday evening. I want to thank the National Action Network for the important leadership that you provide time and time again. This organization has been there to champion the cause of justice, and that cause has never been more urgent. Its champions have never been more needed. I want to thank the Reverend Dr. W. Franklin Richardson, Chair of the Board, Senior Vice President Ebony Riley, and the many dedicated leaders and organizations represented here today, including, I know, Dr. Harry Williams of the Thurgood Marshall College Fund, Mark Morial from the National Urban League, who has been such an important partner in our efforts, and all of the leaders, as well as my administration colleagues who are here today. So yesterday I was on my way to a meeting about transportation in the West Wing of the White House, just as some very good news was coming in from the Capitol. I was in the lobby there, waiting to go in, and a door opened, and through it walked the next Justice of the United States Supreme Court, Judge Jackson. What a great day that is. By a stroke of just good fortune and good timing, I had the honor of being one of the first to congratulate her on that good news. What a great justice she is going to be. Her background and her qualifications and her resume will make her an outstanding justice. And yes, so will her experience as the first black woman on the highest court in the land. And as somebody who has seen my own rights and those of my family come up for debate in that courtroom, I am so glad to know that her wisdom will be on that all-important bench. I'm so thankful that the President saw the historic opportunity of this appointment, just as I'm proud to serve on this team that he built, the most diverse cabinet and administration in the history of the United States of America. And as part of that, I'm here to share a little bit about the work of my department where I serve, the Department of Transportation, and what we're doing in this administration, what it means for you, and why the kinds of things that NAN works on matter so much when it comes to the kinds of things that we work on in the Department of Transportation. Now, I know that transportation may not be the first department that comes to mind when some people think about civil rights and justice, not compared to the Department of Justice, of course, or the Department of Housing and Urban Development, or Education, or others. The truth is, there has always been a deep relationship between the physical movement of people in America and the social movements for equality that have made this a more perfect union. After all, one of the seminal actions of the civil rights movement was the Montgomery bus boycott. One of the signal moments of the civil rights era was when Rosa Parks decided not to give up that seat on that bus. These things have always been related. From Plessy versus Ferguson, which was about who gets to sit where on a train car, to the Green Book that told African American drivers where it was and was not safe to go on road trips. Equal and dignified access to transportation has always been a critical arena in the struggle for equal rights, for the simple reason that we all need to be able to move about in order to prosper. And those who cannot move about their community or country conveniently and affordably face a barrier to prosperity. And on that front, we have some work to do, don't we? When black communities are more likely to lack decent transit to take people where they need to be, we have some work to do. When racial disparities run so deep that the number of deaths in traffic crashes rose higher for black Americans than any other group in America, we have some work to do. When community after community can point to that highway or that railroad that was built straight through a black or brown neighborhood, we've got some work to do. When people on the south side of Chicago who don't have cars in a neighborhood called Roseland, inside the city limits of Chicago, take longer to get to their jobs in downtown Chicago than people who do have cars who live in a town called Roseland in Indiana, 90 miles away, we've got some work to do. When investments do, in fact, come to a neighborhood or a community of color, and people who live there get up in the morning and see the construction site and look at the hard hats and the workers on that project and start thinking, no one on this job site looks like they grew up anywhere near this neighborhood, we've got some work to do. And the good news is we are here to do that work, and we are bringing real resources and dollars to do it with this time. That's what I'm here to share with you. That's what we're doing today. Look, I know that the black community has witnessed promise after broken promise in many areas of American life. That's one of the reasons why it was so important that today on the South Lawn of the White House, the President and Judge Jackson will be speaking about a promise kept. I know that one of those sets of broken promises in this country has been the promise of good, robust, equitable infrastructure investment. It was promised again and again to the point that Infrastructure Week became a running joke in Washington. But I am proud to report to you that after years, after decades of promises, President Biden, with your help, delivered a bipartisan infrastructure law with generational investments in American infrastructure. And now we are at work turning those dollars into real results for the American people. Infrastructure is not just an abstract policy or a purely academic concern. It is a physical reflection of our values as a society. You see it, you touch it, you stand on it. And we recognize that the story of American infrastructure encapsulates the good, the bad, and the ugly of our country's story when it comes to racial justice. At its worst, it can be a tangible monument to the injustices of the past. But at its best, it can be a road forward from that past for the people in the communities who need it the most. And that is especially true when it comes to economic development and economic empowerment. We are making investments right now that will empower black and brown communities with jobs, with wages, with income, from the largest cities to the smallest towns. We are empowering families with affordable ways to get to work, to get to grocery stores, to get to church, to visit family, knowing that transportation is the second highest expense for most households, especially low-income households, often even higher than food. We are working to create contracting opportunities for the black business owners who do such a good job of extending opportunity to others through their employees so that they can buy homes, so that they can have an opportunity to send their kids to college, so that they can pass along household wealth to the next generation. And we are putting hiring practices in place that will give people who actually live in those neighborhoods the chance to engineer and build the roads and bridges, the trains and buses, the tracks and the transmission lines that they and their communities will rely on. We are delivering more job training, more workforce development, better benefits, safer workplaces. And that is about empowering families to build generational wealth so that they, their children, and their grandchildren can build the prosperity that was kept from them for generations. Now, this also relates to environmental justice. These investments mean that black children whose playgrounds and neighborhoods are disproportionately impacted by the toxic air pollution that comes from cars and trucks can live healthier lives in a greener future that we're building. We're investing in resilience so that black communities that often bear the brunt of climate disasters like hurricanes and heat waves and droughts are better protected against any storm that comes their way. We're investing in cleaner buses and trains and ports and airports so that homeowners don't have to choose between living where the jobs are or breathing clean air. And we're taking urgent action knowing that transportation is the largest source of carbon pollution causing climate change, and that means we got to be a major part of the solution as well. In short, we're building a transportation future that is better, stronger, and fairer, where transportation access is truly equitable. And that means committing to the truth that the time, the cost, the safety of how you get around shouldn't depend on your race or your background or your zip code. Now, I have to confess, I have discovered in doing this work that not everyone is ready to hear about justice and equity in the context of transportation. Some, especially on cable television, seem to think that transportation is somehow uniquely immune to the impacts of discrimination and racial injustice that have affected every other part of society. Some have even accused us of injecting the issue of racial justice into the picture as if it had not been part of the story this entire time. So I want to make clear, calling for racial justice is not divisive. What's divisive is making excuses for the persistence of racial injustice. At a moment like this, with so much at stake, telling the truth is not divisive, it is imperative. If a highway was built to demolish or isolate a black neighborhood, that is divisive. Fixing it is not divisive. Fixing it is unifying. It is uniting because it is physically helping to stitch together a community that was divided. And if that community was divided using federal dollars, it should be reconnected using federal dollars. That's what we're doing in the Department of Transportation. We're not out there looking for culture wars. We're looking to do what's right when it comes to healing the broken places in our country, including in our transportation systems, because the only way to bring people together is to actually face the problem and start to fix it. As a friend of mine says, sometimes the only way out is through. And when we find a way through, when we find a way to fix the things that are broken, that will be incredibly unifying. That's our focus. So, other folks might go around looking for what books to ban. We're going to go out looking for what bridges to build. But we can't do it without you. We're bringing more intention and more funding to these purposes than ever before, but it's going to take more than the actions of federal government. I promise we will do everything that we can. It's what is expected of us by the community, and I might add, it is what is expected of us by the president and the vice president. We will do everything we can, but it's going to take your continued leadership and your continued action as well. We may have got the infrastructure law passed and signed, but the work is just beginning. And many of these dollars will ultimately be spent by state and by local authorities. And too often, they aren't hearing from the people who need to be heard the most. So now is the time to sit down with your state and local officials to talk about your community's needs. Now is the time to make your voice heard at those public meetings, to make sure that that new bridge or bike path or bus route serves your community. Now is the time to organize the people in your neighborhood and pull up a seat at that planning table when they're discussing your transportation future. In other words, it is time to mobilize for mobility. And I just want you to know you will have an ally in that work in the Department of Transportation. If you are worried that a new transportation project could impact a community of color negatively, if your small business needs help applying for a contract, if your community has a plan to make your roads safer or your commute cleaner, we are here to help. I'll just close with a reflection about when I was last here and everything that's happened since I was last physically with you at this event 3 years ago. So much has changed. In particular, a lot of people we have lost in our national life, but also people who have arrived in new ways in our national consciousness. We have lost giants in the civil rights movement, some of whom I had the honor of getting to know during my own campaign, like Congressman John Lewis and Vernon Jordan. We've also gained new, bold-faced names who were there before we had heard of them, but most of us hadn't heard of them 2 or 3 years ago, and now they're part of the firmament of our national life, from Amanda Gorman to soon-to-be Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. And what those names have in common, those who have passed out of our current daily national life and those who have emerged in it, is that they followed the lights of their talents and their conscience, and the life of this country found them in those key moments because this country needed them. And that's not just true for the famous names. That's true for everybody who has been making this world better. We are in a moment that is fine.
The time is now 10:16. Thank you so much for streaming live now from Fox, listening in live from the National Action Network convention. Right now, United States Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg speaking live on issues of transportation when it comes to diverse communities across the country. So let's stay on this topic of transportation, heading out live now to Los Angeles County. Joining us now live is Fox 11 Los Angeles' Mario Ramirez. Good morning, Mario. So we're learning that Los Angeles County is seeing one of the largest decreases in gas prices since about March of 2020. Why is this?
Yeah, Rain, that's right. And it is due largely to refineries picking up production and Biden releasing oil reserves. Now, I should tell you the good news here is that we are seeing the largest drop in over 2 years, but the bad news is a lot of us already knew they were as high as they'd ever been. So I want to show you the prices here at this East LA gas station. For a gallon of unleaded, it's $5.39 if you're paying with cash, $5.55 with credit. And we can tell you AAA is reporting that here in LA County, this county recorded its largest drop for regular gasoline in over 2 years. Prices dropping for the 11th straight day, over 17 cents here locally. The state's average right now is sitting at $5.79, just under LA's $5.90. So what's behind the sudden relief? AAA experts say, for one, local refineries are stepping up production, and they also say gas prices are going down right now, and they're expected to continue dropping even further in the next couple of weeks, just in time if you're planning a trip for spring break. And drivers we spoke to, of course, say the relief is great, but it's just not enough compared to how high prices have been going up recently. A year ago, the average price of gasoline here in California was $3.92, and again, right now it's at $5.78, Rain. So we've seen a huge increase over the last year, and we're starting to see some slight relief, but yeah, these drivers say it's just not enough, Rain.
Yes, the largest drop in 2 years. However, it will be interesting to see if this trend continues nationally. Fox 11 Los Angeles' Mario Ramirez. Thank you.
Thank you, Rain.
Rain Augustine. I'll be your host for the next several hours here. We are monitoring several live events, but very exciting stuff. We've learned that it is almost time for 4 civilian astronauts to make history flying into the International Space Station. Let's go out live right now to Cape Canaveral, where the crew is making its final preparations. Liftoff scheduled for 11:17 a.m. You can stream it all live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. But for now, let's learn more about the astronauts and the civilians who will be spending 10 days living and working at the International Space Station.
entrepreneur, nonprofit activist, investor. He's won aerobatic flying competitions and has summited both Mount Kilimanjaro and Mount Rainier. Through AX1, he'll become the first private pilot to reach the ISS. He'll also become the first human to reach both.
SpaceX, you are go for section 6 of 4.100. When ready, report go for launch. That's in work, SpaceX.
All right, so just some back and forth with SpaceX core Arthur Burial and the crew, continuing to work through our procedures. Ultimately, next check will be to make sure that the crew inside Dragon Endeavour are go for launch.
Yeah.
Back to our pilot, Larry Connor. As I said, he will also become the first human to reach both the deepest ocean depths and enter the bounds of outer space within 1 year. That's just crazy to me. Larry has been actively involved with the Mayo Clinic and the Cleveland Clinic for many years, helping to understand the effects of aging. This mission will add a new dimension.
Go for launch. Copy that, Endeavour. Crews go for launch.
All right. So that is fantastic news. That's basically 4 thumbs up inside Crew Dragon right now. So really good news there.
Yeah. So continuing out our crew, moving on to Mission Specialist 1, Eitan Stiba will become the second Israeli ever to fly to space. In many ways, today's mission is a return to flight for the nation of Israel after the Columbia tragedy in 2003. Eitan served for more than 4 decades as a fighter pilot in the Israeli Air Force, where he received the Distinguished Aviator Medal, and today he is an impact investor and philanthropist. In collaboration with the Ramon Foundation, the Israel Space Agency, and the Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology, and the Ministry of Education, Stiebel will fly to the ISS under the Rakia banner and the maxim, "There is no dream beyond reach." During his time on the ISS, Stiebel will facilitate scientific experiments, educational outreach, and one of my personal favorites, artistic activities.
Mark Pathy is an entrepreneur, investor, and philanthropist, as well as mission specialist number 2 on this AX1 mission. Pathy is currently the chief executive officer and chairman of Montreal-based Maverick, a privately owned investment and financing company he founded that focuses on innovation and social impact. As a strong believer in the importance of philanthropy, Pathy is a member of the boards and executive committees of the Montreal Children's Hospital Foundation, Dans LaRue, and the Pathy Family Foundation. Through the AX1 mission, Pathy will become Canada's second private astronaut and the 12th Canadian to go to space.
All right, well, you've seen the vehicle, you've met the crew, you've heard some good calls on our way to launch, and we're just within the hour. So let's send you over now to NASA's Johnson Space Center, where Dan Hewitt is following the launch prep from Mission Control in Houston. Dan, over to you.
Hey, thanks, John. And the team behind me flying the space station, the crew on board, they're ready to get this first private astronaut mission off the ground. Back in 2019, NASA took steps to open the station up for business, issuing a directive to enable new commercial activity on board, including private astronaut missions. And all of this is done with the goal of building a robust economy in low Earth orbit. Now, why does NASA want to do that? Well, we're very aware that there is untapped potential in that space just outside of our atmosphere, and low Earth orbit can be a first step towards unlocking limitless possibilities.
On this July 20th, 1969.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Greatness. Boy. Cannot always be seized in a moment. Sometimes it requires a first step, a step into the unknown. Not knowing the path, but understanding the goal. Believing that the first step leads to greatness. We've touched the sky, believing it will lead to new worlds. We've left our home, believing in a brighter future. We've come together, believing in shared goals. We've stayed and learned, believing in benefits for all. We take the first step time and time again, because we've witnessed its benefits and believe in its potential. So we're expanding and enabling this step for others to push humanity further as we prepare for the next giant leap. We'll always need this first step. We're here to stay. And now is the time to join us.
And low Earth orbit is that first step. And for NASA, we're in it for the long haul. For the last more than 20 years, we've shown that you can get incredible value from doing research and technology demonstrations in low Earth orbit on the station. And along the way, we've continually increased our work with commercial organizations, flying research, payloads, entire facilities, experiments, and working with U.S. companies to fly cargo and crew to the station, the latter of those laying the groundwork for the mission we're seeing about to launch today. And we're continuing to look ahead onto the horizon, working with companies like Axiom and others to get a jump start on developing new destinations in low Earth orbit where future astronauts, and not just those from NASA, will be able to go and explore and do research just outside of our atmosphere. So we've got our sights on the horizon, and our ultimate goal is for NASA to become one of many customers in this new economy in low Earth orbit as we set our sights on deep space exploration, heading back to the moon and beyond under the Artemis program. Now, the AX-1 mission's a good example.
All right, guys, it looks as though we did lose that live feed for you all, but that's okay because we are monitoring several live events. Again, you can stream that Axiom Mission 1 space launch at 11:17. For now, let's head back out to Manhattan, New York. We're watching live as Reverend Al Sharpton hosts the National Action Network's conference.
Minimum wage. You miss out on overtime. You miss out on unemployment compensation if you get laid off. If you get hurt on a job, you get no workers' compensation. And of course, you can't join a union if you're an independent contractor. So we need to make sure you can join a union for better benefits if we're going to deal with wealth inequality. And we also know that the best benefits go to those with the best education. And that starts with pre-K. We've been making significant investments in pre-K. And in the American Rescue Plan, we put more money into K through 12 than in the history of the United States.
The time is now 10:29. We're looking live from Manhattan, New York. We're seeing very high-profile lawmakers, policymakers, and advocates who are all speaking on ways to help diverse communities across the United States be more successful in different aspects. However, we are continuing to monitor this live event that we have been promoting for some time here at LiveNOW from Fox, a history-making mission that is set to take place at 11:17. Right now, we have NASA's Bill Nelson speaking. Let's listen in live. We're on Unfiltered.
Encouraging the building. We've got initiatives out there in private industry right now to build a commercial space station. And then all of our international partners on the space station, we're taking with us out into, for example, lunar orbit. The Gateway, which is like a space station in lunar orbit, is going to be a number of nations landing on the moon. We're going to have other nations participate as well.
Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of partnerships going forward with NASA to accomplish some of the big goals that we have.
Well, as it should be, because our program is internationally, and when we go to Mars, there's going to be a delegation from planet Earth.
Mm-hmm. Are you excited for today's launch?
Oh, is the Pope Catholic?
Yes. Well, thank you so much, Administrator. I really appreciate you being here, and I hope you enjoyed today's launch.
Thanks a lot.
All right, back to you guys at Hawthorne.
We're at T-minus 46 minutes, 10 seconds. We've just heard from the SpaceX launch director.
Brief the CE or LD, and they will approve aborting the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, Operators shall call hold, hold, hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence and immediately proceed into launch abort. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off and relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise the launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. For those operators in firing group 4, in the event of a fire alarm, key operators noted in 57.83 will remain at their post while the alarm is evaluated. In the event that personnel safety is threatened, evacuate to the south-facing emergency exit, which leads directly outside. Firing group 4 and MCCX will go into a sterile cockpit and lock down for the duration of the time the launch escape system is armed. Launch control at this time, you may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
Over that, arming crew arm for movement.
T-minus 45 minutes and counting. You've just heard the SpaceX launch director give the final execution instructions to the launch team.
Crew access arm retraction started.
We're ready for propellant load. That'll begin in about 10 minutes. Before that, we've got crew access arm to retract happening now, and then arming of the launch escape system. Everything continues to look good for an on-time launch of Falcon 9 with Axiom 1 mission.
Dragon SpaceX for tablets. As we prepare to step into LES arming, I need you to verify that the elastic bands are over the corners of all of the iPads in the vehicle.
Roger, stand by. SpaceX Endeavour, Arthur, I can confirm that the elastic bands on the satchels are around the tablets and also.
All right, copy that. Thank you, MLA. And for awareness, that last call came in pretty quiet, so if you could speak up on the upcoming calls, that'd be great. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay, we'll give you an update here. Inside of 43 minutes, crew access arm has retracted from the Dragon spacecraft. Next up, we've got launch escape system arming. And then at T-minus 45 minutes, or T-minus 35 minutes, we'll begin loading propellant onto the Falcon 9. So right now, Falcon 9s go, Dragons go. Weather looks good, and the range areas are also cleared for launch. So Kate, John, everything is looking good. Inside of 42 minutes, everything continues to go well. Waiting now for launch escape system arming.
Endeavour, SpaceX for launch escape system.
Go ahead, Arthur.
All right, MLA, at this time I can give you a go to step through section 7 of 4.100, close visors and arm the launch escape system.
That should work.
SpaceX Endeavour visors are closed. We are arming the launch escape system.
Dragon SpaceX launch escape system is verified armed.
Copy, SpaceX.
All right, there you heard it. The launch escape system is now armed. You can see there the crew in their seats with the visors down. Launch escape system, is the first of its kind escape system. It provides escape capability all the way to orbit. It's a really important function to have. Obviously, no intention of using it today, but that's what those call-outs were there back and forth that we just heard.
Right, and as we heard earlier too from Administrator Bill Nelson, the importance of low Earth orbit. So speaking of just how valuable low Earth orbit is, the crew of AX-1 will be conducting a tremendous amount of science over the course of their 8 days on board the ISS. And not only does that include 25 Axiom-managed studies, but it also includes the Axiom crew participating in efforts that extend far beyond this mission. Some of those we actually looked at earlier. One of these broader studies is a series of health monitoring tests before and after the flight. A few days ago, I was able to connect with Dr. Emmanuel Riqueta to talk about the ongoing research this crew will participate in on behalf of the Translation Research Institute for Space Health, also known as TRISH. Here's our conversation.
Dr. Riqueta, welcome. It is wonderful to get to talk to you. Please introduce yourself and tell us, what is TRISH?
Absolutely. My name is Emmanuel Riqueta, and I'm the Chief Medical Officer at the Translational Research Institute for Space Health. And I'm also faculty at Baylor College of Medicine in Houston, Texas. The Translational Research Institute for Space Health, or TRISH, we're partners to the Human Research Program at NASA. And one of our main goals is to find and fund new disruptive research that is high risk but potentially high reward, with the end goal of keep humans healthy both in space and on Earth. And we have been working with commercial spaceflight missions since last year, and Axiom-1 is our 4th commercial spaceflight mission.
That's really fascinating. Can you tell us a little bit more about your primary areas of focus or what you're studying on this mission?
Yeah, so TRISH focuses mainly on the high priority areas of human spaceflight research. And I would say the 3 highest priority areas are radiation, behavioral issues that come from being isolated and confined in space. And the 3rd one is how your body changes while you're in a different gravity field, either a 0G environment like in space, or during different gravity fields when you are in the moon or Mars.
Okay, interesting. So what kind of systems or hardware are you working with specifically to capture this data?
For this mission, the hardware that we're using is absolutely optimized to provide, number one, the highest quality data, while being still easy to use, easy to implement, and being the lowest burden to the astronauts. So to collect all of this data, for example, vision changes, we have been using a small device, is roughly the size of a shoebox that you can see here. I have this here with me. So this is basically like having an optometrist on a box. Basically, the only thing that you have to do is just grab it, put it on your eyes, look at an object that is roughly 6 feet away from you, and after a few seconds, you get a prescription of your glasses as right here. So as I was saying, if there's any changes on astronauts during these missions, we'll be able to see how that changes with this device. We're also looking, I was mentioning, at behavioral changes, how being in an isolated and confined environment has any behavioral aspects. And for this one, we have been using a small tablet like this one, also to test the sensory motor adaptation, the balance disorders, and the space motion sickness. We're using a device like this. And for each of the crew members, we have a set of hardware like this, and it fits, the 4 sets of hardware fits on a medium-sized suitcase. So it is really easy to move wherever it needs to go for launch and landing.
That's wonderful. So what are some of the intended outcomes or goals of the research you're doing?
Yeah, so some of the outcomes and one of the main applications, number one for spaceflight that we want to get from this research is that short duration missions like Axiom 1 are very, very relevant in the context of Artemis missions. When we go back to the moon, the first missions are going to be roughly the same duration as Axiom 1. So anything new that we learn from these missions is going to be absolutely valuable. Really, every new piece of data that we collect in spaceflight could potentially solve and be that last piece of the puzzle that we're looking to complete what we need to know.
Dr. Riqueta, thank you so much for speaking with us today. We wish you the best of luck.
It is my pleasure. Thank you.
All right, we are about 30 minutes out from launch of the historic AX-1 mission. It has taken an enormous effort from an incredibly dedicated and hardworking team to get to this moment. And that team wanted to take an opportunity to wish the crew of AX-1 well and Godspeed.
Hey AX-1, we're so happy for you guys and just want to let you know we've got you here on the ground in mission control, so fly high and have some fun.
From all of us here at the Integrated Performance Team, we want to wish you luck on your pioneering mission to the ISS and hope to see you in a couple years when AX-H1 launches.
It is not only an immense honor to get to watch your monumental mission, but also to have been able to support you on your journey towards this day as well.
Hey guys, can't wait for this mission. We put a lot of hard work in. We're excited for you all to have a great time up there, and good luck.
Thank you for helping set an important precedence ahead of a very bright future.
Good luck, AX-1 crew. Let's conquer space.
Hasta pronto.
We want to send you all off with good wishes in this incredible journey. Godspeed.
It has been such an honor to watch and support you guys as you prepare for this moment. I'm so proud of each one of you for the dedication, the long hours, and the hard work you've put into making this a meaningful mission.
Hello, Axiom astronauts. Thanks for stepping up to the plate for this amazing journey.
You guys have trained hard. You've waited a long time, and this is now happening. Safe travels on this historic mission for the first private astronauts to go to the ISS. It's happening. Wave to us from up above because we'll be thinking of you from down below.
We're the Axiom safety team. We just want you to know that we are really proud of you and we've got your back. We're wishing you a safe and successful mission, and we'll see you when you get back on the ground.
Hi guys, we're the Axiom Soft Goods team, and we just want to wish you a good mission and get back safely.
It's a real pleasure to be talking with you guys right now, and we're super excited for you. I'm here to cheer you on along with the entire Crew Systems team.
Yay.
Thanks for everything you're doing.
The time is now 10:45 a.m. We're taking a live now look from Cape Canaveral, Florida, and the countdown is on. We are exactly T-minus 32 minutes and 10 seconds away from 4 civilian astronauts who are getting ready to make history, launching into the International Space Station. We'll have more right after this break.
crew is inside Dragon right now. The launch escape system is armed. Propellant is going into the Falcon 9. So since we are at this stage with the launch escape system armed, that means the 8 Super Draco engines inside the Crew Dragon are ready, if needed, to launch the capsule away from the Falcon 9 rocket in an instant, should there be any kind of emergency associated with the rocket or the pad. We have the ability to use a launch escape system right now if it was needed. A couple other status items. Weather, as you can see, looks good. Probability of violating the launch commit criteria is less than 10%. The only thing we're watching is wind gusts, but we believe, having seen the wind for the last several hours, everything continues to look good. That should not be an issue. Weather is also good in the Atlantic Ocean should we need to use a launch escape splashdown site for the Dragon capsule. We've also got upper altitude winds we've been checking out. Balloons have been released by the range here recently. We continue to look good for upper altitudes as Falcon 9 flies through the periods of maximum dynamic pressure. And finally, on the range, of course, we have cleared the danger areas, the hazard, the caution areas. Everybody's out of there except the 4-person crew up in the Dragon capsule, very top of the rocket you can see in the picture. So coming up, T-minus 28 minutes, 30 seconds, everything continuing to look good on Falcon 9 with Dragon for the Axiom 1 mission.
Let's take a moment now to get acquainted with the vehicles that you see there on your screen. That's a live view of Falcon 9 with Dragon, our spacecraft on top. Falcon 9 rocket is a rocket, Falcon 9 rocket with the Dragon spacecraft on top. Together stands about 215 feet, which is almost 30 feet taller than the Leaning Tower of Pisa in Italy, which is 183 feet. Falcon 9 is a reusable 2-stage liquid-fueled rocket, which means that it's kind of like 2 rockets in one, the first stage and the second stage.
Very cool. So talking a bit about that first stage. The first stage is the bottom 2/3 of the vehicle that you see there. Has a nice patina. It's been reused a little bit. It's covered in soot from a previous mission. That first stage is responsible for accelerating Falcon and Dragon through the Earth's atmosphere and into space. To do that, it has 9 Merlin engines at the bottom of that first stage. Prior to liftoff, the Falcon 9 first stage is loaded up with nearly 1 million pounds of fuel and liquid oxygen. And the Merlin engines on the first stage are optimized for sea level. These achieve 190,000 pounds of thrust during ascent and descent. The first stage accelerates the vehicle through the Earth's atmosphere into space and then separates the rest of the rocket at about 2.5 minutes into flight.
From there, the first stage will do what no other orbital-class rocket in the world can do. It'll make its way back to Earth and target a landing on our drone ship, a shortfall of gravitas, which you see there on your screen. The seas look great. The blue skies, I don't think it could be any more picture perfect.
No, it's like a desktop right there, I think.
Our drone ships are essentially autonomous, powered spaceports that allow our rocket to land over the ocean. For reference, our drone ships are equivalent to the size of a football field. So while it may have looked kind of small on your screen, they're actually pretty ginormous in real life.
It's got to be to hold a rocket, right? As mentioned previously, Falcon 9 is a 2-stage rocket. It's 2 rockets in one. Above the first stage is the second stage. Now, the second stage has a single Merlin vacuum, or MVAC, engine, which ignites after the first stage separates.
Cryo-helium loading.
Now, the second stage is essentially a smaller version of the first stage, and whereas the first stage is designed to power the vehicle out of Earth's atmosphere and the forces of gravity, the second stage is specifically designed to operate in the vacuum of space. The second stage powers the Dragon spacecraft to its specific targeted drop-off point in orbit.
The Dragon spacecraft is capable of carrying up to 7 passengers to and from Earth orbit and beyond. But for today's mission, it is carrying 4 members of the Axiom 1 crew. It is the first private spacecraft to take humans to the space station and the only spacecraft currently flying that is capable of returning significant amounts of cargo to Earth. Like the Falcon 9 rocket, the Dragon spacecraft is also reusable. Today will be the 3rd flight to space for this Dragon spacecraft that the Axiom 1 crew is flying in today. The previous flights for this capsule supported were recently the Crew 2 mission, and before that, the Demo 2 mission, which was our first human spaceflight mission. Pretty incredible.
Yeah.
Now, as we await T0 in just under 25 minutes, the ground operations teams are doing a series of system checks to make sure both Dragon and Falcon 9 are ready for launch. Let's take a look at what the ascent portion of this mission will look like.
Right, so once we hit T-minus 0, we will watch Falcon 9 and Dragon lift off from historic launch pad 39A and make their ascent. At about 50 seconds into flight, Falcon 9's engines will throttle down to help pass through the period of maximum dynamic pressure on the rocket, or what we typically refer to as max Q. It's worth noting that once we hit max Q, the vehicle will be going supersonic.
Once we're through the period of maximum dynamic pressure, we can throttle up our Merlin engines again. From there, at about 2.5 minutes into flight, we have a series of 3 events that happen in rapid succession. The first of which is MECO, or main engine cutoff. This is where all 9 Merlin engines shut off in preparation for stage separation, which, as the name suggests, that is where the first stage detaches from the second stage, with the first stage making its way back to Earth for landing as the second stage continues on its journey with the third event.
Right, now SES-1, or Second Engine Start 1, is where the Merlin vacuum engine lights up and propels the second stage, along with our AX-1 crew, into orbit. As Stage 2 heads towards its targeted drop-off orbit, Stage 1 will execute 2 burns in order to make its way back to Earth. The first stage is the entry burn, where 3 of the Merlin 1D engines will reignite and then shut down. This helps to slow the stage down in preparation for entry back into Earth's atmosphere.
While the first stage is heading back to Earth, the second stage will cut off its singular Merlin engine that was ignited right after stage separation. Once this happens, we'll wait for confirmation of good orbital insertion. About 90 seconds after Dragon gets into orbit, Falcon 9 will land back on Earth. The landing burn, which is a single engine burn, will bring the vehicle's speed down rapidly in order to land on the drone ship at about 9.5 minutes into the mission.
And while Falcon 9's first stage is landing, Dragon is preparing to separate from the second stage. At about 3 minutes after the second stage gets into orbit, we should have a great view of Dragon with its 4-person crew drifting away from the second stage. Now, once Dragon is a short distance away, it will begin checking out its Draco maneuvering thrusters to make sure Dragon continues to increase separation distance from the second stage.
And lastly, the nose cone deploy sequence will initiate just before T+12 minutes and finish around T+15 minutes. And this sequence will expose Dragon's docking mechanism in advance of its arrival at the International Space Station. So, as you can tell, it's a pretty jam-packed 12 minutes.
Yeah. Pay attention. Pay close attention to what you're listening to.
Don't blink. With all of that in mind, let's head back over to Dan Hewitt for an update from the ISS team over at Johnson Space Center. Dan?
Hey, thanks, Kate. Now, inside the room, the International Space Station Flight Control Room, Flight Director Scott Stover is leading the teams right now. But just about 4 hours ago, NASA Flight Director Diane Daly gave a go on behalf of the combined ISS team to the SpaceX mission director, just saying that ISS, or the space station, was go for launch. Now, to get there, we've got a list of flight rules, basically just guidelines for all of the major systems we have to make sure are functioning onboard station before we can give a go to launch another crew up there. So we're looking at everything from those core critical command and control computers, verifying we have a good communication path through our tracking and data relay satellites, ensuring that the atmosphere, all of the life support systems on board are functioning, even the mechanical systems like the docking port where this mission is headed. So we're expecting today's flight to be about a 20.5-hour journey from launch to docking, with the Crew Dragon Endeavour headed towards the Node 2 Zenith. That's the space-facing port on the top of Node 2, the Harmony module on board the station. And once they get there, they're going to get welcomed by the Expedition 67 crew, which is made up of 7 individuals right now, 4 from our SpaceX through Crew 3 mission with 3 NASA astronauts and 1 ESA European astronaut, and they're joined by 3 cosmonauts that just now is targeted for 11:45 GMT on Saturday. That's 6:45 a.m. here in Houston, 4:45 for the teams over in Hawthorne. And so once they get there, they'll be able to get out of their suits on board the Dragon spacecraft while the team on board station moves into what's known as the hatch operations. Station Commander Tom Marchand is going to be pressurizing that small area between Dragon and the station hatches. And we expect it to be a little under 2 hours from docking to hatch open, and then we'll welcome the AX-1 crew aboard the space station. So a lot to come with that 20.5-hour journey, but all that's going to start with a launch. So I'll send it back over to Hawthorne as we get into the final phases of the countdown. Back over to you, John.
Right. Well, Dan, as you mentioned, it all starts with the launch. And Kate, it's looking like it's getting pretty busy here. People are excited about seeing a launch, right?
Yeah, we're just now under 20 minutes until liftoff. As you could probably tell by the
All right, guys, we are slowly approaching the 12 a.m. hour here at Live Now from Fox. We are having a bit of trouble with those live pictures courtesy of NASA. We will work on getting you that live event shortly, but in the meantime, let's take a Live Now look from Cape Canaveral, Florida. We are seeing as dozens of people who have traveled from all over the country to this very spot, all to watch this historic event. 4 civilian astronauts will soon spend 10 days at ISS, the International Space Station. We are just about T-minus 20 minutes to lift off. Again, 4 civilians making their journey to space, and they will be accompanied by a former NASA astronaut, of course, guiding these 4 civilians into the International Space Station. And it looks like we did in fact get those live images back from the NASA control room. In fact, we are T-minus 17 minutes and 55 seconds from launch time. Let's go ahead and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
In Hawthorne. So just a quick explanation for why so many rooms with computers.
Exactly. Yeah, and in addition to all the teams gathering here, we've got teams of our own gathering in Houston at Axiom headquarters. You can see there on your screen Axiom Mission Control with the lovely Axiom family behind them looking in proudly. All right, well, Dan mentioned that, first we have launch, then we got rendezvous and docking, and then we've got 8 days of jam-packed activity on the ISS.
So busy.
Yeah, and docking day is it's not just a ride to space, right? You get up there, you open that hatch, and crew is working. I got a little chance to look at some of their timeline, and as soon as they open that door, they are getting invited in, they are getting trained on some emergency procedures, and then stepping right into payload activities, stowage transfers, and just generally getting acclimated, but they're working before they go to sleep, and the work doesn't stop there.
It sounds a lot like everything leading up to launch itself. Everything is scheduled, planned. Even, we know that even sleep time is scheduled on the ISS. It's something that's incredible to me is that not only do you have work to do, your science experiments and that kind of stuff, not only do you have to get some sleep,
or you can,
you also have to exercise, right? Yeah. The exercise time, which can be a couple hours.
Stage 2 LOX load has started.
All right, so good news there. We have begun LOX load, liquid oxygen loading on second stage. So that is currently underway for first and second stage, as well as loading of RP1, which is our fuel on both first and second stages.
Right. Right, and again, some of those things that he talked about, it's all following a timeline, right? And we are listening for those important cues along the way that we're hearing on these nets or on the loops, listening for where are we along in that timeline so we know exactly where we are in terms for launch as we count down at just T-minus 15 from launch.
Yeah, so I'm looking at my dashboard here. It looks like fuel load on second stage is now complete. So we're beginning that LOX load as we just heard. LOX load and fuel load continues on first stage. Axiom crew continuing to wait, following along with everything happening there with the touchscreen displays there above them, as well as their tablets strapped to their legs.
Right.
Everything continuing to look nominal for liftoff in just about 15 minutes.
And as we approach that liftoff in these final moments of our countdown to launch, Axiom Space founders Cam Gaffarian and Mike Safardini wanted to take a moment to reflect on this mission.
Well, this moment for me and Michael is a very special moment in a beginning of many beginnings, right? The launch of AX-1, going to International Space Station as part of our journey to build the first private commercial space station. And we're so grateful to be here and delighted at this moment as part of this incredible journey to commercialize and privatize low Earth orbit.
On behalf of Cam and I, we'd like to thank the entire team that's made this historic journey possible. The SpaceX team in particular has done a tremendous job of prepping our crew for a launch on their transportation vehicle. The crew itself has done a fantastic job of getting themselves ready and planning their research. NASA, of course, we can't do this without NASA's leadership and support. And to each of you in the Axiom Space family, we couldn't have done it without you. We're looking forward to a bright future together.
T-minus 14 minutes, 7 seconds, and continuing to count down. Everything is still looking good for launch of Falcon 9 and Dragon. That'll occur 17 minutes and 12 seconds after the hour. As a recap, Falcon 9 began propellant loading at T-minus 35 minutes. We just heard loading of the RP-1 fuel. The kerosene fuel onto stage 2 was completed right on time at T-minus 20 minutes. We've still got fuel going onto the first stage. Looks like we're about 90% or so full right now. Fuel loading will finish up at T-minus 6 minutes, and we'll hear that call out in the countdown. Meanwhile, densified liquid oxygen is continuing to load onto both the first and second stages. First stage will close out at T-minus 3 minutes. The second stage, we just began loading liquid oxygen at T-minus 16.5 minutes just a few minutes ago. That'll wrap up at the T-minus 2 minute mark. Now we load the liquid oxygen as late as we can in the countdown. It's densified. That means it's ultra cold, well below the boiling point of liquid oxygen. That lets us put as much as we can on the vehicle for performance. And getting it on board the vehicle just before liftoff means it won't warm up, where you start to lose the ability to put liquid oxygen onto the stages, into the tank. In the quantities we want. So it stays nice and cold, it doesn't bleed off, and that gives us the performance we need on Falcon 9. Continuing on, Falcon 9, checkouts of the thrust vector controllers, what we call TVC wiggles, you may hear that term, they're coming up. We're also going to be doing throttle valve checkouts on the Merlin engines. That helps control the power of the engines as we go through flight. For example, you hear a throttle down or throttle up as we prepare for the period of maximum dynamic pressure. As we come up on the 12-minute mark, the range continues to be go. Roadblocks are up. All the hazard areas are clear. Airspace, sea space is good. The weather is go. Beautiful shots you can see here. Blue skies. I'm looking forward to some great views from the cameras as we head into space. And then finally on the Dragon side, the Dragon mission director and team, they're reporting no issues. We've done the communication checkouts with the crew. You can see the crew access arm has retracted into the launch position. You can see Dragon now with the strung back of the transport erector and the umbilicals going to Dragon alongside of it. We've also armed the launch escape system, and obviously the crew is strapped in the Dragon capsule and they're ready to go. Final instructions of the crew will come in about 1.5 minutes at T-minus 10. We'll listen to that. The crew displays will be configured for launch, and that setup will give the crew insight into how the launch is proceeding, and it provides constant updates on vehicle health. The T-minus 5 minutes will be in the terminal count for Dragon. Dragon will transition to internal power, going to its onboard batteries and off of the external ground power. We're going to hear continued callouts on the countdown net as we go from T-minus 10 to 0, and then as we fly after T0 and liftoff, we'll hear callouts as we head into space. And that'll be letting the crew know as they reach each of the milestones. Now, next big event coming up at T-minus 10 minutes is we're going to do launch commit criteria, and final instructions will be going to the crew. One other thing that you will hear is during ascent, you may hear 1 alpha, 1 bravo, 2 alpha. These are launch escape states. As the Falcon 9 flies, if a launch escape was required, The crew on board knows where they are passing various points in the countdown, and that would tell Dragon what sequence of events to execute to come off of the Falcon 9 and bring the crew back safely down under the parachutes in the ocean. Right now, T-minus 10 minutes. Let's listen in to the countdown now.
Dragon, SpaceX, confirmed crew displays are configured for launch.
SpaceX Endeavour, we confirm they're configured.
Copy MLA, and on behalf of the entire SpaceX team, we're honored to have you aboard Endeavour for its third flight to the International Space Station. Axiom 1 marks a new step in commercial spaceflight and research. We wish you a great mission, good luck, Godspeed, and enjoy the ride.
Thanks for those words, Arthur. I've got a few of my own. I'm going to let my crewmate Eitan say it first, though.
שלום. כמה ימים לפני שאנחנו מציינים את המסע הגדול שלנו לחירות. And a few minutes before launching on this journey, I wish to share with you the words of the Greek poet Constantine Cavafy that well describe the perspective of our marvelous crew. Keep Ithaca always in your mind. Arriving there is what you are destined for, but do not hurry the journey at all. Better if it lasts for years. So you are old by the time you reach the island, wealthy with all you have gained on the way, not expecting Ithaca to make you rich. Ithaca gave you this marvelous journey. בהצלחה X1, בהצלחה רקיע.
Thank you, Eitan. I'm going to continue far less elegantly or eloquently, but as we sit here on the precipice of this new era in human spaceflight, we do so on the shoulders of professionals at SpaceX, NASA, and Axiom. We want to thank all the teams at SpaceX, Falcon 9, Dragon, the launch team, of course, closeout team, all of the folks in mission control, and of course our training teams. With NASA, boy, it's been tough. You know, the first time was always hard, and there's no playbook. It's all open field running, but with ISS program, commercial LEO development, and flight operations, we've learned a lot, and we'll continue to do so. We want to thank Cam and Seth for their vision, but especially all the people at Axiom for putting this mission together with the amount of miracles that they perform. All of you, make no mistake, are the men and the women in the arena. Your faces are marred, if metaphorically, by the best sweat and blood, and you strive valiantly. You will have no place with the cold and timid souls who know neither victory nor defeat. The crew of the great ship Endeavour is ready to sail her proudly, Arthur.